Hello friends, we are Soul Fiction. Welcome to our channel. So in this video we will see what if Naruto gained the power of 10-tailed vampire fox. So as you can see, this is our first video, so please show us some love by liking this video and by commenting for us. Thank you. Now let's begin the story. He couldn't believe it, after everything he had gone through, this was how it ended. With him lying in a pool of his own blood, half his body missing and his intestines splayed across the floor. He thought that making an entrance like that would be cool, that he could show Kakashi-sensei, Sasuke-teme and Sakura-chan how cool he really was. He didn't expect Zabuza to throw his cleaver at him. That is what caused his current predicament. Of course he knew that not even the demon sealed in his gut could save him now. After all, it could only accelerate his regenerative abilities. In other words, it couldn't heal anything that wouldn't heal over time. Oh, how stupid he felt. If only he didn't make an entrance, if only he had used his head, he would still be in one piece. He wouldn't be on death's door with his life flashing before his eyes. The more he saw, the angrier he became. He saw just how unfairly he was treated in his own home. The way people would look at him with either hate or sheer coldness. The way shopkeepers would throw him out of their stores claiming that he was contaminating their products. But most of all, he remembered the academy instructors and how they hindered him at every turn. Then he saw his friends, or what he considered his friends, and he quickly realized that the only people who treated him fairly were Shikamaru, Shoji, Shino, Hinata, Iruka, the Hokage, Ayame and Tuchi. He would show Konoha just who they treated like shit. He would not die, he refused to die, he would not let the darkness take him, he would endure like he always did. He would survive long enough for his injuries to be tended to. Then he would do whatever was necessary to become the best Hokage in history, even with his injury, or his name wasn't Uzumaki Naruto. Little did he know that at that moment, the partner of the man who bisected him had just taken the lightning-encased hand of his sensei through the heart, causing the masked individual's death. As the masked stranger bled out, no one on the bridge they were fighting on noticed the blood flowing towards the bisected teen, as if it was being attracted like metal to a magnet. Naruto was barely clutching on to his life, when he felt it. A sticky liquid assaulted his lips. He didn't know what it was. What he did know, however, was that he needed to replenish his lost liquids, so with the last of his strength, he started to lick up the coppery liquid. As he lapped up the juice, he felt his strength return to him. He didn't know how, but whatever the liquid was made him feel rejuvenated, made him feel closer to alive than on death's door. As he continued to lap up the strange liquid, he soon found himself remembering things he never did. Learning things he never did, in a village he had never been to. He found himself remembering the memories of another, a young girl named Haku. He felt every emotion she had experienced, from happiness gained from her family, to the feeling of betrayal as her father killed her mother and tried to kill her. The feeling of acceptance after being found by Zabuza. He remembered meeting himself in the clearing as she picked herbs to heal Zabuza's injuries. He even remembered the feeling of guilt at having to fight the Konoha ninjas. The last thing he remembered was that she put Sasuke in a false death state because she couldn't bring herself to kill, before intercepting a fatal blow from his sensei. When the memories of Haku finished, he immediately found himself witnessing a much larger number of memories. As he felt his body absorbing something else, he quickly realized that the new memories were those of the demon sealed inside him, which he was surprised to find out was in fact a girl. He saw how she was born of a much greater being, watched as she was tamed by the Sharingan eye of the Uchiha clan, but most importantly, he remembered being forced to attack his home the day he was born, under the control of that accursed eye. He felt guilt as he watched himself getting beaten by a mob for something he didn't even know. He felt happiness as he watched his favorite sensei acknowledge him. But most of all, he felt jealousy as he watched himself pursue the pink-haired harpy that he felt wasn't good enough for him. Most of all, he realized that the being that caused all of his suffering wasn't the fox sealed inside him, it was the man who controlled it, the Kyuubi no Kitsune. He also realized that he had, through sheer willpower alone, become a being of immense power. He had become a vampire. Haruno Sakura was a young teen. She had long pink hair that stopped at her waist and wore a red one-piece dress with black shorts underneath. Right now she was kneeling over her fallen teammate while sobbing over how he was dead. Well, one of them anyway. The name of the teammate was Uchiha Sasuke. He was the sole survivor of an event known as the Uchiha Massacre. He had black hair in the style of a chicken's ass and wore a blue short-sleeved shirt and white shorts. He also had a couple of needles sticking out of his neck and his heart wasn't beating. She had cheered when her other teammate was cut in half by the group's enemy. After all, he was just a useless idiot that got in her way of her Sasuke-kun. But now that Sasuke was dead, she just wanted to mutilate the body of the one responsible. However, Kakashi-sensei wouldn't allow it. Clap, clap, clap. Some demon of the mist you are. You couldn't even kill a pathetic bridge builder. A short man at the opposite end of the bridge called out to the man called Zabuza as the mist the man was creating started to clear, revealing an army of thugs, each armed with a low-quality weapon. Gato, what the hell are you doing? Zabuza growled out as he got himself ready for a fight, even if both of his arms were rendered completely useless. Now, Zabuza, you missing nin are so expensive. It is much cheaper just to hire these thugs to kill the Konoha ninja and the bridge builder. Oh yes, feel free to kill as many as you like. After all, the more you kill the less I have to pay out, the short businessman said. He was about to say something else when a voice cut through the air. Don't mind if I do. And with that said, the two Ronin standing next to Gato suddenly found their chests and stomachs had been separated by a blonde boy wearing an orange jumpsuit who had appeared in front of them, with a giant cleaver held in one hand. Everyone on the bridge looked on in horror as the blood that the two shed flew towards the boy before coating him and then disappearing, as if it was being absorbed by his skin. Kill him now! The short man screamed at his hired muscle, who immediately dropped out of their stupor to try and impale the boy with their weapons. Keyword being tried. As the first of the group neared him, they were quickly dispatched by either decapitation, bisection, or having their hearts ripped out of their chests by the bare hands of the boy. No, monster is a better word. They were trying to kill. Of course, what truly scared the thugs was what happened with all the blood that was spilt. It just kept getting drawn to the blonde genin as he continued to rip the thugs apart. By now he had easily killed over 50 of the 300 or so men and was just getting stronger with each passing kill. On the other side of the bridge to the bloodbath, the thoughts of the ninja and bridge builder were quite different. Damn, that kid is even more bloodthirsty than me, were the thoughts running through Zabuza's head. So the demon finally shows its true colors. I guess I can kill it and no one will be able to argue with me. Kakashi started to plan. Mom was right. Naruto Baka really is a demon. He doesn't need to kill all those people. That monster. The pink-haired banshee decided while puking her breakfast up. And on us, the bridge builder was thinking while trying to keep his lunch down. Sasuke didn't think anything because he was still unconscious. Naruto had killed over 120 of the thugs and decided it was time to try out a little something he instinctively knew how to do. He decided to unleash the force he had consumed. The thugs were scared. They were facing a child who had quite literally ripped over a third of their force apart in less than 5 minutes. That was when they noticed him jump back. Huh? You finally decided to give up, huh? Well, after that little stunt you just pulled there, ain't no way we're letting you live. One of the damned shouted, thinking that they had won. Oh, I'm not giving up, I'm merely trying a new approach, Naruto said with a vicious smirk, before his body turned pitch black and a gelatinous mass of darkness poured out around him. The thugs backed off, fearing what this technique could be. That was when over 100 sets of eyes appeared on the mass, before a single, giant slitted red eye appeared on the boy's chest. Allow me to show you my power, and with that, the eyes took form. All of them took on the form of one of their fallen comrades. Each one wielded the weapon their corpse did, and each one charged at the army. Only 3 sets of eyes remained. One was Naruto's, one was Haku, while the giant red one simply disappeared. The army of thugs tried as hard as they could, but their enemies were much stronger and faster in death than in life, and as each of the surviving bandits fell, their blood was drawn into the gelatinous mass that spawned the dead, before being released in the form that they assumed in life and joining the slaughter. It didn't take long for Naruto's army to eviscerate every last member of Gato's army, and when finished with the henchmen, Naruto reabsorbed them all, immediately feeling the strength of 300 men combined traveling through his veins. He quickly walked towards the short businessman before lifting the midget by the throat and saying just one sentence, "Bye-bye Gato," and with that he plunged his newly acquired fangs into the tyrant's neck as he drained the bastard of his vital fluids, taking extra care to remember all of his account numbers and passwords. He would give back what that bastard stole from Wave. Holy shit, the brat is draining Gato dry, hey, almost like the runt did with this country. Damn it, there's no way I can kill it in this condition. I'll just have to pretend to like it for a little longer, then I can inform the council and then they can dispose of this demon. Oh Kami, what the hell is that monster doing to Gato? he doesn't deserve that. Poor deluded Pinky. Tazuna was too shocked to even think of anything, and Sasuke was still unconscious. Pathetic piece of shit, didn't even taste edible, was the disgusted comment that Naruto made as he threw the trash to the floor. He then proceeded to walk towards the Konoha group. Let's see, releasing my victims was as easy as moving my arm. I guess that most of my abilities are naturally accessible. After all, I've only used one of them, yet I know of at least 4 more I possess, were the thoughts running through his head when he decided to try out one of his new powers, telepathy. Quickly reading the minds of all those present, he had to hold himself back from ripping Kakashi and Sakura limb from limb. He however settled for scaring them. Do you honestly think that the council could kill me after what you've just seen, Hitaki? He asked with a cruel smirk gracing his face. After all, he chose to lose his humanity to survive. He realized that there was no going back, so he decided to embrace the monster he had become. What? I didn't say anything. Can he read my mind? Kakashi was scared now. If the demon could read his mind, then he wasn't safe from its cruelty. Oh, so you even call me a demon in your mind. However, I would prefer if you just called me a monster. Sensei, Naruto practically spat out the last word as the silver-haired Jonin started to sweat heavily under the newly born vampire's glare. I'm sorry you had to see that, Tazuna-san. Now, if you don't mind, I have some things I need to do. Oh, and by the way, Haruno, the Uchiha, is alive, merely unconscious. With that, the group barely registered him disappear with a burst of inhuman speed before grabbing Zabuza by the throat and clamping down on his neck. As Naruto fed off the former Mist Nin, he was rewarded with the memories of the Genin selection exam, of his time as a member of the 7 Swordsmen of the Mist, of the failed coup on the Yondaime Mizukage, finding and raising Haku, and finally of the battle that had just occurred. Of course that pissed Naruto off big time. Hitaki had actually celebrated his death. Naruto decided then that he would never listen to the arrogant bastard again. He would definitely see Oji-san about this when they got back. After he was finished with his meal, Naruto burst into a large number of bats before flying to an isolated area on the island. When the bats reformed, the blonde was happy that he had accepted the fact that he was now a monster. If he hadn't, then Kami knows what the sunlight would have done to him. However, thanks to Kyuubi and his own acceptance, he did not possess that weakness. With a small amount of deliberation, he decided to use another ability he possessed, the ability to shapeshift. Although he only formed a new set of clothes, he only knew about them because of Kyuubi's memories of things she saw as the Jubi. If her memory was correct, then the style was distinctly Victorian, consisting of a charcoal suit, leather riding boots, a cravat, an overcoat and a fedora hat, all pitch black in color. 1. He sat down and decided it was time to find his mind. After opening his eyes, he found himself in a twisted sewer system with blood instead of water. Well, that was easier than expected. He thought out loud, I think I need to redecorate this place. Let's see. And with that said, the area changed from a dark sewer with blood flowing along the floor, to a large circular room with marble walls and a large golden throne in the middle. In front of the throne was a large ornamental fountain shaped like a large 9-tailed fox sitting down with its tails in the air and its maw open. Flowing from each of its tails and its mouth was a stream of blood, which pooled below it. Behind the throne was a massive 4-poster bed, possibly large enough to fit over 10 people on it. Much better, 7 levels should be fine for my mind, Naruto spoke to himself as he observed his new throne. He had decided to adjust his mind into 7 floors, each one serving to house a specific type of individual. Level 1. Cannon fodder, the useless thugs that he had consumed and could only be considered useful for overwhelming enemies with sheer numbers, or sacrificing for the ability to survive fatal injuries. Level 2. Genin level shinobi. Level 3. Chunin level shinobi. Level 4. People who specialize in a single type of skill, e.g. doctors, interrogators. Level 5. Jonin level shinobi. Level 6. Cage level shinobi and demons. And lastly level 7. Naruto's domain. Since this was Naruto's mind, he had complete access to all areas. However, everyone else who he had consumed would be restricted to whatever area he assigned them to. Well, now, I think it's time to see Kyuubi. Kyuubi had been getting annoyed. The sheer number of weaklings in her container's mind had pissed her off. They weren't worthy of being a part of someone like him. She was about to snap and destroy them all when the area underwent an enormous transformation, changing from a sewer to a stately home. just like one of those old English mansions she had seen when she was a part of the Jubi. Do you like the new decor? I based it around some of your memories, so I hope it is to your satisfaction, came a call from the corner of the room. Turning around, Kyubi, still in the form of a giant fox, saw the one person she didn't want to have to face. You do realize that when the seal was destroyed, my vampiric nature absorbed both you. I know everything you do, and I cannot hate you for being sealed within me. After all, it's not like you chose to attack Konoha. Combined with the feelings that I remember you felt, I simply want to know if you want to be a tool for my use, or something more. During the entire conversation, the Kyubi could do nothing but stare at him in disbelief. He was forgiving her the cause of the hell that he was put through in life. She was brought out of her stupor by a soft hand being placed upon her snout. You don't need to answer right away, just think over what I've said. I will see you later, goodbye for now. And with that he faded out of his mind. He doesn't hate me. Waking from his meditation, Naruto proceeded to follow Gado's memories across the island until he found the building he was using as his base of operations within Wave. I guess I should see Oji-san about destroying Gado's empire when I get back to Konoha. He had far too many illegal operations going on in too many places, were his thoughts as he ripped the front door open and made his way towards the midget's office. He knew from Gado's memories that he had taken every last man he had under his employment with him to the bridge, so he didn't have to watch out for any enemies within the building. It didn't take long for him to get to the office, where he used a combination of Gado's memories and blood to access all of his accounts and safes, before sealing everything inside several scrolls that he then sealed into a single scroll that he placed inside of his coat. I guess I should thank Zabuza for knowing how to make basic storage seals, nah, and with that thought he left to give Wave its money back. Naruto, where the hell have you been? And what the hell are you wearing? Came the angry greeting he received from his so-called sensei when he returned to Tezuna's residence. Perhaps if you had actually taught me something, then I might have felt obliged to answer, Hitaki, came Naruto's unconcerned reply. You will answer me, Genin, the one-eyed Jonin DC'd to try and push his authority. You assume I care about your rank, Hitaki. Hearing the blonde speak in his mind caused Kakashi to jump in surprise, eliciting a cruel smirk from the vampiric Genin. Naruto Baka, what did you do? Shouted out the screeching banshee. Haruno, shut up or I will kill you, Naruto said like he was talking about the weather, another thing he contributed to Zabuza, though it could just be his nature as a vampire. As if Naruto Baka, you wouldn't even lay a finger on me, she responded with a smirk, knowing full well that he was bluffing. That is until she found his hand constricting her throat. Listen, Haruno, essentially dying can change a person. It can change their perspective and see their whole life flash before their eyes. And watching my whole life has got me really pissed off right now. Combined with the fact that I only managed to survive by becoming a monster. And you've got one very fucked up individual, so don't assume I'm anything like I used to be. Now go back to your precious Uchiha, whore. And with that the black-clad boy threw his former crush out of the window before turning to Tezuna. I'm sorry about that. Anyway, I believe that this belongs to you and the rest of Wave. He then pulled out his sealing scroll, and unsealed one of the scrolls contained within. Inside this scroll is all of Gado's accounts and the money he stole from Wave, so just return it to the people and make sure they get back what they lost. Give that to me, Dobi, came a call from the door, not even bothering to acknowledge the person's presence. Naruto proceeded to give Tezuna the scroll, which elicited a growl from the chicken butt boy and his sensei. I said give it to me, Dobi. I hope everything is accounted for, Tezuna-san. After being continually ignored, the boy at the door rushed the blonde with a kunai drawn, though his wrist was quickly caught and snapped by the blonde, who hadn't even looked at him before getting thrown to the other side of the room. That is it, Naruto. I will have you put on record for insubordination when we get back. Kakashi shouted at the currently bored out of his mind vampire. Are you even listening to me? The Jonin growled out dangerously. I'm sorry, did you say something, Hitaki? You will refer to me as Kakashi-sensei. Do you understand? Kakashi warned. I will only call you that when you have proven yourself to be worthy of that title, Naruto snarled back. Naruto Baka, what have you done to Sasuke-kun? Came an ear-splitting shriek that somehow managed to break the tension in the room. Fuck this, I'm going to bed. Wake me up when the mission is over, and with that the blonde vampire went up the stairs before laying on his bed and falling asleep, well, going into his mindscape since he doesn't need to sleep anymore. Hello again, Kyubi, have you thought over what you want to be to me? Naruto asked softly as he entered the 6th level of his mind. Naruto-sama, I wasn't expecting you back so soon, the giant fox almost stuttered out, only to catch herself before making a fool of herself. Anyway, I find it funny, we both know everything about each other yet we've only talked once. Anyway, do you want a game of shogi? I'm not sure, was the kitsune's reply to his offer. If it is because you feel insecure about your human form, then don't be. I've seen all of your memories and I can honestly say that I think you look cute in your human form, Naruto informed her kindly. After hearing his words, her body began to vaporize slowly. It took a couple of minutes before she stopped vaporizing, leaving the girl exposed to him. She had shoulder-length crimson hair that fell over her blood-red eyes. Her face was lean, with her cheeks covered in freckles and 3 familiar whisker-like marks. She had decided on manifesting her clothes as a pair of jeans and a white t-shirt that showed that she wasn't the most developed of women, though she wasn't flat-chested either. So, do you want to play shogi? Naruto asked, completely unfazed by the transformation. After all, he knew what to expect, he had seen it in her memories before. Yeah, sure, and with her reply, Naruto formed a shogi board and the two began to play and talk. Over the next week, Naruto was constantly being disturbed by assassination attempts courtesy of his teammates and sensei. Imagine the Jonin's surprise when he decapitated the boy only to receive laughter and get told that it was a pathetic attempt for a pathetic shinobi. Kakashi had attempted everything he could think of: decapitation, impalement, incineration and even poisoning. However, nothing he tried did any more than amuse the blonde, which was the only reason he let the man do it in the first place. Of course the Jonin had expected the blonde to just die when he decapitated him. Then he could just use his Sharingan to implant false memories into the client and ask Sasuke and Sakura to lie for him. But now Kakashi was worried. He had tried to kill the monster in every way he could think of, and if the creature told the Hokage about it, then the old man would definitely investigate the accusations. He had attempted to rewrite the blonde's memory, only to find that his mind was completely immune to all forms of genjutsu, which meant that the Jonin was fucked if he didn't find a way to silence the boy once and for all. Of course he couldn't find a way to silence the regenerating bastard. When Naruto wasn't screwing with his sensei's mind, he was either getting to know the vixen in his head, or trying to find more poor souls to feed off. So far he had only managed to find 8 bandits who didn't really put up much of a fight, but it didn't really matter to the blonde. He only wanted them so he could survive more fatal injuries. It was finally time to leave Wave and the whole village had turned out to see their hero depart. Yep, hero. As in only one. And of course the one was Naruto. Not Kakashi or Sasuke. Definitely not Sakura, but Naruto. And that pissed the last Uchiha and his sensei off to no ends. Had Dobi like a hero. I'm an Uchiha, he is just a lowly commoner. Just a speck of dust beneath my feet. Then how come I'm the one who killed Gato? Hearing this, Sasuke actually shit himself. He never knew that Naruto could read minds and talk directly into a person's mind. Sniff. Sniff. What's that smell? It seems to be coming off Sasuke, and it smells like shit. Naruto commented to further humiliate the last Uchiha. And it worked. Even Sakura could tell what that smell was, but when she offered to trade underwear with him, let's just say that it wasn't a pretty picture. As the ninja left the bridge to go back to Konoha, Naruto merely transformed into a colony of bats and flew towards his home village. Hey Dad, what should we name the bridge? A young dark-haired woman asked Tazuna. How about the super awesome bridge Tazuna built? This of course resulted in him receiving a slap to the back of his head. How about the Great Naruto Bridge? A small boy suggested and it was quickly accepted. Fine then, from now on this will be known as the Great Naruto Bridge, and with that announcement the Land of Waves cheered for the birth of a new legend. Naruto was pissed. He may be immune to sunlight, however it was still too bright. He had tried to create himself a pair of sunglasses on several occasions during his stay in Wave, however the best he managed to get was a blindfold, and that isn't very useful. He was also thinking about how he should deal with Hitaki. Should he tell the Hokage and have him deal with it or keep it a secret and mentally torture the Jonin while holding the assassination attempts over him? Then again, if he withheld that information then there would be no reason for the Hokage to believe him if he brought it up later. Q-chan. What do you think? The young vampire thought to his favorite familiar. It's up to you Naruto-sama. If you want to torture the Jonin then you will have to stay on this team. But if you want to get more cannon fodder or ninjas then you will have to leave the team and start doing higher ranking missions. came the response of the vixen in his head. It hadn't taken long for Kyuubi to break out of her insecurities. After all, they were all about her human appearance, which Naruto never made a fuss about. That's it, I guess I could attempt to do both. Tell the old man yet convince him to not remove Hitaki from duty. Yes, that might work, and with that, Naruto decided to enter his mindscape and get in a couple of games of shogi, since the rest of Team 7 were at least a couple of miles away. That is simply how much faster it is to fly than run. Team 7 were almost laughing their heads off. They hadn't seen Naruto since they departed Wave and were almost at the Konoha gates. You took your time. ARRRGGGHHHH, came the cry of the three members of Team 7 as they were shocked enough to miss their mark and crash to the ground below. Damn it, Naruto Baka. What the hell do you think you're doing? How did you get here before us? Kakashi asked, shocked that the demon had made it there before them and even managed to hide his presence from him. Trade secret Hitaki, came the taunting reply of the vampiric genin. I'm sure you could share it with us, the silver-haired Jonin asked mischievously. You're right, I could, but I don't want to. Well then, you will tell me. That is an order as your superior. The Cyclops decided to try and pull rank. I thought I made it clear that I don't care about your rank, Hitaki. You are still just a worthless piece of shit as far as I'm concerned. Naruto's voice rang throughout the Jonin's head, before he calmly started to walk towards Konoha's main entrance. Damn that miserable demon. Monster. Hitaki. Damn you, get out of my mind. Why should I listen to such a weak-minded fool? Because I'm your sensei. You haven't earned the right to call yourself that, Hitaki. As the group headed towards the main gate, Kakashi stepped forward, not allowing the voice in his head distract him from his duties. Team 7 returning from a C-rank mission to Wave, the Jonin stated with an official air surrounding him. After the gate guards checked all of their paperwork, the group began their journey to the Hokage Tower. On the way, many of the villagers glared at the young vampire, but backed away when they saw the sadistic smirk etched onto his face. They did not want to risk provoking him with a smirk like that. It was even more terrifying than the village psychas, and she would rip your balls off and feed them to her snakes if someone tried to make her life hard. So what would the demon do? Naruto was starting to get annoyed. He really wanted a random drunk to attack him or something. Then he could mutilate them before draining them of their blood. It would be the ultimate deterrent for those foolish villagers. Unfortunately, or fortunately depending on your point of view, the walk to the Hokage's tower was peaceful, meaning Naruto didn't get to demonstrate his new alignment to the villagers. Hokage-sama, Team 7 reporting in from a successful C-turned-A rank mission to Wave, the Jonin stated before he was subject to the killing intent of the old man behind the desk. Kakashi, did you just say C-turned-A rank? The god of shinobi asked him coldly. Yes, the cycloptic Jonin answered nervously. Why didn't you turn back as soon as you found out that it was an A- rank? Just as the Jonin was about to respond, the blonde genin beat him to the mark. He was hoping the Uchiha would activate his Sharingan and I would die, which nearly happened. Naruto, I don't think Kakashi would try to put you in danger. Oji-san, he actively tried to assassinate me when the hard part of the mission was over, the blonde deadpanned. Of course, the Hokage noticed the lack of any telltale signs of a liar when Naruto made that statement, and the fact that Kakashi was very uncomfortable when Naruto made his statement, and it was easy to put two and two together. Hitaki Kakashi, you actively attempted to murder one of my ninja. Anbu, take him to Ibiki, the angry fire shadow barked out. Now Oji-san, don't you think you should confiscate his most prized instead? After all, we all know how precious that eye is to him, but even without it, he would still be valuable to Konoha. Plus it would allow me to torture him as well. He. Naruto stated with a sadistic smirk as the hidden Anbu jumped out of the shadows to restrain the traitorous Jonin. I believe that taking his eye would be quite the blow to him. However, the mere fact that you suggested it brings just one sentence to mind. Who are you and what have you done with Naruto? That is why I tried to kill it, sir. It is obvious that the demon is in control after he slaughtered hundreds of people, and he clearly enjoyed it. Right now he is nothing more than a demon, the silver-haired man told the Hokage, clearly trying to worm his way out of the situation. Sigh. How many times do we have to go over this, Hitaki? I'm a monster, not a demon, the blonde stated, clearly annoyed at the man. Aren't they the same? One of the Anbu restraining Kakashi asked, clearly confused. Sigh. Demons are born demons. Monsters are born human and cast away their humanity for one reason or another. Naruto explained to the blank faces inhabiting the room. Naruto, what could have forced you to throw away your humanity? The old man asked cautiously. Survival. Surely with your healing factor there shouldn't have been anything that could have nearly killed you? Oji-san, I was bisected at the waist, the blonde deadpanned. You were what? Came the predicted cry from the Hokage and Anbu in the room when they finally processed what he just said. Bisected, sliced in half, he expanded for them. If you were bisected, then how come you're still in one piece? A cat-masked Anbu asked cautiously. I became a monster. Anyway, what about those two? Technically they attempted to kill me as well, even if a civilian could have made a better job of it, Naruto asked bluntly as he pointed his thumb to a duo. Did anyone you meet not try to kill you? The very irritated old man. All the civilians and one of the enemy ninja. Unfortunately, as clan heirs, Sasuke and Sakura are under the council's jurisdiction, the Hokage stated, earning a victorious smirk off each. Regardless of their punishment, I would like to request that I be removed from this team and be allowed to perform solo missions, the vampiric blonde requested. After thinking things over for a few minutes, the old leader reluctantly granted the first part of his request. Fine, I will allow you to leave Team 7, however, you will receive a new Jonin-sensei. Now do you have anything else to add? Indeed I do. May I have the honors of removing Hitaki's eye? The blonde asked with a sadistic tone ringing in his voice. Very well. Before anyone could react, Kakashi had 3 fingers pushing under the eyelid of his now uncovered Sharingan eye, before it was literally ripped out of the socket, leaving a highly damaged optic nerve behind. As the Jonin writhed in agony, Naruto turned towards the Hokage before placing the eye for him to see and asking, do you want this or can I crush it? You can crush it. NNNNNO. The now literally one-eyed Jonin screamed out as he watched the eye of his best friend get crushed into a mere mush before being unceremoniously thrown in the trash. Ah, music to my ears. Are you enjoying the show, my queen? Oh yes, it is very satisfying to watch that worm squirm in agony after everything he's done to you. Anbu, take Hitaki to the hospital. With a quick, "Hi Hokage-sama," the Anbu left the room with Kakashi in tow. Now if that is everything, the old man started only to be interrupted by the former Jinchuriki again. Actually Oji-san, I have more to talk to you about, in private. Fine then, Uchiha, Haruno, leave my office now. With that command the 2 clan heirs left the room, but not without glaring at the blonde. After the door had closed, the Hokage activated a privacy seal and Naruto immediately spoke up. First things first, a quick rundown of my abilities. Number 1. By drinking a person's blood I am capable of absorbing their soul, assimilating their memories and abilities into myself. So far I have absorbed approximately 300 bandits, Momochi Zabuza, his apprentice, a Hayaten user named Haku, and finally Kyuubi. What? You absorbed the Kyuubi? The aged Kage spat out in shock. Yes, and that is another thing you need to understand. Kyuubi is not evil and only attacked Konoha because a Sharingan user forced her to. I see, so an Uchi. Wait, did you just say, her? The old man asked in surprise. Yes, Kyuubi is a girl, came the exasperated reply. I thought you said you absorbed it? When I absorb a soul, it is still separate from me, it will merely occupy my mindscape until I decide to, temporarily release it, or use it. Use it? By sacrificing a single soul, I can survive and reform from almost any fatal injury, though I need at least a portion of my body left, even if it is just a single drop of blood, the young vampire explained, causing the old man's eyes to go wide. But that would mean that someone would have to kill you over 300 times for you to stay dead. With a nod of confirmation from the blonde, the Hokage suddenly realized that Naruto truly wasn't human anymore. Now, as I was saying, I also possess the ability to change my physical manifestation if I so desire. That is where these clothes come from. I also possess the ability to become intangible if I so desire, and telepathy, he finished in the old man's mind, nearly giving him a heart attack in the process. Now, to get serious, during the mission we just returned from, it appeared that the client lied due to lack of funding. It turned out that the shipping tycoon known as Gato had created a monopoly over Wave and wanted the bridge builder dead in order to maintain it. Eventually I killed Gato and absorbed his blood. As such I have complete knowledge concerning Gato's empire, including his illegal activities. I have taken all forms of documentation and sealed it in this scroll, he claimed as he pulled the scroll from within his jacket, and have separated all of his legally and illegally accumulated assets. I would like to request the go-ahead to destroy the tyrant's empire. I see. Well, considering these powers you state you possess, I don't see any reason to deny you that request. However, you will go with your sen's partner just to be safe. Thank you, Oji-san. When you see my sensei, tell them to meet me by the main gate at 8 a.m. 3 days from now. I have some things I need to do before then. And with that, the boy phased straight through the wall. Things will definitely get interesting from now on, the Hokage muttered to himself before reaching into his desk and pulling out a small orange book. I know what you're doing, Oji-san. Holy shit. The Hokage was definitely happy that he forgot to take down the privacy barrier after that little episode. I guess I'll just get back to signing paperwork then. Naruto had just discovered one of the biggest problems about shopping when you're a vampire. He couldn't see himself in a damn mirror. Of course, it was really quite easy to fix that. All he needed to do was call Kyuubi out and get her opinion. Of course, this caused its own set of problems. Naruto? Is that you? A young blonde girl asked as she saw him browsing. She had her hair tied into a ponytail with a single bang covering her right eye. She wore a purple sleeveless tank top that stopped above her midriff, with bandages wrapped around her stomach. She wore bandages around her thighs and a purple split skirt held up by her hite-aid, which she was using as a belt. Indeed, it is Ino-san. Why are you asking? Naruto responded pleasantly. After all, when his life flashed before his eyes, he never saw the girl he was currently talking to do anything to hurt him. I mean, sure, she didn't do anything to help him either, but even that type of person was rare inside of Konoha, so he would be pleasant, at least until she gave him a reason to be cold towards her. Sorry, it's just weird to see you without that hideous orange jumpsuit. Your new look suits you, by the way, she told him without any deception in her voice or actions. Thank you for the compliment, Ino-san. However, I'm here looking for a particular type of accessory. The vampire trailed off. I don't know what you're looking for, but I think you could do with some sunglasses. They would complete the look you're going for, the young girl advised him. Hehe, that is exactly the accessory I'm looking for, Ino-san. I see. Oh, hi there, I'm Ino. Me and Naruto were in the same class at the academy. I don't believe we've met, miss? The blonde girl said as she noticed Kyuubi. Victoria is her name. We met a couple of months ago in the market when she got lost and I offered to show her around, Naruto answered quickly. That's a weird name, Ino stated. My parents are historians. They found a book from a long time ago that talked about an old queen named Alexandrina Victoria. They decided to name me after her. Kyuubi continued to improvise on the spot. Wow, that's pretty cool. I'd love to be named after a queen, the purple-clad girl stated with stars in her eyes. Hey, Vicky-chan, Ino-san, what do y'all think? Ino was snapped out of her revelry by the now glasses-clad boy. The glasses had circular lenses with a heavy orange tint to them, held in place by a thin wire frame and small, goggle-like edges, too. Definitely suit you, Naruto-kun, came the opinion of the red-headed kitsune. Yeah, they suit the outfit as a whole. I still can't believe that Naruto actually has some form of fashion sense, the fashion-conscious blonde verified. Well, if that's the case, then why don't you two talk while I go and buy a few pairs? Don't want to have none if they get broken on a mission. And with that said, the blood-sucking genin left to persuade the shopkeeper to sell him a few pairs of the sunglasses at the normal price. So what do you see in him? Ino asked out of the blue. Isep. Well then, why don't you get to know him and find out for yourself? Kyuubi asked deviously. To be perfectly honest, when I was younger my mother would never let me near him. She always just said he was a demon and I shouldn't associate with filth like that. As Ino said that, she could feel the hate emitting from the girl beside her. Whenever I wasn't with my parents, I could never find him, so the only time I got to see him was in class. But to be perfectly honest, I still can't understand why my mother kept calling him a demon, especially when my father said he was a hero. Upon hearing that, the redhead visibly calmed down. Did you know that most of Konoha sees Naruto-kun the same way your mother does? And because of that, they kept hurting him, both physically and emotionally. He couldn't buy anything because stores refused to sell to him, well, except the Ichiraku's ramen stand. Wait, are you saying that he likes ramen so much because he's never had the chance to eat anything else, and yet throughout it all, he just smiled and carried on? Any normal person would have broken long ago, yet look at him now. He's finally decided to not take any shit and to start fighting back, Kyubi informed the blonde sitting next to her. Wait, where did you get all this from? How do you know it's not all lies? Ino decided to verify. After all, as the biggest gossiper in Konoha, she knew that you can't trust everything you hear. The Hokage told me. The fox lied to her, since she couldn't exactly tell her the truth. However, hearing that the Hokage told her of Naruto's treatment instantly caused the young blonde to stiffen. If the Hokage had told her, then it was obviously true. Well, have you two enjoyed your little talk? Came the call of the vampiric genin when he had finished finalizing his purchase of the sunglasses. I know I did, came Victoria's response, while Ino just sat there remaining silent with her head hung low. Well then, my queen, shall we leave this establishment? Naruto asked with a small smirk, causing Ino to snap out of her stupor and watch as the now black-clad genin escorted the new girl out of the store. Did he just call her my queen? Was the only thought going through the blonde girl's head. That is until her instinct for gossip took over and she started planning how to spread this interesting tidbit of information, and she left the store, not noticing the middle-aged cashier currently assuming the fetal position on the floor. Alright then, why did you choose Victoria? I dress like a Victorian and you are my Queen Victoria, and since you don't have a name, I had to come up with something, the sapphire-eyed vampire explained. I see, SSSOOO, why are we walking away from your apartment? I want to see if I can find a forge I can use at night. Why? The kitsune asked cautiously. Why? To make myself a gun or two, of course, Naruto stated as if there was no other possibility. You do realize that making gunpowder will be nearly impossible with the current accessibility of minerals in the world, right? And without gunpowder you'll have no way of making bullets, do you understand? 3. The vixen informed him. Yes, I am fully aware of that, however I have already formulated an improvisation for that, was all he said, since he wanted to see her face when he showed her his simple solution to the problem. Naruto walked into a small weapon store in a small alley just off the high street. Victoria had returned to her place in this mind, and walked straight up to the cashier. Hello there, young man. Would you like some help? A large middle-aged man asked from behind the counter. I was wondering if you had a forge I could hire at night, was the blonde's reply. I do indeed. The current rate is 15,000 ryo a night, however, you have to buy all your own materials if you want to make something, so do you still want to use it? The large man asked happily. Indeed, would it be acceptable for me to rent it out for the next 3 nights, starting tonight? Of course, just pay me now so I know you aren't going to try and escape paying me. I've had that happen too many times already. After that was said, Naruto pulled out a bundle of notes before counting them and then handing them to the cashier, who then counted the notes himself. Hey kiddo, the fee is 45,000 ryo, you gave me 50,000, the older man stated as he removed 5,000 from the bundle to give back to him. That, sir, is a tip for serving me. Oh yeah, you aren't exactly welcomed everywhere, are you? So you know who I am and are still treating me like a normal customer? Kiddo, you're paying my bills by shopping here. I'd be an idiot if I ran you out. Thank you for that. Now, do you have any materials I could buy? Follow me. Over the next 3 days Naruto built his first gun, spending the first night making the molds for the different parts including the bullets and cartridges. The mold for the bullets allowed the bullet to be nothing more than a solid lump of metal with a seal engraved on both ends. On the second night he filled the molds with chakra-resistant metal except on the trigger, striker and spring, which he used chakra-conductive metal for. He also filled the mold for the bullets with a chakra-conductive metal since in order for them to work how he wanted, they had to be capable of conducting his chakra. 4. On the last night, he engraved seals on certain parts of the gun and then assembled the finished product. It was approximately 40 centimeters long and weighed about 15 kilograms. It was black in color with grooves forming a grip on the handle. 5. It had a reinforcement seal on the inside of the barrel so that it could handle a bigger blast, which it would need to do considering Naruto's method of getting bullets to fly. After assembling the gun itself, he took his time placing the rounds in the 10, 7-shot cartridges he made, before sliding one of them into the handle. All in all, his new weapon was a masterpiece, something he was sure he wouldn't have been capable of making without a vampire's eye for detail or his vixen's knowledge of how to build a gun. When he had finished his work of art, he pointed it at a training dummy that was used to test a new weapon before putting it on display, and pulled the trigger with chakra flowing through his finger. The trigger absorbed the chakra, transferring it to the spring that in turn both activated the striker and transferred the chakra to it, causing it to transfer the chakra to the inactive seal on the back of the first bullet, causing its activation while more chakra flowed to the seal on the front. The difference between the seal on the front and on the back is that the front seal possessed a time delay array, meaning that it would only go off after a certain length of time, currently set at half a second, while the seal on the back didn't have any time delay. That resulted in Naruto's attempt succeeding as the explosive seal at the end propelled the bullet out of the chamber, and as it collided with the dummy, the seal at the front was detonated, completely destroying the target in the process. Holy shit. I can't believe you actually did it, came the cry of the vixen in his head. Heh heh, I told you I could improvise, earning a small laugh from the fox. I guess I should have had more faith in you, huh? It's okay, besides I don't intend on using it that often, but it might come in handy sometime. Yeah, besides it does feel real good to shoot something when you're stressed, she claimed as Naruto left the building, taking all his materials with him, since he didn't want bastards like Hitaki or the Uchiha getting their hands on firearms. As he left the forge, he was greeted by the concerned face of the shopkeeper. Is everything all right? I thought I heard an explosion down there? Yes, though I guess I owe you for a new training dummy, huh? The black-clad gunner stated. Don't worry if you wrecked the training dummy, it's there to be broken. Oh well then, I'll see you again sometime, I'll come by if I ever need to use the forge, and with that he left the store. After all, it was about 6 a.m. and he wanted to be early to see his new sensei. It was 6:30 a.m. and Naruto was already waiting for his sensei at the main gate. As he waited he pulled on a pair of white gloves he bought the previous day. When both his hands were covered he pulled out an inkwell and using a brush, he painted a couple of storage seals contained within a more decorative design, which he burned on permanently with a little chakra, and then sealed his new gun inside the one on his left hand. As soon as he finished doing that he noticed a person walking towards the main gate. They were a 30-or-so-year-old woman with purple hair tied into a pineapple style, and was wearing a fishnet bodysuit with a small orange skirt, shin guards, a small pendant with an open tan trench coat on top of it all. She wore her Hite 8 where it should be, on her forehead. 6. I wonder when the Gaki will get here, the woman said to herself, causing Naruto to realize that this woman was obviously his new sensei, and to think, she was over an hour early. With that in mind he phased into the wall before emerging just over the woman's shoulder as she leaned against it. I'm already here, he whispered directly into her ear, causing her to propel herself away from the wall, before turning to face her assailant, and then going bug-eyed. Holy shit. You're a part of the fucking wall. Cue sweat drop. No, merely capable of becoming intangible, he explained as he phased out of the wall to stand in front of the Jonin. So this is the Kyuubi brat, doesn't seem that bad, I can hear you, what the fuck? The woman shouted as she heard his voice in her head. I take it that Oji-san didn't tell you I possess telepathy then? No, all he said was that I would have fun working with you, which so far, I'm beginning to hate him for suggesting. Anyway, I think introductions are in order. I'm Mitarashi Anko. They're your turn, the newly dubbed Anko started. Very well, my name is Uzumaki Naruto. Alright then, I know that you specifically requested this mission, but I need you to realize that Hokage-sama has added secondary objectives to each part of the mission. Well, first things first, we're heading out to the land of the sea, and with that said the Jonin charged off into the trees as Naruto simply shape-shifted into a colony of bats and made his way to the objective. Anko had been running for a few hours now. The Hokage had told her not to worry about her charge and that he could easily keep up with her. Of course, being told that a mere genin could keep up with her resulted in her ego taking quite the blow, so it wasn't that surprising when she reached the port town that connected the mainland to the land of the sea and suddenly realized that her charge was not behind her. Oh fuck, she muttered to herself. What's wrong, sensei? Naruto's voice asked over her shoulder. Quickly turning around, the Tokubetsu Jonin was shocked to see the blonde leaning against a tree, with no signs of fatigue. If anything, he looked as if he had been resting before she showed up. So, how long have you been here? You don't look like you've been running, she decided to ask him regardless of his previous question. About an hour to an hour and a half, the vampiric ninja stated calmly. Peeved, yeah right, as if you're that much faster than me. Now tell me how long you've really been here, Anko ordered the young man. I just did, and for the record, my method of travel is a lot quicker than the trees. Oh really, then how do you travel? By air, and with that said the young blonde burst into a colony of bats and flew into the small port town. Damn, I have so gotta learn how to do that, the wide-eyed interrogator muttered to herself at the sight, before making her way to find her partner. Naruto was walking around the town market, taking in everything of importance, especially the escalated prices on fish. It was a port town, so fish should be plentiful and therefore cheap, but that didn't appear to be the case, which meant that either something was killing off the fish, or something was scaring off the fishermen. He concluded that the second option seemed more likely. After all, he knew for a fact that monsters were real. He decided that he wouldn't learn anything if he just stood around and as such, decided to ask someone about the prices. He stopped the first person to walk by and quickly asked the individual about the situation. "Excuse me, but would you be so kind as to tell me why the local fish is so expensive? A monster called the Kaima attacks the fishermen's boats, so they're too scared to go out to sea. Now please leave me alone," the stranger said before leaving the area, though not without a large number of hate-filled stares being thrown their way. Naruto noticed this and decided to observe the individual some more. He noticed that the person was a girl not much older than himself with black hair that was formed into two large bangs that framed her face. She wore a blue tunic with bandages acting as a belt, and brown knee-length shorts. Though what Naruto found the most intriguing was the large number of bandages that covered the girl's form, covering her right arm, left leg, forehead, her left cheek and neck. He quickly jumped onto a nearby building and shape-shifted into a small, black household cat, before proceeding to track the young girl down the street, noticing how wherever she went, harsh glares and calls of "monster," "freak," and "why don't you just leave us alone," would follow. The young girl eventually turned down an empty alley, and after checking to make sure no one followed her, sat down next to a dumpster and began to quietly sob to herself. "And that's why I don't like humans," and with that the young girl jumped up and looked at the master of the voice, who was currently sitting on the dumpster she was leaning against with one foot dangling lazily over the edge. "They're so quick to judge, they make their assumptions and consider them fact. They don't care who they hurt because of that. So what makes you different?" the glasses-wearing blonde asked curiously. "Why should I trust you, ninja?" the girl asked with a small hint of aggression in her voice. At her question, countless eyes opened on the sunglasses-wearing blonde's overcoat. "Because monsters judge who you are, not what you are," he stated with a vicious smile, causing the girl's eyes to widen and her to back up, before falling over a trash can. "Wah, what are you?" the now terrified girl shouted at the being before her, as it descended from the dumpster and casually walked up to her. "Me? I'm a monster. Now why don't you tell me your name?" he informed her while using his telepathic abilities to implant a small amount of cooperation into her psyche. "Isaribi," she claimed as she stared into the malicious yet surprisingly accepting eyes of her interrogator. "Well then, Isaribi, why don't you tell me why the townsfolk hate you?" It was a question, but the way he said it made it sound like a demand, one that shouldn't be denied lightly. People disappear and are never seen again. I'm the only one to return," she hastily replied, not wanting to get on this monster's bad side. "I see, so they fear you because you've done something no one else has," and with that sentence the young vampire began to caress the petrified girl's bandaged cheek. That is unusual. It feels like there is something underneath the bandages," he thought as his fingers picked up a very rough texture under his caress. She was quickly snapped out of her stupor as she felt his thumb slide under her bandages and over her hidden features. In her panic she turned and ran away as fast as her legs could carry her before diving head first into the canal just outside of the alley. Even in her current state, she noticed the last sentence the monster said to her, "Embrace what you are, being human is overrated." Anko was definitely pissed. The brat had gone and lost her, and if he died, the council would have her head, not because they liked the brat, no, they would celebrate the kids are under false accusations. Combined with the fact that she was constantly remembering things that she had forgotten, and you have a very aggressive Kunoichi. "Damn it, where the hell is that Gaki?" she shouted in frustration. Just at that moment a young girl wearing bandages ran out in front of her. "Embrace what you are, being human is overrated," and with that the girl dived headfirst into the sea. Looking down the alley the girl came from, she saw the person she was searching for in the first place. "Hello sensei, I was just investigating the area, and discovered a couple of interesting things," the fedora-wearing genin stated, completely unfazed by her currently murderous presence. "What the fuck were you just doing?" the purple-haired woman asked through gritted teeth. Finding out about the village pariah, Turns out her name is Isaribi and she isn't human, the vampire stated before walking past his partner. Wait. What do you mean she isn't human? She has scales under those bandages. She might have been human once, but she isn't now. So that girl had scales. I wonder, could she be the Kaima? So you are aware of the Kaima. I take it that our secondary objective has something to do with it? Yeah, we're supposed to investigate and neutralize the threat it poses to this country. But we only need to neutralize the threat, not the Kaima itself, am I correct? If we could find out why it attacks people and find a way to stop it, then I guess we could let it live. Good, I already have a suspicion concerning the Kaima's reasons, that is, if Isaribi is the Kaima. I take it you already know our primary objective then, Anko asked for confirmation. Destroy Gado's storehouse and all of its guards in Warehouse 4, Pier 2, the sapphire-eyed boy stated with a vicious smirk. I think it is time to get to work. The sun was setting and we find two Konoha ninja standing in front of a large brick warehouse with large steel doors preventing anyone from getting in. Of course the large steel doors had never come into contact with a vampire's boot before. The 30-something thugs assigned to guard the merchandise couldn't believe their eyes. Someone had quite literally kicked the door in. A 5-ton steel door had just been kicked off its hinges and thrown at least 10 feet from the frame. Looking at the newly made entrance, they saw a short guy wearing strange black clothes, being gawked at by a woman wearing a tan trench coat. I was obvious she didn't expect the result either. Before anyone had regained enough sense to speak, the boy disappeared and the next thing they know, one of their group had a hand impaled through their heart, before they dropped down, all light leaving their eyes as the thug's blood began to move towards, then up the creature that broke down the door, before it was seemingly absorbed into its clothes and skin. Kill it! One of them shouted, obviously the leader. At that call every thug in the room snapped out of their comas and ran towards their enemy, with their makeshift weapons drawn. They kept getting closer and closer, and their target didn't even seem to care. One of them arced their cleaver back and then swung at the still motionless killer, before feeling the satisfying resistance of metal meeting flesh. Then as soon as it started it finished, the boy's head flew through the air, before landing on the bare ground, as his body collapsed. Shit. Anko couldn't believe it. The brat had effortlessly kicked down a door that guy probably couldn't even budge, killed a man in an instant, and then just let himself get decapitated, leaving her on her own against more than 30 enemies. Not that they were a problem, but still, the Hokage would be really pissed that she had just let the brat die, and she would pay dearly for it. Hey look, that woman looks like she'd be a good fuck, one of the random thugs shouted out, completely unaware of what was going on behind him. After all, the guy did think that the fear in the woman's eyes was because of him. Of course, the giant bubbling mass of eye-covered darkness wasn't making a sound as an enormous maw filled to the brim with teeth easily twice the size of a man appeared on the thing, before it opened and the mass lunged forward, effortlessly devouring 5 of the warehouse guards before they even realized that there was something behind them. Everybody was frozen as the anamorphous mass of darkness began to shrink and the countless eyes began to close, until only a human-shaped being with 2 eyes remained. As the darkness disappeared from its features, the entire room was shocked to see the boy that was previously decapitated. Now, did you seriously think I would just let you amputate my head if it would kill me? The glasses-wearing psycho asked, his voice saturated with amusement. How? The Kunoichi asked in disbelief at the sight before her. How? Because I'm immortal, of course, the former Jinchuriki stated as if it was obvious. One of the thugs who managed to shake himself from his stupor and decided to try and kill the creature from behind, soon found his head missing, courtesy of a giant cleaver that emerged from the blonde's back, which was soon followed by a large man wearing bandages over his face. Ah, yes, allow me to introduce you to one of my familiars, Momochi Zabuza, the demon of the bloody mist, Naruto stated calmly as Zabuza proceeded to completely emerge from the vampire's back. Of course, the fact that a large man with an even larger sword had seemingly grown off of what the group had already decided could only be a monster or demon, they did the only thing they could think of, panic. They rushed around, quickly getting decapitated by Zabuza's blade, or impaled by Naruto's hand. Anko could only stand there, looking on at the carnage that befell the area as her monster of a partner effortlessly dished out death, with all the bloodshed pooling all around the floor of the warehouse. It took less than half a minute for the duo of Naruto and Zabuza to slaughter every last guard, leaving nothing more than corpses and a blood-soaked floor. Well, this is going to take a while to clean up, deadpanned the still stunned Tokubetsu Jonin. Just a moment, when the blonde said this, all the blood started to flow towards. Then cover the blonde before getting absorbed by his skin and clothes, leaving a perfectly clean room and a wide-eyed woman. Now for the next point of business, he continued before walking towards a large box covered with a brown sheet which he quickly threw off to reveal a cage, filled with people wearing nothing more than rags. Other than that, they had nothing in common. There were men, women, adults, children, old people, it didn't matter. The cage was filled with all sorts of people. Every crate in this place is filled with the same merchandise, the blonde stated, receiving a dirty look from his sensei before she started looking around and realized that there was probably about 300 crates in the warehouse. Why did you refer to these people as merchandise? The purple-haired Kunoichi asked with a dangerous edge to her voice. She clearly didn't like what he was insinuating. Because until we free these people, they are slaves and technically, merchandise. So let's get on with our job already. And with that the two of them proceeded to release the captives for the next couple of hours. So why aren't you flying to the island? Enko asked as they walked across the sea to reach their new destination. Because for some reason which I don't understand, I can't fly over moving water. None of my kind can. 1. Though using chakra to walk on it seems to simulate dry land, he explained. Okay, that doesn't make sense. I know, Sue, if that Isaribi girl is the Kaima, then why do y'all think she is doing what she is? If Isaribi is the Kaima, then I believe that someone might be tricking her into working for them, probably claiming that they can cure her, probably bullshit as well. What makes you think that? Let's just call it a hunch. In reality, during their brief encounter he had used his telepathic abilities. TWHAT sort of person she was, but he didn't want to say that. Okay, so what do you propose we do? We find whoever it is that's using her and expose them, then she should stop terrorizing the community and can, hopefully, get on with her life. So you aren't a complete asshole then? Only to people who aren't my enemies. Neither of the two noticed the large fish-like creature slowly submerging itself after their conversation. It took the pair a couple of hours to reach the largest of the islands and the sun was rising. Enko immediately left to find somewhere to sleep, deciding not to argue when the blonde told her that he didn't need to sleep at all. So while Enko was sleeping in a nearby hotel, Naruto decided to get a head start and find Isaribi, which didn't take as long as he expected. Why don't you die, ya monster? Shouted a small child as he threw a stone at the kneeling girl, while a crowd of other young children shouted insults at her. The group was currently gathered on a beach with several large rocks scattered around the area, but most importantly, there was a small hut that was desecrated with graffiti exclaiming things such as, "Monster," "Die demon scum," etc. It was Isaribi's home, nothing more than a simple shack that everyone took their fear and anger out on when they were drunk or having a bad day. You know, attacking a monster is stupid, since either it or one of its friends might kill you for it. The child who threw the stone heard in his ear as he felt a sharp, cold sensation on his throat. Daring to look down, he saw that someone had placed a real kunai to his throat. Deciding to follow the arm attached to it, he pissed his pants when an eye opened up on the person's sleeve. Everyone was looking at the strange person, his excessively large hat, his black suit, his massive coat and his tinted sunglasses. All in all, he looked weird in the burning sun. Now why don't you children run away before I decide that you'd make a decent meal, Naruto said as he removed his kunai from the child's throat. The group decided that they would be best not sticking around and legged it. Isaribi didn't know what to do. She knew that the being before her didn't mean her any harm, however, it was an unknown. She knew nothing of its abilities, other than it having extreme skills in stealth. Hello Isaribi, I would like a little chat with you, the blonde stated as he walked up to the young girl. You already know what I am, what else do you want? She asked him quietly as she kept her head down and her eyes diverted. So you admit that you are the Kaima? At her nod he continued, why do you terrorize these people? What does it matter? Because depending on your answer I will either spare you, or kill you. If you don't answer then I will get that information the hard way. You mean torture? Isaribi spat out. No, I mean invading your mind or drinking your blood. At this comment the heavily bandaged girl's eyes went wide and she finally looked at the boy in front of her. What? I'm a monster. Some of my abilities include telepathy and the ability to assimilate memories by drinking blood, he claimed with a shrug. After thinking about what the black-clad person said, she decided to bite her finger, drawing a small amount of blood in the process, before offering it to him. Fine, if you can learn person's memories by drinking their blood, then experience mine, she stated, looking straight into the eyes of the strange creature before her. Upon being offered, Naruto slowly bent down and did as prompted. He licked her blood from the small cut, experiencing every memory she had ever had, being kidnapped at a young age, being experimented on by a man named Amachi who worked for the traitorous ninja, Orochimaru of the Sannin, being released as an incomplete specimen and getting ordered to kidnap people and destroy boats in exchange for the cure. He saw it all, and by the end of it, he understood. I hope you realize that you cannot trust the word of anyone who willingly works with Orochimaru. They're never honest or good people, he stated as he finished assimilating her memories. So it's the only option I have, she claimed quietly as depression sank in. No, you could easily live with your changes, as I said before, being human is overrated, or if you really want, I could kill Amachi and absorb his memories and skills, and if he has a way of curing you, do it instead of him. At the last part, the young girl looked up in shock. This stranger would help her if Amachi could, of course. What do you want in return? I may be a monster, but I'm not evil. Well, I am to my enemies, but you're not my enemy. What do you want? You're not going to let it go until I say something I want, are you? No, what do you think, Vicky-chan? Huh? Why are you asking me? 'Cause you're more cunning than me. Why not get her to go to Konoha with you? Why? You know, company or something like that. I really don't know what to ask of her, Kyubi stated in his head. Well, it is the only idea we have, so, why not? You are to come to Konoha with me and my sensei. What? Is that all? Hey, I don't exactly have anything I want off you. This is the only thing I could think of to get you to drop it, he answered honestly. It was clear by now that the girl had lost all fear of the boy in front of her. Yeah, he was weird. Yeah, he could be scary, but he just wasn't evil enough to consider him dangerous to anyone who he didn't dislike. Anyway, I think I'll go and kill Amachi now, he stated nonchalantly. Huh? How can you say something like that so easily? Like what? That you're going to kill someone, because they deserve it, and I know that he will be the one to die, since I can't, he stated calmly before walking away from the still kneeling girl. He's very strange, Isaribi stated to herself when she could no longer see him. Naruto had easily found the island that the research base Amachi worked in was on and quickly made his way inside the area. He was easily capable of detecting the presence on the other side of the security cameras watching his every move thanks to his telepathy, not that it mattered to him. He soon found a large room filled with large cylinders that each contained a mutated organism of some kind, when the doors locked and walls lifted, revealing 3 large lion-like creatures that had obviously been starved if the look in their eyes was anything to go by. Oh, would you look at that, fast food, he said as one of them lunged at him, only for him to grab its leg and with a quick jerk of his arm, rip it off before using the limb to clobber the beast's head with, shattering its skull and sending it flying into the wall, creating a large crater where it impacted. And it's a home run, he shouted out, greatly confusing his spectator on the other end of the security camera. The other lions decided that they might have a better chance of eating if they ignored their prey and ate their former ally, effectively removing them from the equation. Well, that was boring, Naruto deadpanned before kicking down the door leading deeper into the lab, but before leaving the room, he looked at the camera and stated with a grin, Naruto 1, Amachi 0. It didn't take long for Naruto to make his way to Amachi's chamber, where the scientist was already there waiting for him. Hello there, Naruto, was it? I have a few questions for you, the man stated calmly as he walked towards the young vampire. He had gray hair, slanted eyes and a large nose, while he wore a gray suit covered with a basic white lab coat. Really? Well then feel free to ask, Amachi-san, the blonde said with a grin. Well, first things first, how do you know my name? Trade secret, Q sweat drop. What the hell did you mean, home run? A very old sport called baseball, involved some dude throwing a ball at a guy with a club, and if the guy with the club could hit the ball outside the arena, which by the way is several times larger than the Konoha Chunin exam arena, it would be called a home run, Naruto explained to the now scientist. Well now, if you know about me then you should already know that I'm not much of a fighter, so I'll just leave here now and you are RGH, the psychotic scientist started, only to find his chest exploding after getting hit in the back. As the gray-haired man fell forward, his vision darkened as he looked towards his killer, and noticed the smoking device in his hand, then everything went black. Well, that was boring, Naruto deadpanned before absorbing Amachi's blood, allowing him to learn everything about all the inhuman experiments that were performed in the building he was currently standing. He was just a little annoyed when he realized that Amachi didn't have a cure for Isaribi's condition, meaning he couldn't help do anything more than learn to embrace the monster she had become. She is going to be very unhappy about this, he thought to himself. You sound almost sad about that, Victoria stated in his head. I guess so, she is the second nicest person I've met. Who's the nicest? You of course, and continuing his conversation with Kyuubi he left the island to find Anko and Isaribi. When Anko woke up, the first thing she saw was a black-clad blonde staring down at her. I have to say, wearing your birthday suit isn't the warmest way to sleep, he smirked at her. Pervert. And with that cry she decked him into the wall, only to realize that she wasn't naked. Huh, I thought you said I was in my birthday suit. I did, purely to see what kind of reaction I'd get off you, and you didn't disappoint either. Anyway, I've completed the mission. Turns out Isaribi was being tricked by an old acquaintance of yours, a scientist called Amachi, who claimed he had a cure for her condition, which he actually didn't. So right now, Amachi is dead and Isaribi might be coming with us to Konoha, he claimed, causing a tick to appear over Anko's eye. So you're telling me that I've got to put up with babysitting a little girl while you go flying back to Konoha? She asked with a dangerous edge to her voice. No, I'll be taking complete responsibility for her, so we will be traveling at your pace, the blonde assured her. Okay then. Where is she? I've yet to pick her up. The pair eventually reached the beach that the young girl's hut was located, and Naruto noticed her sitting on a rock, gazing out to the sea. I'm sorry to inform you that Amachi didn't know how to cure you. His plan was to dissect you when he had finished using you, Naruto calmly informed the girl, though if you listened closely enough you could hear the sadness in his voice. So I'll never be human again. Maybe, maybe not. It is entirely possible that there is someone who could potentially cure your condition if you wanted them to, but the question is, do you want them to? If you asked me before I met you, then my answer would have been yes. However now, I'm not sure anymore, the dark-haired girl said with a distant tone. It was obvious that she was thinking, though what she was thinking about was a mystery. Sigh. Not all humans are worthless, it's just that the majority usually rejects the minority, and sometimes, that rejection can take the forms of physical or psychological abuse. So all in all, as a species, humans are dumb, fearful and spiteful creatures. At least monsters don't share those characteristics, the blonde explained to her. So, are you going to stay here or come with us to Konoha? That, she pointed at her shack, is all I have here. Maybe if I go to Konoha I'll find something to live for, she claimed, earning a warm smile from the normally cold or sadistic Genin. I hope you do. You're too nice to live like this, he said, gesturing to the area they were currently conversing in. Are you two going to take all day, or are we going to head back to Konoha now? The trenchcoat-wearing, purple-haired Kunoichi asked in irritation. Sorry, I just need to get packed, it shouldn't take long, and with that, Isaribi entered her hut and began to pack everything that mattered to her. It didn't take long. Okay, I'm ready, the fish girl stated as she exited her home with a small backpack strapped on. About time, let's go. I don't want to have to water walk all the way back to the mainland, so I want to make sure we catch a boat this time, Anko said while throwing a glare at the blonde, and to make matters worse, I haven't even had a chance to kill anything. Feel free to decapitate me then. I want to kill you, no, make sure it dies, you know, that little thing you don't know how to do, the Kunoichi stated with a little bit of killing intent directed at the blonde. TCH, fine then, we'll find a bandit camp for you to slaughter on the way back, happy with that? Naruto stated in an attempt to compromise. Yeah, that'll do, and with that, the group made their way to a port to catch the next boat and head back to Konoha with Isaribi in tow. Naruto, Anko and Isaribi were currently standing outside Konoha's main gate. For once Naruto had decided to travel on foot, just so Isaribi didn't feel abandoned. Then the fact that they had to find a bandit camp for Anko to slaughter took more time, so in the end the journey took 3 days instead of 8 hours. As the group walked towards the entrance, they were met by a pair of Chunin who asked for identification. Mitarashi Anko and Uzumaki Naruto returning from an A-rank mission in the Land of the Sea, the older woman stated officially. And the third member of your party? Someone looking for residence within Konoha, Naruto stated calmly, resulting in the group being granted access. After entering the village, Naruto quickly noticed the Anbu shadowing the group, probably to ensure Isaribi wasn't a danger to the public. "Hello Anko, Naruto, how did your mission go?" the Hokage asked them as they entered his office. "I hated it. That fucking brat did everything on his own. I didn't get a chance to kill anything until after he completed the mission," Anko claimed angrily. "We had to find a bandit camp to sat her bloodlust," the blonde said before the Hokage could ask any questions. "I see. Anyway Naruto, I think you will be happy to know that while you were killing people in sea, I sent several squads of Anbu to all the different places on the files you gave me. Gado's empire is officially destroyed, even the rackets he had going in Konoha," the old man informed them. "That's good to hear. Anyway, I'm sure you are wondering who my friend here is," Naruto stated, receiving a nod of confirmation from the old man. "Her name is Isaribi, and she is the Kaima." This caused the girl's eyes to widen at how easily he told the man in front of her who she was. "Explain," was the order given with a curious tone from the Hokage. "She was experimented on by one of Orochimaru's underlings," cue a growl from the village leader, who tricked Isaribi into attacking people in exchange for reversing the process, which gives her unrivaled aquatic capabilities. "I see, so Isaribi, why have you come to Konoha?" Taking a step forward, Isaribi made her request. "Hokage-sama, I wish to start a life within Konoha, if only to find people who don't treat me like a disease." "Do you wish to join our shinobi forces?" "No, I just want to live a normal life, please let me live here," she pleaded. "Very well, if you had wanted to become a shinobi then I would have had to arrange several tests for you. That is the only reason why I asked if you wanted to be one. Other than that," he stated as he pulled several sheets of paper out of his desk, "I'll need you to fill out these forms if you wish to become a civilian. Then we can arrange somewhere for you to stay until you can find your own place." "She can stay in my apartment," Naruto stated quickly, "since I discarded my humanity. I no longer need to sleep or rest, so I have no real need for accommodations." "I see, is that all right with you Isaribi?" "Yes, thank you Hokage-sama. Thank you Naruto-kun," the fish girl said quietly. "That is quite all right, now on to more pressing issues. Naruto, I need you to promise that you won't go ballistic at what I'm abled." Man continued, receiving a nod from the young vampire. "Do you remember when you asked me who your parents were?" "Yes, you lied to me and said you didn't know," the blonde genin stated calmly, causing the aged Cage to go wide-eyed. "You knew. Only that you were lying, even if you were never told who my parents were. As the Hokage you could have easily accessed my birth records, so there was no reason you couldn't have known," explained the boy. "I see. Please understand that both your parents had many enemies, and if it got out that you were their child then you would have been in even more danger than you already were. So you kept the truth hidden for my protection, and now that I don't need protection, you're going to reveal my heritage to the world, huh?" the black-clad genin interpreted. "That depends on what you want Naruto. You see, considering who your parents are and your unique abilities, the council are likely to place you under the CRA if your heritage is revealed, so it is up to you if I reveal the truth," the aged Hokage stated. "What do you think Vicky-chan?" the boy mentally asked one of his tenants. "I'm not too bothered about this CRA thingy, just as long as you give me the most attention then I'm fine about it," the kitsune replied. "Very well Hokage-sama, I agree, under the condition that if any members of the council try to force me into an arranged marriage, I can kill them," the vampiric genin stated with a sadistic grin. "Naruto, you do realize that murdering a member of the council is considered an act of treason and can get you executed, right?" the old man stated in concern. "So, the law states that an execution involves decapitating the offending party. It doesn't say anything about what to do if the offending party survives the decapitation," prompting a large sweat drop from everyone. "Even if that is the case, I would prefer to not have to find replacements for the retards on the civilian council," the Hokage stated, causing Isaribi to splutter at the way he referred to the people whom represented the civilian portion of the village. "What's wrong Isaribi?" Naruto asked calmly. "What's wrong? The Hokage just called the civilian council a bunch of retards, that's what's wrong. You've never been to a council meeting before, so you wouldn't know just how corrupt that side of the council is," Anko stated calmly, causing the young girl's eyes to widen. "Indeed, the council is always trying to get me executed, banished or punished for something I never did," Naruto explained to her. "I see," stated the downcast girl. "So I'm not allowed to kill them," Naruto stated, receiving a nod from the old man. "Can I at least maim them?" "No Naruto, you cannot cause any kind of physical or mental harm to the council." Then can I at least scare the shit out of them? After a couple of minutes thinking it over, the Hokage gave his response. Very well, just make sure that you don't overdo it. Eliciting a cruel smirk from the blonde. Anyway, your mother's name was Uzumaki Kushina. You inherited most of your personality before your change from her. She was quite the tomboy, always getting into fights, and she also had quite a love for ramen. As the Hokage was talking, Enko looked on in amazement. The kid in front of her was the son of the aka Shi. One of the very small number of S-ranked Kunoichi, famous for her mastery of Genjutsu and Iryojutsu. 2. Along with her mastery with a blade, she was a truly formidable opponent. As for your father, his name was Namikaze Minato, the Yondaime Hokage. What? Anko shouted out. You mean to tell me that this fucking village has been abusing the son of the person who saved Konoha? Sarutobi couldn't bring himself to make a reply to that comment. After a few minutes the silence was broken by Naruto. I need to be alone for now, I'll be sitting on the monument if you need me, and with that he burst into a colony of bats and flew to the top of his father's head. Do you think he'll be alright? The purple-haired Kunoichi asked her leader. I don't know, Anko, I don't know, was all he could say in reply. Naru-kun, are you okay? Victoria asked the young blonde as he sat on top of the Hokage monument. I don't know, I'm not sure what to think of this development. My own father was the one who condemned me to being the village's scapegoat, but from what I've heard, he had faith in this shithole and they betrayed his dying wish. He didn't want me to suffer, but even so, he was a fool to trust humans like that, Naruto thought to her. I understand what you're thinking, but not all humans are bad, Vicky reassured him. Yes, however, a group of people is a completely different situation, the vampire thought back. I guess I can't argue with that, huh? If you did, you would be lying to yourself. Will you forgive him? Not now, maybe when I'm older, but for now, I can't bring myself to forgive him for trusting this village, the blonde thought. But can you forgive him for sealing me inside you? Hey, I have nothing against his actions to save the village, he did what he had to, so I don't hate him for that, but as I said before, I don't know if I'll ever forgive him for trusting these assholes, he claimed as he looked out over the village. Uzumaki-san, Hokage-sama requests your presence in the council chambers, a bear-masked Anbu informed him as he continued to gaze over the village. Thank you for informing me, Kuma-san, the blonde stated tonelessly before making his way to the council chambers. What is this about? Sarutobi spat out a heavily bandaged, one-armed man wearing a formal kimono as the council gathered. You will find out when the meeting has started, Danzo, the aged Hokage stated with venom in his voice. Just then the council doors opened to reveal a boy cloaked in a black overcoat with a large rimmed fedora hiding his features. Who the hell do you think you are barging into a council meeting? Shouted out a pink-haired civilian, causing everyone to go temporarily deaf. Someone who is more than happy to remove your larynx if you don't shut up, the figure stated coldly, causing many of the civilians to cry in outrage at the fact that this person had just threatened a council member. Are you certain I can't kill them? The figure asked, causing the whole room to go silent. I'm reconsidering it after this display, the Hokage responded. Not to appear disrespectful, Hokage-sama, but who the fuck is this kid? A feral-looking woman with slitted eyes and two large triangular tattoos on her cheeks asked. This is Uzumaki Naruto, the old leader responded, earning cries of, kill the demon, and, it should be executed right now for that threat, enough. And with that shout the entire room became silent. By the way, old one eye, Naruto said when the group had stopped talking, earning growls from the civilians, if you try using that eye on anyone, I will rip it and the other 10 out, do you understand? This caused two reactions, confusion and in Danzo's case, shock and fear, though he managed to hide it well. I have no idea what you are talking about, boy, the old warhawk stated calmly. Yes, Naruto, I would appreciate it if you would inform me exactly what you're talking about, the Hokage said to the blonde. Oh, that's simple. Danzo here has implanted the right eye of one Uchiha Shisui, the blonde stated, earning several gasps from the entire council, and his right arm is currently holding 10 salvaged Sharingan and the Shodai Hokage's genes. Now this caused outrage even among the civilian section of the council. What evidence do you have that I have done such things? Danzo asked, trying to find out how this child knew of his secrets, while signaling for his root forces to prepare for extraction. What's wrong, Danzo? Afraid that you'll lose against Hokage-sama even with 11 Sharingan in the Mokuton? I thought your precious Izanagi was supposed to be unbeatable. the blonde stated with a sadistic grin causing the bandaged man to pale. Damn it. How does this brat know about my experiments? Danzo thought to himself, and was truly received, because I can read your mind. I see, so you've stolen the Yamanaka clan's techniques, the corpse robber stated. On the contrary, my telepathic capabilities are supernaturally occurring, not chakra-based, Naruto explained nonchalantly, earning looks of confusion around the room. Oh yeah, I forgot you don't know any Latin. Telepathy is the ability to read and manipulate others' minds, similar to the Yamanaka's, only my abilities are not techniques. So if I am interpreting this correctly, then you're saying you're not human, a shinobi wearing a high-collared jacket and sunglasses stated in monotone. That is correct. So you even admit that you are the Kyuubi? A random civilian shouted before collapsing due to the deadly aura being emitted by the Hokage. Donkanori. You just broke my law, one that is officially stated as punishable by death. The Hokage didn't get time to finish before there was a loud bang and flash as the meme's head exploded in a shower of blood, bone and chunks of flesh. Everyone sat there wide-eyed at the death that just happened right before their eyes. No one knew what happened, except one, punishable by death, Naruto stated as he gave off a cruel grin while pointing his still-smoking gun where the man's head used to be. Snapping out of their shock, the civilians proceeded to empty the contents of their stomachs onto the floor, while the shinobi side shifted their gaze to the still-smirking blonde. That was when they noticed that all the blood was rapidly flowing towards the boy before it met his feet. That was when it got really weird in the shinobi's eyes. The blood kept flowing, but seemed to just disappear at the boy's feet, until there was nothing left. What the hell? The feral-looking woman decided to voice the question on everyone's minds. Where did all the blood go? Oh, don't worry, I just drank it all, Naruto answered nonchalantly, causing yet more confusion among the council. What do you mean drank it all, and why the hell would you want to drink someone's blood? A man with blue eyes and long blonde hair tied in a ponytail asked. What I mean is that I absorbed the blood, and the reason why I would want to is because in order to survive Team 7's mission to Wave, I was forced to discard my humanity, and blood is now my sustenance, the vampiric genin explained, earning gasps from the people occupying the room, excluding Sarutobi, Hyuga Hiyashi, Aburame Shibi and Danzo. However interesting that is, I believe we've gone off track. We were supposed to be investigating Danzo, a pineapple-haired man stated, wanting to get the meeting over with. I would rather discover where Uzumaki-san got such a weapon, an old woman stated calmly. I built it, came his calm reply. Stop lying, you stupid monster. There's no way you could possibly make such a dangerous weapon. A random civilian shouted out, resulting in several glares courtesy of the shinobi side. Finally, they all looked at the young blonde to find him. Happy? Finally someone gets it? Gets what, Uzumaki-san? The high-collared shinobi asked. She called me a monster, not a demon. It's good to see that there are some people who can actually call me the right thing, he explained, causing yet more confusion. I do not understand what you are implying, Uzumaki-san, the high-collared man stated. I am not a demon. He received many glares from the suspiciously quiet civilian council at that comment. But I am a monster. The two things are completely different. Demons are born demons. Monsters are born human and lose their humanity for one reason or another. WHO cares what this demon bastard says. He murdered a highly respected council member. One of the civilians finally lost their composure and shouted at the rest. Don't the words, punishable by death, mean anything to you people? Naruto asked, genuinely curious about the level of retardation the civilians had. Shut up. At the Hokage's yell, the council quietened down. Now, we will get through things today. First of all, Anbu uncovered Danzo's eye. Root. With that cry from the bandaged individual, 8 masked shinobi emerged from the shadows and were about to flank the Warhawk, when with several loud bangs and flashes of light, they suddenly found themselves missing chunks of their anatomy. Now Danzo, I'm pretty certain that Hokage-sama ordered you to disband that little group of yours years ago, the blonde stated with a grin, his gun smoking from the rapid shots. Of course, with his private Anbu dying and incapable of moving, Danzo decided to cut his losses and run, but even that failed spectacularly, when a fox's head more than 5 times the size of his body and covered in eyes shot from Naruto and devoured the Warhawk in a matter of seconds before retreating back into the blonde. The demon's escaping. The pink-haired counselor shouted at the scene. Oh, shut the fuck up. Kyuubi is under my complete control, so nothing bad will happen unless you decide to piss me off, Naruto claimed as he finished processing Danzo's memories. And how exactly are you controlling the Kyuubi? The feral-looking woman asked nervously. It's simple really, Kyuubi's power and soul have been separated, and I've assimilated the power. In other words, Kyuubi's power is now mine, the blonde explained. I should have brought some aspirin, the Hokage thought as he realized that he had come to develop quite the headache from this meeting, and they hadn't even started the only item on the agenda. That doesn't matter. I order you to give that weapon to Uchiha Sasuke immediately, the pink-haired counselor demanded with a smirk. No, Naruto responded without so much as thinking it over. How dare you defy me? You will give that weapon to the last Uchiha. He deserves it more than a demon like you, the bitch shouted. That is enough, Haruno. Naruto is one of my ninja. You cannot try to order him to do anything. The Hokage shouted, causing the entire council to pale at the killing intent the old man was releasing. Now, we will move on to the only item on the agenda that you have been delaying with your pointless bickering, Naruto's heritage. Why would you call a meeting over the boy's heritage? A pale-eyed man asked calmly. I kept his heritage a secret because he was unable to defend himself from his parents' enemies until now. At this comment, every member of the council focused all their attention on the old leader. Naruto's parents were Uzumaki Kushina and Namikaze Minato. Liar. There's no way that demon is related to Yondaime-sama. Again a civilian shouted at the Hokage, but this one found himself embedded in a wall after his outburst. Be quiet while Hokage-sama is speaking, human, the blonde growled out at the struggling merchant. Calm down, Naruto, Sarutobi stated calmly. And if any of you wish to deny my claim, then I can easily give you evidence to prove that it is true. With that said, he pulled out a folder to prove his point. After everyone had read the file, the room descended into chaos once again. He should be placed under the CRA. We must ensure the survival of the Yondaime's genes, the pink-haired civilian shouted out. Oh, really? And what's so special about the Yondaime's genes, the young blonde asked. Shut up. The Yondaime was a great man. Then why did you disregard his dying wish? Was the next question raised by the young vampire. That doesn't matter, you are to be placed under the CRA. I'll prepare a contract for you to marry my daughter, Haruno claimed with a grin. Only if you don't mind your daughter's death being on your hands. I will not marry anyone I don't want to, do you understand? And if any of you attempt to force or trick me into marriage, then I will kill both you and your daughters, the Victorian-styled genin stated coldly. How dare you threaten us? I dare to threaten you because unlike you, I have the strength to carry out my threats, the blonde stated calmly, earning small chuckles from the shinobi side of the council. Now Naruto, since your heritage has been revealed, it is time for you to receive tea if it comes from your mother's side. Due to her being a princess of the former Whirlpool country, but your father earned a large sum of money and gained many assets due to the large number of missions he performed in the Third Shinobi War and during his tenure as Hokage. The current Hokage stated before removing a package from his robes. This package contains your parents' accounts and the keys and a map to your father's house, the aged ninja said before handing the package to the young blonde. If that is everything, I will take my leave now. After receiving a nod from the Hokage, Naruto left the chamber. Since the agenda has been completed, this meeting is adjourned. Now leave, Sarutobi stated, resulting in all but 3 individuals leaving the room. Kaharu, Homura, why have you remained behind? The aged leader asked. We have stayed behind to discuss that strange weapon Uzumaki-san used, the old woman from before stated, followed by the nod of an old man. I have never seen that weapon before today, I don't even know what it is. That is not the reason we wish to speak with you concerning it. You saw how dangerous it was. Even if Konoha only had access to half a dozen, we could easily destroy any force that decides to go to war with us, the old man stated. Perhaps Homura, but the fact of the matter is that only Naruto knows anything about that weapon he wields. If you wish to obtain copies for military dominance, then you will have to speak to him about it. And with that said, the last 3 occupants of the room left. Are you enjoying Konoha Isaribi? The blonde asked as he emerged from a wall next to the bandaged girl. Ah. Do you always have to scare me like that, Naruto? She asked when she got over her surprise. Yes, I do. Anyway, would you like a tour of the village? He asked kindly. Sure, was the fish girl's response. After a quick tour of town, we find the pair sitting at Naruto's favorite establishment, Ichiraku's Ramen. Well, hello there Naruto, I nearly didn't recognize you. Who's your friend? The middle-aged owner of the store greeted the young blonde. It's good to see you again Tuchi Oji-san. This is Isaribi. I met her on my last mission outside Konoha, the blonde explained to the ramen chef. So Isaribi, why are you covered in bandages? The man asked, causing the girl to flinch. It's okay Isaribi. This man is one of the kindest and least judgmental humans around, Naruto reassured her with a hand placed on her shoulder. With Naruto's reassurance, the young girl proceeded to remove some of her bandages, revealing her scale-covered skin to the man. I see, you're different to normal people huh? Well if you ever need help, me and my daughter will be more than happy to lend a hand, Tucci told her, earning a grateful look off the girl. So what will you two be having? First bowls free. Large miso with roasted pork fillet, Naruto stated with a grin. What he's having, was Isaribi's response. Coming right up, Ayame, 2 large misas with roasted pork fillet. The owner shouted as he entered the kitchen. I take it you've never had ramen before, Naruto stated after the man entered the back. Yeah, I've never tried ramen. Well then, I hope you like it, I know I do. The pair sat in silence for a while, until Isaribi decided to ask something she was curious about. How did the council meeting go? Oh, I was placed under the CRA, had a pink-haired whore try to marry her daughter off to me and had the same whore try to steal my secrets. Other than that, I only killed 2 members of the council, the blonde explained nonchalantly. You actually killed 2 council members? The dark-haired girl stated incredulously. Well, technically I killed one and ate the other, but both are dead, Naruto responded just as the owner and his daughter came out the back. What did you kill and eat Naruto? Tucci asked in confusion. Oh nothing important, the blonde replied as the man placed their bowls down. Okay then, enjoy, the chef said before going through the back. So who's your girlfriend Naru-chan? The chef's daughter teased. She was about 17 with long brown hair that was tied back, she was wearing a basic white robe. This is Isaribi. I met her on my last mission, and I don't have a girlfriend, you should know that Ayame Nichan, he answered completely undeterred by the waitress's attempt to embarrass him. You definitely seem calmer now, did something happen? The woman asked with concern clear in her voice. On my first mission outside the village, I was nearly killed, the blonde started, receiving a shocked look from his sister figure. I only survived by discarding my humanity. From that moment on, I ceased being human. My change in personality was caused by seeing my entire life flash before my eyes and some of the abilities I now possess. But you're still Naruto, right? The girl asked with a hint of desperation in her voice. In some ways, yes, but in most ways, no, was Naruto's answer. I see, anyway, have fun, I've got to get back to work, Ayame said with a hint of sadness in her eyes. After the waitress entered the back, the pair started to eat their meals, that is until an unwelcome voice made itself known. Naruto Baka, what the hell do you think you're doing? Shut up Haruno, we're trying to eat. Don't you tell me to shut up. And what did you do to that girl? The pink-haired banshee shrieked out. Naruto-kun, who is that person? The bandaged girl asked. A former teammate, she's a complete idiot, just like the rest of the team, the black-clad boy stated calmly, causing the pink-haired creature to grow angrier. Don't ignore me you stupid baka. My mother's on the council and will have your head for that, she screamed at him. Yes, I know, I've just come from a council meeting where she tried to marry you off to me, the blonde stated as he took another bite of noodles. My mother would never try to marry me off to a demon like you, I'll marry Sasuke-kun and Sasuke-kun only. Really? Whether or not your mother would try to marry you off or not, you should turn down the volume before you break something, the vampire stated. Naruto-kun, do you think we could leave now? That girl is giving me a headache, Isaribi asked nicely. Sure. Thanks for the meal Tuchi Oji-san. Naruto shouted through the back, as he and Isaribi got up to leave. Where do you think you're going? Sakura demanded, albeit quieter than normal. That is none of your concern Haruno, the blonde stated as the pair walked past the annoyance, causing the banshee to lose her temper and pull out a kunai and attempt to decapitate him, keyword being attempt. Before she knew what was happening, she found her wrist snapped, leg broken and Naruto's hand clutching her throat. Now Haruno, You do remember the punishment for trying to kill a ninja, right? He asked mockingly before flinging her out of the stall and across the street. The next time you try to kill something, make sure it isn't capable of crushing you in an instant, and with that said the pair left the establishment. So where's your apartment? Isaribi asked when the pair got further away from the pink-haired creature. We're not going to my apartment. Part of my inheritance was a house. Right now we are heading there, since my apartment is a shithole, he explained to her as they continued to walk along the street. So I'm going to be sleeping in your parents' house, she stated as they continued to walk down the street. Yes, this is it, he claimed as they came across a simple two-story house with an overgrown garden. After looking at the building for a few minutes, the blonde walked up to the front door and pulled out the key from the envelope, and as soon as he placed the key inside the keyhole, a seal appeared on the front door. Thanks to Zabuza's memories, he recognized it as a blood seal and quickly cut his finger and swiped the blood across it. Of course, what he forgot was that his body contained the blood of many different people and his own didn't meet the seal, causing its defensive abilities to kick, raising his arm, causing a large volume of blood to hit the seal, allowing his own to reach it and unlock the door. "Aaggggggghhhhh," came the fish girl's scream when the shock of what happened registered. Relax, Isaribi, this is nothing, he reassured her as his arm reformed in front of her eyes. Note to self, if attempting to use blood seals, make sure I'm using the right blood first. Yeah, that would be a wise choice, Victoria said inside his head. Anyway, are you coming in or not? Naruto asked the dark-haired girl as he entered the house, gaining a nod from the girl who quickly entered the building after him. Deep under Konoha, we find a large room currently holding 21 men, with all but one wearing one of two uniforms. 12 of the ninja were wearing black shinobi pants, a black long-sleeved shirt, metallic body armor with shin and arm guards. They were all wearing plain white masks with the kanji for root on the forehead. The 8 wearing the second uniform were standing in front of the others. Their attire consisted of a shin-length white cloak and an animal mask with the kanji for root upon the forehead. Standing facing all of them was an old man, whose right eye and forehead were covered in bandages while his arm was held in a sling. He had short, spiky black hair and an X-shaped scar on his chin. His eye was currently closed as he faced the crowd in a simple kimono. I have new orders for you all, Sai. You are to form a team to run reconnaissance on Orochimaru. Do not let him discover you. This is of utmost importance. Dajimu, Terra, you are to form 2 teams to collect all possible information concerning the Jinchuriki that are not owned by Konoha. Hyo, you and Terai are to form teams to aid you with monitoring Akatsuki. Do not fail. Fu and Torun, you are to head to Kiri and assist in ending the civil war. Help whichever side will be more useful to have in Konoha's debt. Now go. The old man ordered the assembled ninja, as they all disappeared in a blur of speed with a chorus of "Hi Danzo-sama." After the masked soldiers all left, the bandaged man left the room and walked through the many twisting corridors that served as the route headquarters. As the man grew closer to his intended destination, the air gradually lost all warmth, until frost was visible on the walls and floor. Eventually the man walked up to a large vault door, which was easily opened with the correct combination. When the door opened, it revealed a small laboratory filled with metal cupboards, each one containing the most important object Konoha possessed, blood samples. The genetic material of several important figures in Konoha's history were stored in this room, including Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobarama, Uchiha Madara, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the 3 Sannin, Hitaki Sakumo, even Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina. There was even samples from other villages, including several bloodlines such as the Shikatsumiku, Futon, Jinten and Yotan. As the bandaged man entered the room, being certain to close the door behind him, his visage melted into one of a young blonde with bright blue eyes and whisker-like marks adorning his cheeks. To think that Danzo spent so much on this genetic storehouse, a waste, handy for me, but still a waste, the boy muttered to himself as he began to absorb the genetic information contained within the room. The interesting thing concerning most of the genetic information was that, other than the people who were still alive, nearly every sample was taken after the individual had died or were stolen from the hospital, with most of them being from the individuals when they were in their prime. The blonde quickly started absorbing all the samples through his skin, assimilating all the memories and skills each possessed, including the Kekkei Genkai any possessed. What Naruto was truly happy about was his father's blood, since it had been taken after Victoria attacked Konoha, So by absorbing it he learned the legendary Shikifu Jin that was used to seal Vicky in him in the first place. The second technique that piqued the vampire's interest was obtained from Senju Tobarama, a kenjutsu he invented called Kachiyose Edo Tensai, that allowed a person to temporarily resurrect the dead. Of course, the power each technique possessed meant that they required a large sacrifice, a soul for each person resurrected via Edo Tensai, and the user's soul for Shki Fujin. What Naruto realized though, was that unlike others attempting such a technique, he could easily sacrifice one of his spare souls for the jutsu. After he had finished absorbing all the samples he created a Kage Bunshin that morphed into Danzo before he phased through one of the walls muttering, "Just gotta love Kage Bunshin." A little earlier above ground, we find the exact same blonde standing in front of the Hokage, his expression slightly sadistic. "I understand that since you have absorbed Danzo's memories, you will be capable of informing me of his little projects," the aged leader asked with complete certainty. Danzo was occasionally exchanging information on genetic engineering with Orochimaru, who has apparently started his own little hidden village. He kidnapped the odd child to train into one of his root operatives, but other than that, he didn't really do anything except spy on you, the young blonde stated with disappointment clear in his voice. "You sound disappointed. Why?" Sarutobi asked curiously. "Nothing. I was just expecting him to have more hidden than he actually did, combined with the fact that he had all of his root Enbu guarding him in the council chamber when I killed him, and you can see why I'm disappointed," the blonde claimed without showing any signs of lying. "Why would Danzo have all of his puppets guarding him at a simple council meeting?" the old man asked. The man was completely paranoid. He always kept at least 4 of his men within his immediate vicinity. He simply had all of them with him because he didn't have any other mission for them to complete, the blonde stated as the old man let out a sigh. "I take it, he was paranoid that someone might link him to Orochimaru, or discover his corpse robbing," the Fire Shadow stated. "That, plus he didn't trust you or your teammates. For some reason he thought you were attempting to set him up so you could eliminate him without anyone arguing his case," the blonde stated, causing the old man to look even older than he already was. "After all, it's not every day that you discover that the person you once considered your best friend and rival thought you were trying to kill him." "If that is all, Hokage-sama, I need to readjust the blood seal on my parents' house to accept Isaribi," Naruto asked his grandfather figure. "Actually, Naruto, the council wants to promote you to Chunin right now, but I told them that I would ask you first, so do you want to become a Chunin?" "That's strange. I thought they would want me to return to Team 7 so they could show off both the last Uchiha and the son of the Yondaime during the next Chunin exams," the blonde stated with a hint of amusement clear in his voice. "To be honest, the civilian council and my advisors wanted to do that, but the shinobi council want to give the other participants a chance to survive after reading the mission report for your mission to the land of the sea," the leader stated quietly. "How about a compromise then? I will only kill contestants who deserve to get mutilated, like say, the genin from Orochimaru's village, or any spies that decide to enter the exam," the blonde asked with a sadistic grin etched onto his face. "That sounds perfectly acceptable," the Hokage informed the blonde with a small smile tugging at his lips. He could allow Naruto to sat his bloodlust, show off 2 of the most prestigious families in Konoha, weaken Orochimaru's village and possibly eliminate the odd spy at the same time. All in all, it was good anyway. He looked at it, so he quietly handed an entry form for the exam to the blonde. "Now in order for you to enter the exam, you'll need to take that form to room 301 at the academy tomorrow at 9 a.m. Tai Hokage-sama," and with that the blonde sank into the floor, leaving the village leader alone in his office, before disappearing in a puff of smoke. Isaribi didn't know what was going on, but after she woke up, she went downstairs to find a young redhead walking around the living room. Of course she couldn't remember seeing the girl before, so she immediately called out the intruder. "Hey! Who are you?" she shouted, completely forgetting that the building was locked down by blood seals. "Oh, you're awake. Anyway, name's Victoria, I'm Naru-kun's girlfriend, he's told me everything about you," the freckled redhead said happily. "Oh, sorry, I thought you were, breaking and entering," the bandaged girl said sheepishly. "You do realize that this place is locked with blood seals, right? Only people Naru-kun lets in can enter," Vicky asked curiously, causing the dark-haired girl to laugh nervously. "I guess I kinda forgot about that," the scaly girl stated. "By the way, do you know about what happened with Naruto-kun yesterday?" "Oh, it's Naruto-kun, is it?" You know, if it wasn't for the CRA, I'd probably be telling you to keep your hands off my guy, the kitsune told the now furiously blushing girl. And no. That's not it, Isaribi started, only to get interrupted by the redhead. Calm down, it's obvious that you've got a crush on him, and who can blame you? He saved you from a life you hated, killed the man that was using you to get what he wanted, and has accepted you based on who you are, rather than what you've done or what you are. He became your friend when no one else would accept you. I'd be surprised if you didn't have at least a crush on him after that, Kyubi stated seriously, but I'm getting the biggest share of him, understand, she finished mischievously, causing the young girl to blush even more. So do you want some breakfast? Vicky asked after Isaribi returned to her normal color. Yes please, came her response. Only if you're on the menu, came a familiar voice as a pair of arms wrapped around the vixen. I guess we could arrange something, the redhead claimed as she turned around and entered a lip lock with the blonde vampire. Are we going to get some breakfast, or are you two going to kiss each other all day? Isaribi asked with a small blush, causing the pair to stop and look at her. What's the matter, is Ribi-chan jealous? Vicky asked childishly, causing the dark-haired girl to turn redder, while Naruto just chuckled at the interaction. Can we please just have breakfast? The fish girl asked as she looked away from the pair to hide her embarrassment. HMPH, fine then, but I'm cooking, the redhead stated as she walked into the kitchen to prepare a good meal while Naruto flopped onto the large leather sofa that occupied the center of the room. You do realize that I can sense your attraction from a mile away, right? The blonde asked nonchalantly, receiving a look of shock from the dark-haired girl. What? I've already told you about my telepathic abilities when we met in front of your old house. Oh, well then, do I stand a chance? The girl asked, with just a hint of desperation in her voice. Vicky-chan hasn't killed you yet, that means you stand a good chance, the blonde replied, gaining a happy smile from his friend. So, do you have anyone else in mind for your harem? The scaly girl asked calmly. Nope, came the quick reply. I see, by the way, will your powers be passed on to your children? She asked in an attempt to make conversation. No, vampirism is not a genetic trait, however, any children I have will be different to normal kids. Why's that? The girl asked and was soon going to regret it. In order to understand that, you need to know a little bit about genetics. Genetic information is found on structures known as chromosomes. There are 24 chromosomes in the human body, with 2 of them serving the purpose of determining gender, the X and Y chromosomes. If a person has 2 X's, they are a woman, and if the person has an X and a Y, they are a man. Now the Y chromosome contains the gene that triggers the growth of the male reproductive organs and as such, the production of testosterone. The gene varies in strength and as such, the amount of testosterone that a man produces is determined by his genes. Testosterone also helps to increase a person's physical strength, which in turn results in more energy to mold chakra from. I happen to have a very strong version of this gene. As a result, I possess an excessively large amount of chakra, which will be inherited by my sons. However, the X chromosome is more important to the council. It contains the genes for Kekkei Genkei, which is why every boy who possesses a Kekkei Genkei has had a mother with the same gene, including the Shodem Hokage. However, his mother only had one X chromosome with the gene in it, and as such, through sheer luck, only he received the gene from his mother. That is also the reason the Mokuton was thought lost when his son proved incapable of using the Kekkei Genkei, simply because he was a boy and not a girl. That is also the real reason why clans always arrange marriages from within the same clan. They believe it is simply tradition, but it was a tradition that was started to grant all members of the clan the same bloodline. For example, all Hyuga women possess 2 X chromosomes with the Byakugan gene contained within, while all Hyuga men possess a single X chromosome with the gene and a Y chromosome to increase their chakra reserves. That is also the reason why the only known person to naturally possess 2 Kekkei Genkei is a woman. Each of her X chromosomes contain a different Kekkei Genkei. As for why this is important, as a vampire it is possible for me to assimilate genetic material through any blood I drink if I so desire. However, I can only pass on one Kekkei Genkei at a time. At the moment I possess several from all over the world. Genetics is also going to make things very amusing when the council discovers that Sasuke can only pass the Sharingan onto his daughters, who he would probably neglect in favor of any sons he might have. Due to his sexist thinking, he probably thinks that all his children have the potential to possess his Dujutsu, the vampiric genin explained thanks to the decade or so Juby spent studying genetics when it was finished learning about political history. Okay. Let me get this straight. Men are XY and women are XX. Y means more chakra while X means potential keke genke. Have I got it right? The fish girl asked, gaining a nod in affirmative. After a few minutes, Vicky finally emerged from the kitchen with 3 plates of a full English breakfast. A full English? The blonde stated with a raised eyebrow. Well, I do have an English name, so why not make an English dish? The redhead stated with a shrug of her shoulders. Not to seem rude or anything, but what the hell is English? Isaribi asked, completely lost in their conversation. English is the ancient language of an ancient country called England. The reason you've never heard of it before is because it has long since been lost in the sea of time, Naruto explained. Then how do you two know about it? I'm sorry, but I'm not prepared to tell you yet. Someday I might, but not now, Naruto claimed to the bandaged girl, who immediately became downcast. Come on. Cheer up, we've still got breakfast to eat, Vicky chirped at the young girl, who gratefully took a dish off the vixen and started eating with the other 2 following suit. Later we find the trio walking towards Konoha's shopping district, since Isaribi couldn't simply create her clothes out of chakra or blood like the other 2 could, and she didn't have any money, so Naruto offered to pay, and wherever Naruto went, Victoria went. It wasn't long before a small trio of kids showed up. All were no older than 9 and all of them wore a pair of goggles on their foreheads. The first of the children had dark spiky hair and was wearing a yellow t-shirt with the leaf symbol decorating it in red, gray shorts and a ridiculously long BL child had short hair that accepted gravity and framed his head. He wore a large pair of round spectacles, a dark blue sweater and gray pants. The last was a small girl with bright orange hair tied into 2 extremely large pigtails who seemed to sport a permanent blush. She wore a pink shirt with a gray vest over it, a tan skirt with light pink leggings. The first shouted out to the trio, "Hey mister, could you help me find someone?" "Who are you searching for?" Konohamaru, Naruto replied without turning around. "Uzumaki Naruto. Have you seen him?" the scarf-wearing boy asked, causing Isaribi to look at the children with a dumbfounded expression. "And why are you looking for me?" the blonde asked while turning to face the kids. "Wah. Naruto ni, I didn't recognize you. What happened to your jumpsuit?" Konohamaru asked in shock. "Let's just say I had an epiphany, and that jumpsuit was the worst attire for a shinobi," the vampire stated calmly. What's an epiphany?" all 3 of the children asked. "Another word for an enlightening realization," Victoria explained to the children. "Hey boss, is she you know?" the small leader of the kids asked while wriggling his pinky. "If you mean my girlfriend, then yes she is," the genin replied with a grin. "You could have done better," the little boy was about to continue before he felt a pressure hit him and suddenly witnessed his own death at the hands of his brother figure 1,000 times over, causing him to hit the floor paralyzed with fear, before he felt a hand grasp his head and lift him till he was eye level with the blonde, who had a murderous look in his eyes. "Look, I like you Konohamaru, that's why you're still alive right now, but if you insult Vicky-chan again I will kill you. Hokage's grandson or not, do you understand?" the vampiric blonde growled out as the rest of the onlookers stared in either fear or awe. The young boy nodded his head vigorously, not wanting to piss off this person anymore. Good, and with that all of the crushing killing intent vanished as if it was never there, and Konohamaru found himself gently returned to the floor. "Look Konohamaru, don't go running your mouth off until you've got the strength to defend yourself if you piss someone off, okay?" he said, earning a terrified nod off the young academy student. "Sigh, look, I realize that you're probably scared of me right now, but just understand that you are perfectly safe unless you insult any girlfriend I have. Now why don't you go to training ground 5 and I'll teach you something cool." With that statement, the trio looked up with awe and ran towards the training grounds at top speed. "Victoria-san, why did Naruto-kun react so violently when that kid insulted you?" Isaribi asked. "There are several reasons actually. 1. He is naturally protective of his friends. 2. He thrives off his emotions, and 3. As a vampire he is naturally aggressive," the redhead explained to the young fish girl. "Sorry Isaribi. I gotta go make up with the kids. Vicky-chan can keep you company while you're shopping. Here you go." The black-clad blonde apologized as he handed a wallet stuffed full of notes to the girl, before they heard a scream from the young child and quickly reached the area the children had gone. What the trio found when they reached them involved a pair of ninja from Sanagakure. One of them was a young woman with her blonde hair tied into 4 pigtails. She wore a simple thigh-length closed kimono with some red cloth tied around her waist. She also wore fishnet over her right shin and left thigh, with her hite tied around her neck and a giant folded fan strapped to her back. The other was a boy wearing a large black catsuit, purple makeup and had a large bandage package strapped to his back. Oh, and he was currently holding Konohamaru up by the neck. "Hey makeup boy, put the kid down, I'm the only one allowed to torment him," Naruto called out, earning a small chuckle from the other blonde and a scowl from the other. "It's not makeup," the catsuit-wearing individual shouted at the vampire, earning a blank stare which lasted several minutes, which unnerved the person gripping the child's neck. "If that isn't makeup, then what the fuck is it? War paint. So it's fancy makeup." "It's not makeup, whatever, just put the gaki down before the little tanuki in the tree kills you." This caused the Suna pair to jerk their heads towards the nearest tree, where they saw something that caused them to cower in fear, complete with the makeup-wearing boy dropping the kid. The sight that caused them such fear was a short redhead with dark circles surrounding his eyes, which contained nothing but hatred and homicidal urges, and a large gourd strapped to his back. He was currently standing upside down on a branch. On the same branch was one Uchiha Sasuke. "Oh, sorry, I didn't notice you there, Sasuke-chan. I guess that unlike little red hair there, you simply aren't strong enough for me to notice." What started off as a smirk on the Uchiha's face slowly turned into a scowl as the nobody mocked him. "An Uchiha? Shut up, Dobi, you are nothing compared to an Uchiha," the arrogant prick stated as if it was obvious. "As for you Suna Nin, you shouldn't be here, leave before I have to kick your asses." "Shut up, retard, they're obviously here for the international Chunin exams. As such, attacking them would be considered an offense and you would be the one to get punished," Naruto stated calmly. "And why would a dobi like you know that when an Uchiha doesn't?" the chicken butt genin asked. "Simple really, it is a team event, and as such I'm being returned to your team for the duration of said exam," the blonde stated, causing a scowl to appear on Sasuke's face. "Anyway, I look forward to meeting you in the exams, Ichi-chan," the Victorian-clad genin called, causing several looks of confusion from the Konoha group, excluding Vicky, and looks of shock courtesy of the Suna group. "Anyway, I believe I was going to teach you kids something cool," Naruto said, turning his head towards the trio of children, who immediately got stars in their eyes. "What are you teaching them, Dobi?" the Uchiha asked in a demanding tone. "Nothing that concerns you," the blonde stated. "If you don't tell me, the council will have your head," Sasuke stated with a satisfied smirk, until he saw the cruel grin on the blonde's face. Now Sasu-chan, didn't you hear? Yesterday I killed 2 members of that pathetic council," Naruto said, causing the eyes of everyone except Vicky, Isaribi and Gaara to bulge out at the sheer nonchalant way the blonde said it. "Anyway, are you kids coming or not?" "Wait, what is your name?" the boy with the gourd asked in a plain monotone. "Uzumaki Naruto, and yours is Sabaku no Gaara, Jinchuriki of the Ichibi no Tanuki. Goodbye, Gaara-san." And with that, Naruto and the children left. Now, first things first, in order for you to learn anything cool, you need to improve your chakra control. In order to do that, you must gather chakra at your feet and attempt to run up the side of a tree, the blonde explained, gaining large grins from the children, who immediately started to gather chakra at their feet and ran towards the trees closest to them. When they got a couple of steps up, they suddenly found themselves laying flat on their backs. "Oh yes, I forgot to mention that if you don't use enough chakra you won't stick to the tree," the blonde added helpfully, causing the groaning academy students to send a glare his way, before gathering chakra to their feet again and running up the side of the tree, though they immediately found themselves getting catapulted backwards, with a small indentation where they placed their feet, and if you use too much you'll be repelled from the tree. This caused him to be on the receiving end of their glares again. "Damn it! Why didn't you tell us before?" Konohamaru yelled at his brother figure. "Because it was more fun to let you find out yourselves," the psychopath stated with a sadistic smirk place upon his face, causing the children to pale before returning to the exercise. Konohamaru Corps were completely exhausted from performing the exercise, however that didn't stop them from begging the young vampire to show them a cool jutsu. "Oh come on boss, please," the trio begged, using the legendary Enuezu no Jutsu, which did nothing more than cause a tick to appear on the back of the fedora-wearing psychopath's head. "You're not going to leave me in peace until I do, are you?" It was more a statement than anything else, one which the little kids nodded to. Fine then, Suiden Suiryuden no Jutsu, he stated with only a half-Torah seal, resulting in a large dragon made of water forming out of thin air behind him before barreling through several trees, causing the hyperactive kid's eyes to go wide at the sheer destructive power the technique possessed, and the person in front of them didn't even use a single complete hand seal. That was awesome. The young trio shouted to the heavens as they stared at their idol with stars in their eyes. Now you really should go home now, Naruto claimed, causing the group to groan. The only time you don't need to sleep if you want to be a good shinobi is if you are a vampire. So in other words, go home, he shouted, causing the children to jump up and run home. Sigh, kids, to think I was once like that, Naruto muttered to himself before he decided to head home. When he got home, he found the two girls waiting for him. While Victoria was the same as always, Isaribi was wearing a new set of clothes that she got at the clothes store, a knee-length, short-sleeved white dress with red flame designs on the rims. Did you have fun, Naru-kun? Vicky asked playfully as he entered the room. Yes, I did actually. I'm surprised just how much fun it is to watch kids fall off trees, he told her with a smile. You actually enjoyed watching kids get hurt? Isaribi asked with a single raised eyebrow. It's not like they got anything more than a few bruises, the blonde reasoned, causing the fish girl to sigh in exasperation at his antics. Well, it's late and unlike you, I need to sleep. I'll see you tomorrow, Naruto-kun, the bandaged civilian stated before going to her room. As soon as Isaribi had entered her room, Victoria grabbed Naruto and literally dragged him to his room. He could have stopped her easily, but he already knew that he didn't want to. It was the morning of the Chunin exams and a certain vampire was waiting patiently outside the ninja academy. He had been waiting since 8 o'clock, and had even decided to leave Victoria at home to keep Isaribi company. Of course, while he was waiting for his teammates, he managed to get a look at many of the genin participating in the exam, and was surprised to see a large number of participants from Iwa and Kumo. Although Naruto didn't read the minds of any of the participants, he did read those of their Jonin senseis and quickly discovered that both cages curious after hearing of the son of the Kiroi Senko. 1. And sent participants to give them a valid reason for attending the finals, and if not, give their Jonin a chance to evaluate the risk level of the boy. He also realized that there were no Kiri genin, though given the civil war the country was in the middle of, it wasn't surprising. To kill or not to kill, that is the question. What to do? What to do? Well, killing spies is simple enough. Just read the minds of all the Konoha genin and kill the ones who work for other countries. I can kill any auto nin I come across, so that's good and all, but what about the rest? I know I promised the old man that I would only kill those that deserved to get mutilated, but I only gave examples of people who deserve to die. I guess I could use a coin to decide if a team deserves to die or not. Yeah. Heads they live, tails they die. Yep, that sounds perfectly acceptable, the blonde thought as a small smile tugged at his lips. Naruto Baka, what the hell do you think you're doing here? To kill or not to kill, went through Naruto's mind again before he turned to the source of his irritation. Shut up, Haruno. This exam has a little rule that states that it must be taken as a team, so if you want to enter this exam you need a third member in the team, and considering I'm the only available genin, you're stuck with me. Please. Sasuke-kun could kick everyone's ass. I'd be more concerned about him trying to everyone's ass, the black-clad genin muttered, earning him a death glare off said Uchiha and a pink-haired fangirl dreaming of being ass. By the Uchiha. Regardless, I would like to actually arrive to the exam on time, so shut up and walk. As the trio entered the second-floor corridor, the first thing they noticed was a crowd of genin gathered around a classroom labeled 301, while two others were preventing anyone from entering. Without so much as bothering to listen to the conversation, Naruto decided to add his 2 cents. Drop the genjutsu and henge. Pranking Chunin wannabes trying to get to the exam isn't something respectable Chunin like yourselves should do. Azumo. Katetsu. The blonde stated as he walked straight past the crowd, while a seething duck-butt genin and pink-haired fangirl followed him, exposing that genjutsu just increased the number of people to reach the first exam, so that should mean I have more potential playmates to kill. When the group reached the stairwell, a sudden shout reached their ears. You with the dark eyes, you are Uchiha Sasuke, are you not? Sasuke and Sakura turned to face the stranger who called out Sasuke, while Naruto ignored them and kept walking. The person who called out turned out to be a boy, about a year older than them, with large, bushy eyebrows, a bowl-cut hairstyle, large, round eyes and no nose. He was wearing a one-piece, green spandex jumpsuit with orange leg warmers, blue ninja sandals, bandages covering his forearms all the way down to his knuckles, and a Konoha Hite aid as a belt. "That's right, what is it to you?" the dark-haired genin stated arrogantly. "My name is Rock Lee, and I challenge you to a fight," the strange boy stated calmly, causing Naruto to freeze in his tracks. Go to the exam and wait for the retard to show up, or stay here and watch him get his ass kicked." "I think I'll watch," the blonde decided before turning around and forming a throne of darkness and eyes, while using the Shikatsumiku to complete the look of a demonic throne by adding bones to the mix. Of course this attracted some attention. "Naruto Baka. What the hell is that thing you're sitting on?" "This Horuno is called a chair," Naruto replied while making certain to draw out the last word of the sentence like you would when trying to get a 4-year-old to understand, before he unsealed some popcorn he had packed just in case something like this happened. "That is no way to speak to a lady. You are proving yourself quite unyouthful," the green-clad individual stated with a frown on his face. "There's a lady here?" the vampire asked with a single raised eyebrow, resulting in Lee spluttering about how someone as perfect as Sakura had to be a woman, while Sakura screeched out something indiscernible among all her screeching. After several minutes of ranting, it was surprisingly Sasuke who ended the conflict by starting another one. "Hey, you said you wanted to fight me, then hurry up, I don't have all day." With that one sentence said, the bowl-cut boy took on a serious state, before proceeding to kick the arrogant Avenger around for a few minutes before it was interrupted by a talking turtle. Of course, as soon as the fight was over, Naruto left towards the examination room. As such, he didn't have to witness the evil that was the Sunset Genjutsu when the boys' sensei showed up. "I see that Sasuke and Sakura haven't shown up yet. Shame, I was expecting them to show up, even if Sakura is useless," a certain silver-haired jonin stated calmly while leaning against a wall in front of the entrance to the first exam. "Of course that also means you aren't allowed to participate either." Two things, Hitaki. 1. The weaklings are both here and are merely bees offered the promotion without entering this exam, but I decided that it would be more beneficial to Konoha if the last Uchiha participated, the young blonde stated before leaning against the wall and waiting for the two stooges to show up, which they did after a couple of minutes. "I'm glad to see you two show up. If one of you didn't, then I wouldn't have been allowed to let you enter. Anyway, I'd just like to wish you two good luck before the exam." "Yane," the Cyclops claimed before vanishing in a whirlwind of leaves, allowing the two newly arrived genin to see that their temporary teammate opening the door to the exam, before they decided to follow. What they didn't expect was to find themselves frozen from the amount of ki being released at them by the rest of the candidates. However, their fear didn't last long before a shout of "Sasuke-kun" broke them out of their stupor. When Naruto had opened the door, he noticed the glares he was receiving from the other participants, but decided to let them be since they weren't doing anything more than release a minuscule amount of ki. After leaning against a wall, he noticed his teammates walk in the room and freeze. To think that those weaklings would freeze at such an insignificant amount of ki, he thought with a frown, before closing his eyes and focusing on the thoughts of all the Konoha genin in the room. "Sasuke-kun. You're late. I haven't seen you in a while, so I've been waiting in excitement," a certain platinum blonde shouted as she latched onto the boy's back. "Ino pig. Get your hands off Sasuke-kun," the pink-haired banshee screeched out, causing many of the participants to flinch at the volume. "Why, if it isn't Sakura, big ugly forehead as always," Ino replied casually, resulting in an indignant scream from said pinkette. "You guys are taking this stupid test too? Don't die," a boy with hair tied up to look like a pineapple said as he walked over to them. He was wearing a simple mesh shirt with gray pants and an open gray jacket with green trim and the symbol of the Nara clan on its shoulders, while his Hite aid was located on his left bicep. Naruto recognized him as Nara Shikamaru, the laziest person from his class at the academy. Next to him was a big-boned individual who was never seen without a bag of crisps in his hand. The boy had brown hair that was split into two main clumps, courtesy of his underwear-shaped Hite aid. He wore gray shorts, a white shirt with the symbol for the Akamichi clan sewed onto it, with a short-sleeved green jacket covering it. He also wore a large white scarf and his arms and legs were covered with bandages. His name was Akamichi Choji. Yahoo found you guys, came the call of a boy with long messy black hair, a pair of triangular tattoos on his cheeks and a puppy resting on his head. He wore a dark gray hooded jacket, dull brown pants, and his hite was located on his forehead. He was Inuzuka Kiba. Behind him were a boy who was wearing a high-collared, gray jacket, with brown, shin-length pants and a pair of sunglasses covering his eyes, while his hite was located on his forehead. He was Aburame Shino. Even further behind Kiba was a young girl with short, dark blue hair with two bangs framing her face and a pair of light lavender eyes. She was wearing a plain beige jacket and blue, shin-length pants, with her hite located over her throat. She was Hyuga Hinata. "Hey, where's the Dobi?" Kiba asked as he looked around for the blonde's trademark orange jumpsuit. "He's right there, Kiba," Ino said while pointing at the vampiric genin. "Huh? What the hell? I thought you'd still be wearing that orange piece of shit. Still, a change in wardrobe doesn't mean a thing," the tattooed boy claimed. "You seem confident, Kiba," Sasuke stated. "Yeah, we trained our asses off, we won't lose to you," Kiba claimed, earning a snort of amusement from Naruto. "What was that for? Don't think we can win, huh?" "That's not it." Before arriving here, Sasuke got into a fight with last year's dead last, and didn't land a single hit on him, so do you really think beating Sasuke would be that impressive? "Shut up, Naruto baka. That guy was lucky. Sasuke-kun could kick his ass any day." "Hey, you guys should be quieter," a white-haired boy wearing a pair of dark purple pants and a matching sleeveless vest with a short-sleeved white shirt underneath. He also wore a large white cloth around his waist, a Konoha hite on his forehead and a small pair of round glasses. "You guys are rookies just out of the academy, right? Screaming like schoolgirls. This isn't a picnic, you know." "Who do you think you are?" Ino asked, slightly angered by the jibe. "I'm Kabuto, but instead of that, look behind you," he stated. When everyone except Naruto turned around, they met the glares of every other participant and the full force of their ki, causing all of them to grow nervous. Some of those guys have a real short temper, and making a scene is just going to make things more tense. "Then again, you are clueless rookies. You remind me of how I used to be," Kabuto continued. "Is this your second time, Kabuto?" Sakura asked. "Nope, it's my seventh, but that means that I have had 7 tries to collect information concerning the exam itself and even some participants. I even have info on all of you," the white-haired genin claimed as he pulled out a deck of cards. "I store it all on these nin info cards." "Do you have info on Rock Lee, Sabaku no Gaara and Uzumaki Naruto?" Sasuke asked. "All you know their names, that takes the fun out of it," Kabuto stated as he pulled out 3 cards and added chakra to them. "Let's see, Rock Lee. He's a year older than you. He's completed 20 D ranks and 12 C ranks. His sensei is Guy and his taijutsu has improved greatly this year. The rest is nothing impressive. He gained attention last year as a talented genin but didn't attend the Chunin exams, so like you this is his first time attending. His teammates are Hyuga Neji and Tenten. Next is Sabaku no Gaara, 8 C ranks and WoW AB rank as a genin. Since he's a newcomer from another country I don't know much about him, but he's apparently returned from every mission without a scratch," Kabuto claimed, causing most of the genin's eyes to go wide. "And lastly, Uzu. Wait, it says here Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto. That's the same last name as the Yondaime. Are you related to the Yondaime?" the white-haired boy asked, turning Naruto into the center of attention. "That man was my sperm donor," the blonde stated evenly, shocking the rest of the rookies. "Wow, so you're the son of the Yondaime. Wow. Anyway, it says here he has completed 7 D ranks, a B rank and 2 A ranks. Wow, that's impressive for a genin. As for skills, I've got nothing, except that he was removed from Team 7 for undisclosed reasons, and is now under the care of one Mitarashi Anko." "Hey Naruto, why were you removed from Team 7? Ino asked, curious about what sort of situation could result in someone being removed from a team. Oh, Hitaki, Haruno and Uchiha attempted to murder me on our first mission outside Konoha," Naruto claimed, but before anyone could question him. "And you should have just died," Sakura screamed out, shocking the other genin, except Sasuke. Wait. You mean you did try to kill him?" Ino shouted in surprise. "Who cares? That baka deserves to die. What about you, Sasuke?" Shikamaru asked cautiously. "He shouldn't try to be stronger than an Uchiha," the dark-haired prick stated with a sneer. Now, the sheer fact that the pair tried to justify the action, rather than deny it, changed the opinions of the rest of the rookies. Anyway, you guys should know that the only village that isn't attending this Chunin exam is Kiri, and that's only because of the civil war. Even a new village called Otto is attending, but I wouldn't worry about them, Kabuto stated. After hearing this comment, a team of Otto Nin got a little angry, and one of them decided to charge at Kabuto. Raising a large gauntlet, the Otto Nin swung at the Konoha genin that was already prepared to dodge, and landed a solid as head, sending Kabuto flying into a wall. As Kabuto got up while clutching his head in agony, almost everyone else was wondering what had happened. Huh? Why didn't Kabuto dodge? He looked ready to, so why'd he take the blow? Kiba asked in confusion. On the other side of the room, Rock Lee and his teammates Neji and Ten were watching the exchange in curiosity. Neji had long black hair, pale, pupilless eyes and was wearing a beige jacket and blue shorts, while his arms and legs were covered with bandages and his forehead was covered by his Hite 8. Ten was a girl with brown hair that was tied into a pair of buns. She wore a pink Chinese-style shirt and blue shin-length pants with a large number of pockets littering it. She wore her Hite 8 on her forehead and had several scrolls visible. Neji had decided to activate his Dujutsu, the Byakugan, in order to analyze any techniques the Otto Nin used. Lee, Ten, be careful of Namikaze, the pale-eyed boy stated calmly. Huh? Why are you telling us to be careful of him? Ten asked in confusion. I only just saw it, but Kabuto would have dodged that Otto Nin's attack. However, Namikaze pushed him into it, the Hyuga stated cautiously. Huh? Why would he hurt another Konoha genin? It is most unyouthful, Lee asked. I believe it is to do with the information he possesses. Only the Hokage should have that information. As such, it is highly likely that Kabuto is a spy and Namikaze is trying to eliminate him without implicating himself, Neji explained. Plus, that Otto Nin's attack should have killed Kabuto. However, Kabuto used a Jonin-level medical technique to save himself, which further indicates that he isn't who he claims to be. So if we meet Kabuto in the exam, should we try to defeat him? The girl asked. No, we should avoid him if at all possible. There is no guarantee he is genin level. For all we know, he could be as strong as Gai-sensei. What about Naruto? Lee asked. We should try to avoid him if at all possible. He was even faster than Gai-sensei without his weights. Fighting him would be stupid, Neji claimed, causing both his teammates to stare in shock. The mere fact that there was someone faster than the fastest Jonin in Konoha in the Chunin exams was scary. That's enough, came a shout as a large number of Chunin appeared with a shunshin, while a large man with several deep scars littering his face appeared in front of them. He wore a Hite 8 in the style of a bandana, a black shirt, black pants, black combat boots and a knee-length black trench coat. Alright, you little shits, I will have no fighting in this exam. Anyone who disobeys that rule will be disqualified, the scarred man shouted. Now, each of you will be assigned a number. The number will determine the seat you sit in. Now hurry up. It didn't take long for everyone to be assigned a number, and soon everyone was sitting in their assigned seat. Naruto found himself sitting in between Hinata and a shinobi from Kumo. The Kumo nin had dark skin and pitch-black eyes, while his spiky white hair was held up by a Kumo Hite 8. He wore a simple pair of black shinobi pants and a long-sleeved black shirt, but the most prominent feature of his outfit was the single katana strapped to his back. He seemed very relaxed and was even sucking on a lollipop. Yo, name's Omoi, nice to meet you, he said while holding his hand out in a friendly greeting. Naruto, likewise, the blonde replied as he shook the stranger's hand calmly. Sigh. I hate written exams, they don't actually test your abilities, Omoi claimed with a hint of irritation. But that doesn't mean you can't pass them, Naruto stated, having determined that the Kumo nin was too confident to be incapable of answering the questions. Yeah, but anyone could pass a written test. A practical exam actually shows that you can use what you know. Hey, I know, but unfortunately Konoha is run by ninjas and civilians, so written exams are common here, Naruto explained to the Kumo nin, since it isn't exactly hard to come across that information. Damn, that's a pain. Everyone shut up. The proctor shouted, causing every genin to stop talking. I will be your proctor for this exam. My name is Morino Ibiki. Now listen carefully because I will only explain the rules once and I won't answer any questions. Now the rules. You have an hour to answer 10 questions. The sheet in front of you has the first 9 questions and the 10th will be given to you at the 45-minute mark. You start off with 10 points. You lose points for several reasons. 1. If you don't answer a question or get it wrong, you will lose 1 point. 2. If you get caught cheating, you will lose 2 points. If you get caught cheating 5 times, your entire team will be disqualified. The Chunin here are going to observe you, and if you cheat, they will know. If any member of a team scores 0 points, the entire team will be disqualified. Now begin. Peeved, an open invitation to cheat, Naruto muttered under his breath before reading the questions. Please. I have the knowledge of several cages, this is piss easy for me. After 5 minutes, Naruto had answered every question and turned his paper over, before putting his feet on his desk, tipping his fedora and pretending to sleep. In reality though, he was reading everyone's mind and picking out anyone aligned to Orochimaru or attending the exam as a spy. He already knew that Kabuto was a spy for Orochimaru, and was just over Kakashi's level without his precious eye. That was why he stopped him from dodging the Auto Genin's attack, and even though his survival was annoying, it wasn't unexpected. Of course, Naruto had originally planned on splitting from Team 7 straight off the bat and going on a slaughterfest, but reading Kabuto's mind told him that Orochimaru was after the Sharingan, so the blonde would have to stick around the pricks until the snake made his move. 40 minutes later, we find Naruto in the exact same position, with Omoi assuming the same position after the 20-minute mark. Except the hat. Several teams had been disqualified due to poor cheating, but the majority was still there. Stop writing, it is time for the 10th question. Ibiki shouted, causing everyone who hadn't finished to stop. Now the rules for the 10th question are different. It was at this point the Katsu Genin from Suna appeared from a rather long toilet break. Hey, good timing. Was playing with your dolls beneficial? Now sit down. Anyway, the new rules are the rules of desperation. The first rule is that you can choose to take it or not. What? And what if we choose not to take it? The blonde Suna Nin asked. If you choose not to take it, then your points will be reduced to 0 and you and your team will fail. What? Then of course we'll take it, some random participants shouted out. And now for the second rule, if you choose to take it and answer incorrectly, you will lose the right to take the Chunin selection exam ever again. So what? Chunin are expected to risk their life on missions that don't have complete details. They don't always have the luxury of knowing what they are getting themselves into. If someone isn't even prepared to answer a single question, they don't have what it takes to be a Chunin in the first place. Naruto stated loudly, causing a look of realization to spread across everyone's faces, before settling into looks of determination. Alright then, who isn't prepared to take the 10th question? Ibiki asked. After several minutes, no one had lost their composure and the room was still nearly full. Fine then, everyone who stayed, passes. You already know why, because of that little bastard, the proctor stated while pointing at Naruto. Just then, a large black bundle burst through one of the windows, before unwrapping to reveal a banner and a familiar woman. The proctor of the second exam. The sexy and single Mitarashi Anko. Bad timing, Anko, Ibiki said calmly from behind the banner. I thought you would have at least asked the 10th question by now, Anko stated, clearly unimpressed, but one particular genin gave the entire point of it away as soon as I said it, so no one left. Well then, let's see, 123 participants left. Damn, any more and there would have been too many for the second test, Anko mumbled to herself as she looked over the genin, before seeing Naruto. I should have known you'd be here. I take it was you who gave the game away, right? Naturally, came his unconcerned reply. Why are you so sure he gave the game away? The scarred Jonin asked. Sigh. Because I doubt anyone else would try to increase the amount of competition in an exam. And why would he want more competition? Ibiki, that kid makes me look hemophobic, she deadpanned, sowing confusion among the genin and shock through Ibiki and the Chunin. Anyway, little genin, follow me to the next exam. When everyone had arrived at the area of the next exam, many participants had a look of horror on their face at the ridiculously oversized foliage and the fence with countless warnings surrounding it. Welcome to the stage for the second exam, Training Ground 44, also known as the Forest of Death, Anko stated when everyone had arrived. You'll soon find out why it's called the Forest of Death. Now before we start the second test, there is something I need to pass out, she continued while pulling out a stack of papers. You must sign these waivers that clear me of any responsibility concerning your deaths, since people will die on this one, she claimed cheerily. Anyway, I'll explain the test, then you can sign the forms. You will be attempting to survive for 5 days inside the training ground 44. Each team will be given one of 2 scrolls, a heaven and an earth. Your goal is to make it to the tower in the center of the forest within 5 days and with both a heaven and earth scroll in your possession. Wait. What are we supposed to do for food? Choji asked nervously. Cannibalism isn't illegal, you know, Naruto said calmly, causing several people to back away from him. He's right. Anyway, there are only 3 ways to get disqualified. 1. You don't make it to the tower within the time limit. 2. One of the members of your team is killed, or 3. You open the scroll. So can we sign these forms yet? Naruto asked with a slight hint of irritation. Hey, yeah, you can now. It didn't take long for all the forms to get handed in exchange, and soon every team was waiting by one of the entrances to the Forest of Death. Let's see, I'll have to wait for Orochimaru to show up first. After killing him I can then proceed to take out Kabuto and his team, before having my fun with the rest of the little genin. Oh, I can't wait to get my coin out, though I think I'll leave the rookies and guys team alone. Oh, and Omoi, he was okay. The blonde vampire thought as everyone waited for the test to begin. As soon as the clock struck 12, the gates swung open with a cry of, Hajime. And all the assembled genin charged straight into the second exam. AARRRRGGGGHHHH, was that a human scream? Sakura asked as a loud scream echoed through the Forest of Death. No, that was the cry of the rare yellow screeching beetle, said to have a scream identical to that of a human. Of course it was a fucking human, you retarded bitch, Naruto responded sarcastically. Shut up, Naruto baka. There's a reason Sasuke-kun has our heaven scroll, the pinkette said quieter than normal. Obviously even she could lower her voice if the situation called for it. 2 things, Haruno. 1. Sasuke has our scroll because I couldn't be bothered to argue with a useless banshee like you. 2. You just told anyone who was eavesdropping on us which scroll we have, so the next time you decide to speak, use that brain you're supposed to have before opening your mouth, the blonde responded. For once I agree with the Dobi, so just shut up, Sakura, the raven-haired boy stated before she could attempt a retort at the blonde. After a few seconds the vampire pulled out a coin, and tossed it in the air, letting it spin before catching it on its way down and slapping it to the back of his hand and checking the result. Tails, the eavesdropper dies, he claimed before he flickered out of existence, only to reappear with the head of an aim nin in his hand, complete with a broken rebreather. Well, that was annoying, he didn't have a scroll. If he didn't have a scroll, then why did you kill him? Sakura nearly screamed out. Because the coin said so. Huh? What do you mean, because the coin said so? She asked in confusion. I decided to leave certain people and kill certain others. The rest get a coin toss. If the coin lands on heads, they live. If it lands on tails, they die. Simple enough. What sort of monster are you? Deciding something like that with a coin toss? This time she couldn't hold it in. A vampire. What? That is the sort of monster I am, Pinky, or did you forget that you were the one who asked me? Both of you shut up, we need to think of a password in case we get separated, Sasuke claimed. What do you have in mind? Naruto asked. When asked, Nin Machine, answer, a large amount of loud enemies is the friend of the shinobi, hide and remain silent. A shinobi must understand the proper time, when the enemy is tired and ill-prepared, Sasuke stated, receiving an, okay, off of Sakura. And I'll say, fuck you Uchiha, got that? Naruto said in both Sasuke and Sakura's minds, receiving a smirk and nod of confirmation off the black-eyed boy, which stopped the pinkette from shouting at the alternative. When all was said and done, a cut appeared on Naruto's cheek, just a couple of seconds before a large tunnel of wind struck the trio head-on. When the wind died down, it revealed only one person, the one who had, quite literally stood in the center of the attack and come out completely unscathed, Naruto. Peering just over his sunglasses, his now scarlet-colored eyes bore straight into the, obviously fake, black eyes of Team 7's attacker. The person was tall and wore a pale gray top that went down to their knees while a pair of slits at the sides allowed the person to move unhindered, and skin-tight black pants. Over their long, black hair was a conical straw hat with a single tag with the kanji for, evil, written 3 times. So good of you to finally show someone else's face, Orochimaru. Interesting, I'm surprised you know who I am and even more surprised that you aren't running for your life yet, the stranger stated before removing their hat and ripping off their face to reveal pale white skin and yellow, slitted eyes. You can thank Kabuto for that, The blonde responded calmly as he continued to stare into the traitor's eyes. Kabuto? Did he betray me? No, he didn't betray you, I just read his mind, Naruto informed the snake, earning a couple of blinks in shock when he finished in the snake's mind. 1. I see, regardless of that, I'm surprised at how calm you are facing one of the Sannin. Please, a mere human like you could never hope to defeat a monster like me, the vampire claimed, earning a glare off the pale man. I am no mere human, I am immortal, I will continue to live long after you have shriveled up and died of old age, brat. Orochimaru ranted with hate clear in his eyes. And how many millennia do you think that will take? Because I'm immortal, while you are just an insignificant speck trying to cheat death, the blonde claimed with amusement lacing his voice. How dare you mock me? The Sannin shouted before a snake shot out of his throat and opened its mouth to reveal the tip of a longsword, which quickly extended and impaled the blonde between the eyes. Haha, so this is the legendary Kusanagi. I have to say that I'm impressed at the speed it can extend. Have you ever thought of using it to snipe your enemies from afar? Naruto asked in curiosity, earning a look of shock off the traitor. What? How are you still alive? I thought I told you, I'm immortal, the blonde said before gripping the blade and jerking his head to the side, resulting in him losing skull, which regenerated in a matter of seconds. Free of the impalement and unaffected by the poison coating the weapon, Naruto ran forward at inhuman speed before launching a punch at the Sannin's face, which was promptly dodged. Quickly swinging the legendary blade at the blonde, Orochimaru wasn't surprised when he succeeded in amputating his enemy's head and quickly swallowed the blade and snake, but couldn't hide his shock when a new head simply regenerated from the boy's body. Of course, Naruto decided to take advantage of that shock and promptly landed a rib-shattering blow on the snake's torso, which proved to be next to useless as the pale-skinned man simply regurgitated a new body from his mouth, leaving only an empty sack of skin in his place. I must admit, your skills are severely downplayed in your profile. It states that you are merely genin level, yet that hit felt closer to a cage-level blow, Orochimaru stated. Even though I've never felt a cage hit that hard, hell even Tsunade can't hit that hard. Are you forgetting that I can read your mind, Hubby Teme? Naruto reminded the traitor, eliciting a small growl off the Sannin. Senei Tajashu. 2. And with that cry, countless snakes shot out of the Sannin's sleeves and proceeded to charge straight at the blonde, who merely stood with a smirk on his face as the countless poisonous serpents bit into his skin. Is that all? I was expecting something a little more impressive, the black-clad genin stated with boredom clear in his tone. Not quite, Orochimaru claimed as he appeared in front of the blonde, before slamming his fingers into Naruto's stomach while shouting out, Gogyo Fuin. 3. And exactly what was that supposed to do? Was the genin's response, before he effortlessly overpowered the snakes and with a simple action, backhanded the Sannin through a tree. 4. What? Impossible. I cut off the Kyuubi's chakra, he shouldn't be so strong without it. Were the thoughts running through the snake's head as he steeled himself against the pain coursing through his body. Did you honestly think I rely on Kyuubi's chakra? You truly are deluded, the Sannin heard right next to his ear, causing him to jump away and put some distance between him and the impossibly powerful genin. Mandara no Jin. 5. Orochimaru called out as he fell to his stomach and countless snakes spewed out of his mouth, before they swarmed around the immortal psychopath. When they had surrounded the blonde, every last one stretched its jaws open, revealing the tip of a longsword in each mouth, which quickly shot forward and impaled the blonde from every angle. You know, if you don't start taking this seriously, I'll just have to kill you without getting any satisfaction from this fight, was Naruto's response to the assault. Damn it. I wasn't planning on showing this yet, but I don't think I have a choice, quickly forming 4 hand seals. Then clapping his hands together, Orochimaru used a technique that earned a psychotic laugh of the blonde. You know Edo Tensei. Why the fuck didn't you use it before? It might at least make things interesting. Naruto shouted out as 3 coffins rose from the ground, labeled Ichi, Ni and Yan. 6. After fully erecting from the ground, the 3 coffins slid open, to reveal the Shodem, Nidame and Yondaime Hokages. The Shodem had long black hair and was wearing a dull, brownish-red, samurai-style armor with a black shirt and pants underneath, while a Hite-8 was wrapped around his forehead. The Nidame had short, spiky white hair and had small red streaks in his cheeks and on his chin. He was wearing a blue version of the Shodem's armor and his Hite extended down the sides of his face down to his jawline, effectively framing his face. The Yondaime had spiky blonde hair that went down to his shoulders while a pair of bangs framed his face. He was wearing a typical Jonin uniform underneath a knee-length white trench coat with red flame designs licking the bottom, while he wore a standard Konoha Hite over his forehead, which in turn kept his hair out of his eyes. Their skin was also pale and cracked, while their eyes lacked any spark of life. So then Naruto-kun, do you honestly think you can defeat 4 cage-level ninja at the same time? The snake Sannin asked mockingly. Of course I can, otherwise I wouldn't have let you resurrect them in the first place. Naruto, save it father, I don't want to listen to your excuses, just sit still so I can enjoy destroying you. The vampiric blonde said, interrupting his biological father before he could continue. Naruto, I said shut it, I don't care that you sealed the Kyuubi inside me, I don't care that you had no other choice, I would have done the same thing. I hate you for trusting this worthless village with the truth. If you hadn't, then I might have had a normal childhood instead of the hell I was put through. By the way, did you know that your last student has actively tried to kill me on several occasions? And all because you were too stupid to keep the truth a secret? He shouted at the stunned Hokage. Naruto, hey Habi-teme, can you please make him shut up already? It is beginning to grate on my nerves, he asked the stupefied scientist, who mechanically took out a trio of kunais with paper tags that were covered in seals, before plunging the blades into the reanimated corpses' skulls, turning their skin back to a healthy color while removing all traces of individuality from their minds. Before the Sannin could register what happened, Naruto had already struck the Yondaime with enough force to send him through 2 trees, before a large dragon made out of water struck the vampire. When the attack cleared, it revealed a soaked blonde standing in exactly the same spot as he was when he was hit. After performing a quick series of hand seals, the Shodem forced several trees to grow, which quickly twisted around Naruto, before clenching together, creating an audible crunching sound as every bone in the blonde's body was crushed. After the trees clenched, the Yondaime walked back into the clearing, before a single fist smashed straight out of the dome of wood, quickly followed by a second one that, in conjunction with the first, ripped the prison open to reveal a completely unharmed blonde, who promptly vanished, only to reappear with his outstretched palm erupting from the red armor that supposedly protected the Shodem. In the outstretched palm was a single paper tag, covered with seals. Upon the removal of the seal, the Shodem's skin began to dry out, before turning to ash and blowing away, revealing the random individual that was used as a sacrifice to resurrect the former Hokage. Hey, 1 down, 3 to go, Naruto stated with a cruel smirk. Upon the destruction of the Shodem, the Yondaime withdrew a single 3-pronged kunai with the Hiraishin seal drawn on the handle, before launching himself in the air and throwing it at his son. With a few hand seals, the single kunai multiplied into over 100, before littering the field with countless focal points for the legendary technique that destroyed armies. Watching his father, Naruto wasn't surprised when he felt his throat get cut before he noticed the man disappear. After all, that was why he was given the nickname, the Yellow Flash. Ignoring the minor pain that occurred with each strike, most of which were in non-lethal areas, it didn't take long for the vampire to pick out the pattern the man was using, and striking where he would appear next. Orochimaru couldn't believe it. Not only had the brat eliminated the Shodem, but he also managed to catch the Yellow Flash, something that was considered impossible, and worst of all, was the fact that the brat had managed to pierce the seal that kept the soul anchored to the body. At the rate things were going, it seemed entirely reasonable to believe that the blonde could actually possess the strength to kill him. Upon the destruction of the Yondaime, all the kunai that littered the floor disappeared in puffs of smoke. 2 down, 2 to go. Naruto claimed ND, landing a kick on the Nidaime's head, knocking said ninja through a tree in the process. After a couple of seconds, a large torrent of water emerged from the trees and threatened to crush the blonde, who simply jumped onto the wave and began to skate using chakra to support his weight, before reaching the end of the river and with a forward flip, landed a crushing heel drop on the former Kage's head. Before the Nidaime could recover, Naruto lifted him by the neck, before piercing the corpse's stomach with an outstretched palm, and after a couple of seconds of groping around, found the kunai and seal, which he promptly removed, destroying the Nidaime as well. 3 down, now it's only you Orochimaru. Shit, 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 damn you, I will not let you win, I'm the invincible one. And yet you have thrown everything you have at me, and I've come out unscathed. Not quite everything, brat, and with that thought, the snake Sanin gathered an enormous amount of chakra, before erupting into a large mass of white flesh, that quickly expanded and took the shape of a colossal, 8-headed snake, with 8 spike-like protrusions fanning from the base of the body instead of the typical single tail. Opening a single mouth, it revealed the Sanin's upper body, while the rest simply merged with the titanic snake. Do you see now? With the Yamada no Jutsu, 7, I am a god, the deranged genius screamed out before launching the Kusanagi at the blonde. Please, I have escaped the Shinigami's clutches. Defeating a mere fake god is going to be easy, Naruto claimed before catching the blade and slithering up it like a snake. Upon reaching the Sanin, he gave a single sharp tug, that ripped the sword out of the traitor's mouth, before taking the handle and with a single almighty swing, cut off the other 7 heads with the extended blade. Retracting the blade, Naruto grabbed the snake summoner by the throat before placing the sword to the man's throat and saying his final words to him. Do you know what I find ironic? That you spent your whole life trying to learn every jutsu in existence so you could become invincible, and you were beaten by someone who didn't even use a single jutsu, and with that said, the blonde vampire sliced through the traitor's neck, dispersing the giant snake and allowing the corpse of one of the greatest geniuses Konoha had ever produced to fall to the ground as the last of its life left it. When he had finished draining the S-class criminal of all his blood, Naruto simply picked out a scroll and after a quick application of chakra, burned a storage seal on it, 8, before sealing away the body of the traitor. Now then, since I've already killed Orochimaru, it's time to kill Kabuto, he said to himself in a sing-song tone, before walking away while whistling a tune to himself, completely unconcerned with what his teammates were doing. Konoha was in a state of emergency. Ever since it was discovered that Orochimaru had infiltrated the exam, everyone was running around trying to think of how to stop the madman. Everyone had heard about the appearance of a giant, 8-headed white snake in the Forest of Death, but since the people who saw it all ran away almost as soon as it appeared, no one noticed it getting decapitated, then dissolving. Of course, there was one person who wasn't too worried. But Hokage-sama, what if Orochimaru kills everyone? How are we going to explain that to the other villages? A random Chunin shouted after hearing the Hokage's orders. Just let me worry about that, however I believe we should just let things be and everything should be fine. After all, the only person in the forest who could force my old student to use a technique like that is Naruto, and I'm pretty certain that Naruto can at the very least force Orochimaru to flee, the aged leader finished in his mind. Damn it, I just hope you know what you're doing, Hokage-sama. Over the next couple of days, if you were to listen closely enough, you would hear a chorus of tales, followed by screams as Naruto slaughtered whoever he came across. Team 7 was beyond pissed. They had lost Naruto on the first day and still hadn't found him. They had ended up getting blown away by the wind and had decided that they didn't want to risk getting crushed by the falling trees, so they kept their distance from whatever fight was happening back there. That thought had been further solidified when that enormous 8-headed snake appeared. There was no way they were getting in the way of something that looked like it could hold its own against a Biju. When everything had calmed down, they went to see if their teammate was still alive, and lo and behold, he had vanished into thin air, and they had been trying to find him ever since. Of course the corpses littering the forest weren't helping matters either. Damn it. If Naruto is killing teams based on a coin toss, then how the hell do we keep finding dead people? Sakura almost screamed in frustration. He must have just come across a large number of teams, Sasuke claimed, though in reality he was thinking along the same lines as his teammate. Hello Kabuto, came a call from a certain blonde when he saw the white-haired, Genin's, team. Both other members of the team were wearing the same style of clothing as Kabuto, with the only differences being that their clothes were black and included a face mask and a bandana to cover their entire head. One of them was wearing a pair of clear spectacles, while the other was wearing a pair of small, round sunglasses. "Oh Naruto-san, what are you doing here?" was the surprised reply from the spy. "Oh, you know, the usual, hunting for scrolls, trying to have some fun and oh yeah, killing spies," he claimed before unsealing his gun and shooting each member of the team in one of their kneecaps, resulting in each losing half a leg. What? Naruto-san, what are you talking about? It's really very simple, Kabuto. I know that you were a spy for Orochimaru, after originally being sent to spy on him by Akasuna no Sasori, the blonde explained before he walked over to the member of the team that wore clear glasses and clamped a hand on each side of the ninja's head. "So you're Masumi, capable of bending and stretching in inhuman ways," he stated, much to the spy's shock, before a cruel smirk made itself known on his face. "Let's see if your skull can do the same," and with one sharp crunch, the genin's head was reduced to a sagging mass of flesh and fractured bone. "Next up, Yori, capable of draining a person's chakra to replenish his own. Let's see how you handle an infusion of Yuki." After saying that, he grabbed a hold of the head of the one wearing sunglasses before beginning to inject some of Victoria's chakra into his system. The effects were immediate. The victim started screaming in agony and received an exponential increase in strength, nowhere near enough to even budge the vampire, but more importantly, his skin began to bubble and burst at the foreign energy as it supercharged the man's cell growth, effectively acting as an accelerated cancer, until Yori's body was reduced to nothing more than an oversized lump of dead cells. Having just witnessed Naruto's sadistic tendencies, Kabuto was beginning to worry, especially now that he discovered Naruto's ability to use Yuki. "Now it's your turn to die, Kabuto. Let's see, you are a med nin. So how about I kill you with an autopsy?" he asked out loud as he walked towards the downed spy, who quickly formed a chakra scalpel to cut the blonde's aorta. "If you think he'll die that easily, then you have another thing coming," the blonde stated before pinning Kabuto to the ground with a series of kunai. After using a tiny amount of Kyuubi's chakra to disrupt the medic's chakra control, he proceeded to form chakra scalpels of his own. He then began to remove the white-haired boy's shirt, leaving said spy shirtless, before tracing a thin cut down the center of the chest. When he had finished the cut, he proceeded to create incisions at his shoulders and waist. After slowly peeling the skin and flesh back and off the medic, he pushed his gloved hand under the cartilage that stopped the ribcage puncturing the spy's internal organs, before removing it with a harsh jerk, effectively forcing the white-haired genin to black out due to the pain. Having noticed Kabuto losing consciousness, Naruto proceeded to use a medical technique to restart the boy's brain, bringing him back to the world of pain that he now lived in. After Kabuto had been awoken, the blonde proceeded to use his chakra scalpel to dissect one of the white-haired genin's lungs, pulling it open and caressing the microscopically folded flesh to invoke even more pain in the human's body. Of course, the torture didn't last long before Kabuto died of a combination of blood loss, oxygen deprivation and nervous overload, which in turn made the blonde just a little upset. As he was doing that, a team from Iwa was watching in revulsion. They knew who that monster was, and more importantly, they knew from watching him dispatch the Konoha team, that they were no match for him. Damn it, just how evil is that guy? I don't know, but you do remember what he said about them being spies for Orochimaru, right? Who cares, he's pulling something out his coat, the last one stated, causing them to look and see a coin. Heads, you live; tails, you die, the blonde stated calmly before flipping the coin into the air and catching it. Tails, I kill you, he claimed, looking straight at the Iwa genin. They didn't stand a chance. Sasuke and Sakura weren't too happy. They were in the middle of looking for their temporary teammate when the team from Otto showed up and started attacking them. Damn it, Sakura. Do I have to do everything? Sasuke shouted as the pinkette stared in shock. Why was she staring in shock? It was because her precious Sasuke-kun was losing, again. Zankuha. 9. An Otto nin with spiky black hair shouted as a pair of tubes in his arms ejected a powerful gust that cut the Uchiha several times while forcing him back into a rock. Sasuke-kun. Came the cry of the pink-haired banshee, before she was struck down by a punch from the girl on the Otto team. Shut up, you pathetic excuse for a kunoichi, the girl with long black hair hissed at the useless fangirl. Looking at you, I can already tell that you spend more time on your looks than your skills. You wouldn't last 1 minute in the real world. To be perfectly honest, I can't believe these two are really this weak, the Otto nin that struck Kabuto stated in disdain. I couldn't agree more. Whirling around, the Otto team came face to face with the fedora-wearing blonde, who was currently giving his teammates a look of disappointment. So the final member of the team finally shows himself, the spiky-haired boy stated. I hope you're more of a challenge than those weaklings. Of course I am, Naruto replied next to the genin's ear, before tapping him on the back of the neck, effectively knocking him out. What the bandaged one started, only to get knocked out by a blow to the stomach. Hey, girl, I'm feeling generous. After all, it is always fun to watch the Uchiha get taken down a peg. Anyway, take your teammates and leave. The next time we meet I might not be so nice, Naruto stated, genuinely grateful for the entertainment. Hi. The girl stated before quickly grabbing her teammates and leaving the area. You two stop being so pathetic and get up, we're heading for the tower, Naruto ordered the duo. What do you mean heading to the tower? We only have one scroll, Sakura asked in confusion. Haruno, I have enough of each scroll to pass 10 teams, he responded before beginning to walk away, with Team 7 following him. It didn't take long to reach the tower and the trio still had 32 hours until the end of the second test. Upon reaching the tower, they entered through one of the doors, and immediately found a plaque that essentially said, if you're weak, train your body, if you're dumb, train your mind. Naruto quickly unsealed all the scrolls he had collected during the second test, and opened one earth and one heaven, revealing a summoning seal, which he promptly threw to the floor, to reveal their old academy instructor Amino Iruka. Hey guys, I guess you made it huh? The scarred Chunin stated as he noticed who he was talking to. Yeah, anyway, what do I do with these? Naruto asked pointing out all the spare scrolls he had collected, causing Iruka to go wide-eyed. Naruto, where did you get those? Oh just off some people I killed, came the nonchalant response. What? You killed people? Are you alright? Iruka-sensei, I got my first kill on the mission to Wave, and just so you know, I'm happy doing my job, Naruto explained with a smile that brought doubts into the Chunin's mind. Anyway, I guess I should congratulate you guys. Have you figured out what this plaque says? If you're weak, train your body, if you're dumb, train your mind, Naruto explained quickly before walking past his former sensei. I'm going to explore, see you around. And with that the blonde was gone. In a large room with nearly no lighting, we find a large statue with 9 eyes and a pair of hands. There were currently 8 figures standing on the statue's fingers, each barely an outline with glowing eyes. Suddenly a 9th figure shimmered into existence on top of a finger. It looked almost human, if it wasn't for the strange protrusions extending from its shoulders, giving it the look of a Venus flytrap. Why have you called a meeting Zetsu? A silhouette with metallic, ripple-like eyes asked the strange creature. We have some good news and some bad news. The Kyuubi Jinchuriki has met Orochimaru, the plant-like man stated in 2 different voices. What is the good news? The ring-eyed silhouette asked. Orochimaru is dead. And the bad news? A man with red eyes with 3 tomo orbiting the pupil, asked in a monotone. The Kyuubi's host is the one that killed him, the bitonal man stated nervously, causing several eyes to widen at the implications. So the Kyuubi Jinchuriki is strong enough to kill someone of Orochimaru's level. How will Itachi fare against him? We don't know, are you kidding me? Itachi doesn't stand a chance against that monster. We don't know that. We don't know how the Jinchuriki will fare against Tsukuyomi, the bitonal man argued with himself, resulting in several looks of confusion. Are you trying to say that Itachi's victory depends solely on Tsukuyomi? A large man with spiky hair and an object strapped to his back asked. Yes, both voices of the plant-like man said in harmony. Show us. The ripple-eyed man ordered. Yes, Leader Sama, and with that, the strange man made several hand seals, which quickly changed the surroundings to that of the Forest of Death, with Naruto and Orochimaru standing in a clearing, just after the snake had launched his futon technique, before the entire fight was replayed to the gathered group of individuals. So the Kyuubi's host is immortal. Why not send the zombie combi after him? Ya no. Fight an immortal with 2? The man with something strapped to his back asked. Because although Hidan is immortal, he lacks the regenerative factor that the host does, and I'm not actually immortal, a large figure stated. That's enough, we will save the Kyuubi till last, the ripple-eyed silhouette stated, when we have acquired the other 8 Biju, then we will proceed in capturing the Kyuubi's host. Hi Leader Sama. The other silhouettes stated before shimmering out of existence. So the Kyuubi Jinchuriki is stronger than we anticipated, a man wearing a black cloak with red clouds decorating it, and an orange mask with a single eyehole that had several curved lines radiating from it to the edge of the mask, said as he walked out of the shadows. Yes, it is most distressing, collecting all the Biju is vital to our plans, failing to retrieve the Kyuubi is not an option, the man with ripple-like eyes claimed as he stepped into the light, revealing spiky orange hair and a face covered in piercings. He was wearing a similar cloak to the masked individual. I'm uncertain of your decision to take the Kyuubi last, since we don't know just how much stronger it could possibly become. However, I won't order you to change your orders, but make sure Zetsu keeps an eye on the Kyuubi. If it becomes any stronger, we will strike sooner, the masked man stated before he disappeared like water down a drain, with his single eye being the focal point of his disappearance. Hi, Madara-sama. The second test had finally come to an end and Team 7 had not seen their temporary teammate since their arrival in the tower. Everyone who had passed the second test were currently standing in the center of a large, rectangular room. Halfway up the walls were a pair of balconies, while a stage with a large statue of a pair of hands forming the ram seal protruding from the wall behind it. Currently standing on the stage was the Hokage, the Jonin senseis and the exam proctors. The teams that had managed to make it past the first round were the 9 rookies, Lee's team, Gaara's team, Omoi's team and the Auto team that was spared for entertaining Naruto. Am I late? Team 7 heard directly behind them, prompting them to turn around and begin cursing their temporary teammate. Damn it Naruto Baka. Where the hell have you been? The pink-haired member of Team 7 hissed out as quietly as she could. Shut up Haruno, it makes no difference to you where I've been, so keep your trap shut and listen to the Hokage's speech, Naruto responded, causing Sakura to pay attention to a long-winded speech about how the Chunin exams were an alternative for war. Naruto didn't really listen, he remembered officializing the first Chunin exam thanks to Senju Hashirama's memories, so he knew the truth behind them better than the Hokage himself. Excuse me. Cough. Hokage-sama, but, cough, too many participants have, cough, made it through the second, cough, round, so according to, cough, the rules, we need to have a, cough, preliminary round, a sickly Jonin stated just as the Hokage finished his speech. Preliminaries? Sakura asked in confusion. Sigh? Yes preliminaries, cough. The finals will be watched by, cough, high-ranking dignitaries and, cough, daimyos, so we can only allow, cough, the strongest to participate. I will, cough, be the proctor for, cough, theses preliminaries. My name is, cough, Gecko Ayate, the new proctor stated. Do we get to kill? Naruto asked casually. Killing your opponent, cough, is frowned upon, but, cough, acceptable. Upon the reply, both Naruto and Gaara gained psychotic smirks at being able to kill in this round as well. Anyway, cough, from here on, cough, it is a test of individual, cough, skill, so if you want to, cough, you can quit now and, cough, your team will be unaffected, cough, so does anyone want to, cough, quit now? After several seconds of silence, the proctor counted the number of participants before making another announcement. Since, cough, no one wants to quit, someone will, cough, be required to fight, cough, twice. Are there any volunteers? I volunteer, came the immediate answer from none other than Naruto, bringing a frown to poor little Gaara's face at not being capable of killing more than one person. Cough. Very well then, Namikaze Naruto, cough, will fight twice, Hayate stated before a panel on the wall behind the statue slid open to reveal a large screen. The names of, cough, the 2 combatants will be shown on this, cough, screen. He continued as the screen began flashing through names, before landing on Uchiha Sasuke and Inuzuka Kiba. Will everyone accept, cough, Uchiha Sasuke and, cough, Inuzuka Kiba please leave the floor. Hey, would y'all look at that Akamaru? We get to prove ourselves straight off the bat, Kiba shouted as everyone else cleared the floor. Do you really think a mud like you can beat an Uchiha? The raven-haired boy asked arrogantly. Alright, are you, cough, both ready? Gecko asked, receiving a nod off both contestants, Hajime. Up on the balconies we find the contestants taking spaces, most sticking to their teams and villages, except one. Sorry about volunteering, but if you wanted to kill that badly you should have been quicker, Naruto stated as he appeared next to the red-headed Jinchuriki. Mother wants your blood. And I want hers too, I would happily trade, the blonde replied humorously. Mother will have your blood, and I'll have hers too. I will kill you for her, Gaara replied, earning a snort of amusement from the vampire. I'd like to see you try. Anyway, I should go back to the Konoha side, see y'all later. Naruto finished before vanishing back to his own side, leaving a confused Gaara and a pair of shocked siblings. Naruto Baka. What the hell were you doing over there? Arranging for Gaara to kill you, He told me his mother didn't want your shitty blood, Naruto replied in monotone, earning several sweat drops in the process. Now Naruto, don't be so harsh with your teammate, a certain one-eyed pervert said while leaning on the wall. Shut up Hitaki, that is, unless you want me to remove your other one, the blonde stated with a smirk, confusing most of the occupants of the balcony, except Sakura and Kakashi himself. Remove his other what? The Jonin instructor for Team 8 asked. She was a woman in her late 20s, with long black hair, piercing red eyes and wore a strange dress that appeared to be made of bandages with pieces of red cloth sewn in, with her Hite located on her forehead. Do you want me to tell them Hitaki, or would you rather tell them yourself? Shut up. The silver-haired ninja growled out dangerously. What's the matter Hitaki? Afraid of how your peers will react when they find out why you lost your precious Sharingan? Naruto asked with a malicious tone, before the masked Jonin shoved a lightning-encased hand through his heart. Kakashi. All the other Jonin present shouted in shock, unable to comprehend why a sensei would kill their own student. It seems like I hit a nerve there Hitaki, the blonde stated completely unfazed, causing the eyes of all but the Hokage and Enko to widen. You know, if you're going to use an A-rank assassination jutsu against me, he continued before forming a spiraling ball of condensed chakra in his hand, I'll use one against you. And with a vicious smirk plastered on his face, slammed the ball into the Jonin's arm, shredding the muscle before snapping the bone and further handicapping the man as it left him with only one arm, while the other was still piercing the black-clad Jonin's chest. Ripping the arm out of his chest, everyone could only stare in shock as they witnessed the gaping hole fill with a black substance, before transforming into new flesh and cloth, leaving the fedora-wearing blonde completely unscathed, and Kakashi clutching the stump that was once his arm in agony. You should have realized that you can't kill me Hitaki, especially after you tried to in-wave. This comment shocked most of the people in the room, though that shock only increased when the blonde took a bite of the silver-haired Jonin's amputated arm. PFFT, tastes like shit, he claimed before spitting it out and tossing the severed arm away. Proctor-san, the match has finished, Naruto stated. In reality there wasn't a fight, everyone was too concerned about the Naruto-Kakashi exchange and the last Uchiha decided to take advantage of his opponent's distraction and took him out with a single blow. Oh, Shosha Uchiha. Cough. Sasuke, the sickly Jonin called out, eliciting a shriek off the pink-haired banshee that had miraculously forgotten all about her sensei's condition as he was carted off my medical ninja to have his arm tended. Naruto? Ino said cautiously as she approached the relaxed blonde. Yes Ino-san? Why did you bite your sensei's arm? He isn't and never was my sensei. As for why I bit his arm, I felt like it, he stated nonchalantly. Okay, anyway, how is your girlfriend? She continued, making sure to put the extra girlfriend. Of course this resulted in a certain lavender-eyed individual turning ghostly pale. She's fine. You have a girlfriend? Please. What kind of stupid whore? A certain pink-haired member of Team 7 started, before everyone felt the sheer raw power and fury the blonde possessed as he erupted in a column of black chakra and started emitting enough killing intent to force the Hokage to witness his own death at the vampire's hands, and it wasn't even directed at him. After several seconds that seemed like an eternity for everyone, the blonde's shadow extended, until it enveloped the entire room, before countless sets of eyes opened from it, quickly followed by the absence of light morphing into strange, bestial appendages, with deformed claws and crooked teeth creating a vicious wall of death. Mother, why? Why are you so scared? Gaara asked as he clutched his head. That alone further increased the fear the rest of the Suna team held. Anything that can terrify a Biju is not something you want to fight. Similarly, the sensei of the Kumo team was having a conversation with the Biju sealed inside of him. Hey Hachibi, what the hell is that chakra? Something I don't want to fight. It is significantly larger than Kyuubi's and much, much darker. So are you saying that Brat is stronger than a Biju? Yes. All the while, the pinkette that had started the whole ordeal could only stare into the blood-red eyes of the person she had truly pissed off, and was closer to the point of having a nervous breakdown than she had ever been in her life, and the only reason she hadn't was because of having a second personality to take most of the assault. I promise you Horuno, by the time this day is over, I will kill you, just like that traitor Orochimaru, Naruto told her in a distorted and demonic tone, earning several shocked gasps at the comment. The blonde soon turned his attention to the screen that was still cycling through names for the next matchup. Namikaze Naruto vs Haruno Sakura. The sheer fact that the screen would stop on that was surprising for all but one person in the room, the person who had just used a little bit of telekinesis to rig it, Naruto. "Well, come on Haruno, you will fight, whether you like it or not," he stated before walking down the balcony. Ha. I'm not as scared of you," the pinkette stuttered out in a pathetic attempt at sounding confident. "Then get down here and die already. Come on Sakura, it's just Naruto Baka, he's still the dead last, still that stupid lost puppy he always was. You can beat him, yeah, I'll beat him and make him realize just how superior everyone is to him," the deluded girl thought as she walked down the stairs and into the ring, confident in her chances of beating him. The match between Namikaze Naruto and Haruno Sakura Hajime Hayate announced before clearing the arena and vowing to not piss of the blonde genin. As soon as the match started, Naruto flicked his finger and something flew off it and into the pink-haired banshee's mouth, before effortlessly going down the girl's throat. After a small coughing fit courtesy of the fangirl, Naruto proceeded to do what he really wanted to do. Sakura couldn't believe it, her loyal puppy had just impaled her shoulder before literally ripping her arm off at the joint. But he didn't stop there, he used her own arm as a club to smash her head with. "You know, you little whore, I'm currently so pissed, I think I'll use Jakaru 1 against you," he claimed before injecting a little chakra into the seal holding his gun, resulting in the firearm being released into his grip, where it was quickly aimed at the one-armed girl's foot. Tenten was drooling. The last Namikaze had a weapon she had never seen before, and all he had to do was point it and pull some form of lever for it to work. And the destructive power it had, not only had it completely destroyed his opponent's foot, but it had also made a small crater where said foot used to be. She wanted to touch the weapon, to caress it, to own it. However, she wasn't stupid, she didn't know if he would kill her or not, so she decided to not risk it yet. "So little girl," Naruto started as he crushed Sakura's remaining hand under his foot, earning a scream of pain off the pinkette. "Are you still waiting for your knight in shining armor to show up? From the looks of things he's too scared to help you." To hit the fact home to the girl, he lifted her by the throat before forcing her to look at the horror-struck eyes of the village's precious Uchiha, which only shattered her resolve even more. "What's wrong? Can't think of anything to say. Oh well, I guess that means you don't need this," he claimed mockingly before ramming his hand into the fangirl's mouth and with a violent jerk, ripped her tongue out. Just as she was about to pass out from the pain, the blonde threw her to the ground before stomping on her stomach, effectively keeping her awake and inflicting even more pain on the girl. Up on the balcony, one person was looking on in more horror than anyone else. Naruto-kun. No. That's not Naruto-kun. Naruto-kun was a kind and gentle person, he would never do anything like this, a certain lavender-eyed Kunoichi thought as she watched the person she admired for so long further mutilate his own teammate. Eventually though, she lost it and shouted her mind for the first time in her life. "Who are you and what did you do with Naruto-kun?" "Who am I?" the blonde asked incredulously at the question. "Naruto-kun was a hard-working, kind and determined person. You're just a monster." To put it bluntly, all the Konoha shinobi were shocked at the outburst. "Peeved. I would have thought that everyone would figure that out from the simple fact that I survived an A-rank assassination jutsu to the heart," he responded calmly before leaving the beaten, mutilated and all in all, not pleasant girl that was supposed to be his opponent, while his shadow, finally, reverted back to normal. Shosha, Namikaze Naruto. And with that call, the contingency of medics that were waiting for serious injuries shot out into the middle of the arena and attempted to run diagnostics on the girl. "Sir, our diagnostic jutsu aren't working," one of the medics called over to the unit leader. "Then just her visible injuries until we can get her to the hospital," the head medic ordered, receiving nods of confirmation from the lower-ranking medics. A couple of seconds after the medics started treating the worst of the visible injuries, the pinkette started convulsing and choking, before suddenly letting loose a blood-curdling scream of agony, which was quickly silenced by the tree branch that erupted from her mouth, shocking nearly everyone in the room. However, the branch didn't stop growing, and other branches soon began to burst forth from every other place that they could push out of, including the gaping hole that once held her arm. As soon as the branches stopped growing, their leaves opened to reveal that the tree was, in fact, a Sakura tree. Every member of the audience was frozen in shock until Well, I think that's an improvement, Naruto stated calmly. That was most unyouthful, the Jonin sensei of Rock Lee stated in disdain. Yes. Well, I'm not exactly a very youthful individual, Guy-san, the blonde replied casually. After the medics had removed the human garden from the arena, the next match was announced. Hyuga Neji vs Hyuga Hinata. At the two names displayed on the screen, there was a tense silence, which was quickly broken by the vampiric blonde. So Neji will win. You don't know that, Hinata's sensei snapped back. On the contrary, Kurenai-san, Hinata's skills don't even come close to Neji's, and she is too kind to use the Hyuga's Juinjutsu, so she will lose, he explained calmly as the woman's killing intent spiked at his, in her opinion, clear underestimation of Hinata, which caused everyone nearby to edge away from the furious Jonin. By the way, if you're trying to scare me, killing intent, I've met squirrels scarier than that, too. Look here, Namikaze, you may not realize it, but Hinata is strong, the red-eyed beauty claimed coldly. No, she isn't. She lacks the drive to improve and the coldness to kill. She should have never become a ninja in the first place. Naruto responded, completely unconcerned by the woman's scorn. During Naruto and Kurenai's argument, Hinata and Neji had proceeded down into the arena, Neji cold and collected, Hinata, a nervous wreck that had just had her view of the world shattered. Naruto, the one person who was always happy, kind and determined, the one person who could take everything the village threw at him and keep smiling, had become a cruel, cold, bloodthirsty monster. And not only that, but he was calling her worthless, just like her family did. It just wasn't possible. You should forfeit, Hinata-sama. Even Namikaze-san realizes that you are worthless. Just give up before I'm forced to hurt you, Neji stated coldly. No, don't forfeit, it'll be much more fun watching you get massacred, came the call of a certain blonde. IFFF for F fight, she stated quietly as several tears began to fall down her cheeks. Shosha, cough. Hyuga Neji, the proctor called as he heard the declaration. See, as I said, Neji won, Naruto stated with a smirk. Only because of you, Kiba shouted in anger. She admired you. Hell, she practically worshipped you. And you just go and put her down like that. He. Exactly, she admired the old me. Just how pathetic do you have to be to admire the retarded dead last? The blonde asked casually, causing Kiba to freeze in thought. You didn't have to be such an asshole though, the Inuzuka heir finally said. Would you have preferred her getting hospitalized because she was stupid enough to fight Neji? Besides, I've changed too much to be considered the same person. She needs to understand that, and the sooner she realizes that, the sooner she can move on, the black-clad boy stated with a noticeable air of wisdom lacing his tone. Now, since I'm not too concerned about most of the fights, I'll just do a brief rundown. Shikamaru vs Kin equals same as Canon. Choji vs Dosu equals same as Canon. Lee vs Gaara equals same as Canon. Tamari vs Samui equals Tamari wins by neutralizing Samui's Raiden techniques with her futon techniques. Tenten vs Karui equals Tenten wins by keeping her distance from the Kenjutsu user. Shino vs Ino equals Shino wins by draining Ino's chakra. Omoi vs Konkuro equals Omoi wins due to a combination of skill and outsmarting the puppet user. Now for the last fight, I will actually write it because it is Naruto's. Abumi Zaku vs Namikaze Naruto. Well, it looks like I'm up again, the blonde stated calmly before taking a stroll down to the middle of the arena. Once there, he was greeted by the ice-cold glare coming from his opponent. You claimed you killed Orochimaru-sama, the spiky-haired teen stated coldly. Indeed I did. Do you want to see the corpse? Naruto replied evenly before pulling out a single scroll and unsealing the body of the traitor for all to see. Of course, not many had expected to see the decapitated body of the cage-level ninja. They all thought it was nothing more than a poor attempt at unnerving his opponents. Now they were seriously questioning the blonde's power. If he could act so nonchalantly about killing a legendary ninja, just what sort of power did he have? Dosu and Kin couldn't believe their eyes. Their master, one of the Dentetsu no Sanin, was lying in the middle of the arena, dead. It was not something they could process. The sheer idea that someone could kill their master was unnerving. However, they now knew that the invasion that he was planning could not be carried through. Konoha was obviously too powerful to fall against a minor village like Oto. Then there was the problem of WHO to follow now that their leader was dead. Of course they quickly figured out the answer. Who better to follow than the person who killed their old leader? After all, they were ninja, and as they had been taught, power was all that mattered. I'll kill you. Zaku shouted before raising his arms and blasting the vampire with sharpened air, effectively shredding the blonde. Then you'll have to try harder than that, came Naruto's reply as his skin melded back to perfect condition. Regardless, he continued before pulling a coin out of his pocket, earning confused stares in the process. Like many others before you, your fate will be determined by this coin. Heads you live, tails you die, and with a simple flip of the coin, tails, you die. AARRGHH, and in an instant the homicidal genin had appeared in front of his opponent before ripping both of the boy's arms out of their sockets, causing him to fall to the floor in agony. Pitiful, I guess I should put you out of your misery, and with a simple stomp, the Auto Genin's head had been turned into nothing more than a puddle of blood and chunks of flesh. Well, that was boring. Shosha Namikaze Naruto, the proctor called as the surviving genin, remained in the arena, leaving many who knew him before shocked at the sheer difference between the orange-clad Dobi and this monster. Soon everyone was back in the middle of the room, waiting to receive the instructions for the next round. Congratulations for everyone who managed to make the final round. Now, you are all to pick a ball from the box that Anko will pass to each of you. The number on the ball you draw will determine who will fight who, and with that small speech from the Hokage, Anko passed a box round the remaining participants, before they each called out their number. 1, Naruto stated calmly. 7, came Gaara's voice. 3, Omoi called out. 2, Sasuke called out with a hint of anger in his voice. So the Uchiha is a number 2 in more ways than one, Naruto called out, angering the dark-haired Avenger and eliciting a couple of giggles from some of the less mature individuals in the room. Before the duck butt boy could respond, 5, Shino stated in a monotone. 9, Dosu. 4, Shikamaru. 8, Tamari. 6, Tenten. 10, Neji. Alright then, now that everyone has received their numbers, we can announce the matchups, the Hokage stated before a random Chunin pulled out a board with the matchups written on it. Match 1. Namikaze Naruto vs Uchiha Sasuke. Match 2. Omoi vs Nara Shikamaru. Match 3. Aburame Shino vs Tenten. Match 4. Sabaku no Gaara vs Sabaku no Tamari. Match 5. Kinuta Dosu vs Hyuga Neji. Now that you know the matchups, you have 1 month till the next portion of the exams. Feel free to use this time to improve your skills and prepare for your opponents. You are dismissed, the aged leader informed them all before everyone left the tower, except for the Hokage and Naruto. I take it you decided to keep my old student's sword, the old man called out. Indeed, the Kusanagi should not be used as a normal sword. Its true strength lies in its ability to extend at incredible speeds. Hubby Teme never took advantage of that ability, the blonde stated with disappointment clear in his voice. Naruto, is there anything you aren't telling me? Well, Danzo had an underground facility that stored countless blood samples from all over the world, including some from the former Hokages. At that news the old man's eyes widened at the implications. Why didn't you tell me? I thought it was obvious. How could Danzo do genetic research without any material? I never thought of that. Did you really kill people because of a coin toss? Yes, though it was strange that the coin never landed on heads, came the reply. Naruto, may I see the coin you used? Shrugging his shoulders, the blonde pulled out the coin before handing it to the Hokage, who gave it a quick once-over. Naruto, you do realize that both sides are tails? I have a rigged coin. The blonde asked in confusion before looking at the coin himself and sweat-dropping. I guess Vicky-chan must have snuck it in before I left. Damn, I was actually planning on letting luck decide if they died or not. Oh well, sorry Oji-san. Naruto, who's Vicky? Kyuubi. What? She's actually pretty nice once you get to know her. I give up. When these exams are over, I am definitely retiring. Well, don't expect me to take the title. I absorbed the blood of 3 former Hokages, so now I know what being Hokage is like, and there is no fucking way I'm taking the job now, the blonde informed his grandfather figure before disappearing in a colony of bats. Walking through the forest of death, Hyuga Hinata was unable to comprehend what had just happened. Naruto-kun, why won't anybody realize that monster isn't you, was the main series of thoughts running through her head. You were the strongest person I knew, even with the entire village against you. You refused to give up, You always tried your hardest and you never let yourself hate them, so why can't anyone see that hate-filled, sadistic monster isn't you? As her mind continued to ponder the reason why she was the only one to see that fact, to her mind anyway, she suddenly found the ground under her feet gave way and with a sickening crack, her head struck a rock, sending her into blissful unconsciousness as she descended into the darkness below the forest. 2 days later, Sarutobi Hiruzen was not having a good day. He was currently being forced to endure the civilian council's complaints concerning the matchup of Naruto versus Sasuke and the fact that Naruto had actually killed one of the councilor's daughters during the preliminaries. "Hokage-sama, I demand justice," Haruno shouted, quieter than usual due to grieving the loss of her daughter. "Sigh, Counselor Haruno, your daughter signed a waiver that stated that the chances of dying in the exam was high, so it is her own fault for signing that waiver and continuing on with the exam," the aged leader stated in an attempt to quell the flames that were currently burning. "Who cares about your daughter?" a random civilian stated snidely, earning a glare off the Haruno head. "That demon is supposed to be fighting Uchiha-sama in the first round." "Yeah, we can't let that monster fight Uchiha-sama." Silence. The Hokage shouted in anger, "The finals of the Chunin exams have been decided and will not be changed, do you understand?" "But Hokage-sama, I said it will not be changed and that is final. This meeting is adjourned," the Hokage ordered, silencing all the incoming protests. Eventually the entire chamber was cleared of all but 2 people. "How is the search going, Hiyashi?" "Sigh. We've looked everywhere and haven't managed to find a trace of her," the head of the Hyuga clan said, letting his despair show in front of the strongest human in the village. "Are you certain you don't want me to give you help to find her?" "At this point in time, I doubt help would make any difference. The smell would have left the area by now and I have already asked the Abarames if her teammate placed a Kikai on her and they informed me that he didn't. Damn it, why did this have to happen?" Hiyashi stated in a tired tone. "I see, I'm sorry," Sarutobi said before leaving the room. Deep under Konoha, we find an old man covered in bandages talking to a single boy of approximately 13 years of age. "Your surveillance on Orochimaru was less than satisfactory, Sai," the old man stated. "Forgive me, Danzo-sama, I will not fail you again," the black-haired boy stated emotionlessly. "You are lucky that Orochimaru has been confirmed dead, right here in Konoha. Because of these circumstances, I am assigning you a new mission. You are to assist Fu and Torun in ending the Kiri civil war." Dismissed. "Hi Danzo-sama," the boy said before vanishing in a swirl of leaves. "Hey, things are going better than anticipated, especially once my conquest of Otto is over," the one-eyed man thought as he dissolved into a black-clad blonde with sunglasses, before leaving the area as a swarm of bats. Yamanaka Ino was deep in thought as she tended her parents' flower shop. "I can't believe how Sakura turned out, then again, she did break up our friendship over a boy, so why am I so surprised? Was it perhaps because you thought you were still friends?" a voice called out, shocking the girl out of her stupor as she turned to see a familiar blonde standing at the counter with a single black rose in one hand. "Huh, guess I must have been thinking out loud, huh? No, I can read minds. Huh, you almost had me going there for a minute." "Who said I was joking?" the sapphire-eyed boy asked inside her head, causing the girl's eyes to widen in shock. "Naruto. If my dad finds out you've been stealing our clan techniques," she would have continued had she not been interrupted by the vampiric genin. "Ino-san, your father already knows of my ability to read minds, and for your information it isn't a technique, just another ingrained ability I have now," he stated calmly, which somehow managed to calm her nerves, "but I do have to say, I am surprised you don't hate me for killing Sakura." "Sigh, Naruto, she practically admitted that she tried to kill you before and you made no attempt at hiding your resentment towards her. Then she went and insulted Victoria-san when she didn't even know her. Sigh. I just can't bring myself to feel sorry about her death now I realize that she wasn't who I thought she was," Ino claimed sadly. "And you're not scared of me because you're smart enough to realize that I'm at least amicable to those that aren't my enemies, and you haven't done anything to make yourself my enemy. Now if you don't mind I would like to purchase this flower," he stated calmly. "Huh? Oh of course, sorry about that," the purple-clad girl said as she moved over to the till. "So, are you getting that for Victoria-san?" "Yes, the black rose is a beautiful flower, often thought of as having a link to death, but then again there are some people who think it represents pure love. It is amazing just how opposite different people's opinions can be of the same thing," the blonde vampire stated with a far-off look in his eyes. And what do you think? That it is a beautiful flower, nothing more, nothing less, he claimed before handing some money to the girl. Keep the change, think of it as a tip for the pleasant conversation, he told her as he left the establishment. He may be almost completely different, but if you look hard enough, there is still some of the old, caring Naruto in there, she thought as she returned to tending the flowers. Walking along the street, Naruto was beginning to get ever so slightly irritated. Those two auto nin who were in the same team as that Zaku guy he killed, were following him. Of course all he wanted to do was get home and give Vicky the rose he bought. After all, he knew for a fact that she loved them. It's not that she thought they represented pure love, she just liked the color black and roses. Getting annoyed at the auto duo's persistence, the blonde vampire turned off into an alley, where the two genin jumped in front of him. What do you want? And make it quick, I don't want this flower to die before I get home, he asked while voicing his displeasure. Oh, well, it can wait, Dosu stated nervously, drawing a sweat drop from the black-clad blonde, which only increased when the girl hit him for it. What we want to say is that you killed Orochimaru-sama, who always taught us to follow the strongest, Kin started off before she began to lose her nerve. So you want me to be your leader? Naruto asked, earning 2 nods at the simple statement. Go tell the Hokage, he'll make you my retainers, he stated, earning a pair of "Hi Naruto-sama," as the duo left to get branded as the blondes, voluntary slaves. Well, that was unusual, he claimed before continuing on his way to give Vicky her flower. What do ya mean you're not going to let me train my own godson? An old man shouted at the Hokage. He had long white hair and wore a pair of gray shinobi pants, a mesh shirt with an olive green yukata-style shirt and a sleeveless, knee-length, red jacket. His face was adorned and on his forehead was a strange Hittite with 2 horns and an engraving of the kanji for oil. I'm sorry Jiraiya, but I'm not sure if Naruto would decide to kill you if you met him, the aged Kage said sadly. Come on old man. Do you really think he could kill me? Jiraiya asked incredulously. Sigh, Jiraiya, in the Forest of Death, Naruto killed Orochimaru. Sarutobi stated, earning a shocked look from the other man. You need to understand Jiraiya, Naruto has this ability to absorb a person's strength, memories, skills. Hell, he actually admitted to absorbing their souls, simply by drinking their blood, considering that he gained access to Danzo's genetic research facility and, sigh, Naruto has the skills of more than 10 Kage level ninja right now, and all of the Kyuubi's power as well. Plus he's immortal. What did you just say? Naruto is immortal, to a certain extent, however, his skills are currently high enough, that you will only hit him if he lets you, so now do you understand why I can't let you see him? I still want to see him, he'll kill you and we still need your spy network. Why? If he's as strong as you say he is, then you can just threaten to use him to destroy the other villages and you won't need a spy network. Because I don't know where his loyalty lies. What? The Sannin asked darkly. You need to understand, when he came back from his first C rank, he had changed. Unfortunately, the change has brought out his contempt of the human species and I'm no longer sure if he would fight for the village, the Hokage informed the other man. Just as Jiraiya was about to make his retort, a knock on the door stopped the conversation dead in its tracks. I will see my godson and there is nothing you can do to stop me, the slightly younger man claimed before jumping out of a nearby window. Sigh, Jiraiya, you always were an idiot, Hiruzen said quietly before calling out, come in. As soon as he said that, the door opened to reveal the 2 auto genin, causing Sarutobi to let out a sigh at where he thought the conversation was about to go. If you want me to punish Naruto for killing your teammate, no. Actually, since our village's leader was killed by him, we've sorta decided to follow him now and his first order was to tell you about that and then get branded as his retainers, the boy stated blankly. Why? Because Orochimaru-sama always taught us to follow the strongest, and Naruto-sama is the strongest, the girl claimed calmly, causing the old man to wonder how much of a one-track mind his former student had when he was still alive. You do realize that being retainers makes you nothing more than voluntary slaves? The old man asked to make sure they knew what they were getting themselves into. Working under Orochimaru-sama wasn't much different, though I doubt we risk becoming experiments with Naruto-sama, Dosu informed the old man, before the duo were shown the way to the Konoha registration office, where they would be inducted into Konoha as the retainers of the Namikaze clan. Jiraiya was scared. Scratch that. The only thing that scared him more than what he was seeing right now was Tsunade when she caught him peeping on her, and even that wasn't that much scarier. He had originally come to meet his godson, but he had immediately been distracted when he noticed the color of flesh in one of the second-story windows. So being the self-proclaimed super pervert he couldn't help but check it out. Of course, when he realized it was his godson screwing some cute lil redhead, he had originally been proud, that is until he noticed the girl's extra features, namely the fox ears and 9 red foxtails. Now Jiraiya wasn't an idiot or a coward, but he had seen the destructive power of the Kyuubi no Kitsune firsthand, and to find out it had been released was not something he was happy about, especially if it was influencing his godson to hate the village. As Naruto was pounding into Victoria, the two were having a bit of a conversation. "So, what do you want to do with the voyeur Vicky-chan?" Naruto asked. "Depends. Who is it?" she asked in between moans of pleasure. "My godfather, rip his balls off and feed them to Isaribi." "Do you think she eats something like that?" "She is following your advice about embracing the monster she's become, though not around the Ichirakus, by the way. They've given her a part-time job there." "That's nice to hear," the blonde stated before unloading in the demoness. "Anyway, time to deal with the pervert," he continued before exiting the girl and reforming his clothes as Kyuubi did the same. Outside the house, Jiraiya was still trying to figure out what to do while the Kyuubi was free, since trying to reason with his godson while a kitsune was around was not going to work. "Hello godfather," he heard whispered right next to his ear, causing him to jump away on reflex, before looking at the boy and the, now fox featureless girl. "I hope you aren't planning on using what you just saw as inspiration." "Naruto, don't listen to anything she says. If Naru-kun listened to everything I said you would have had your balls ripped off and fed to a fish by now," Victoria stated with a pout. "What?" she asked when an awkward silence filled the air. "Why are you picking on Isaribi?" Naruto asked, confusing the Sannin. "I'm not, it's just that other people understand that threat better if I call her that." "Naruto, you do realize that that is the demon that nearly destroyed Konoha the day you were born, right?" Jiraiya asked, hoping that would convince the boy to stop listening to the fox. "Hey, that wasn't my fault. I actually liked Konoha before they started abusing Naru-kun." "Really, then why did you attack it?" the toad summoner asked sarcastically. "Stupid Sharingan," she muttered under her breath at that comment. "What? I was being controlled by one of those stupid Sharingan." "So you're claiming an Uchiha did it?" "Yep. Does the Hokage know about this?" "That depends. If you mean about an Uchiha being behind Kyuubi's attack 12 years ago, yes. If you mean about him knowing that Kyuubi is currently no longer resident inside me, don't know," Naruto explained to the aged pervert. "By the way, how did you know who I was? I can read minds." "Okay. Sarutobi-sensei said you'd kill me if we met. He probably thought I would. And why won't you?" "Because I know it isn't your fault you abandoned me. You had obligations to the village that required you to stay outside it, and I couldn't be kept safe all the time if I'm traveling with you. Plus the fact that he would probably figure out who I was if I lived with you, so you really didn't have much choice," the young blonde explained. "However, I will kill you if you decide to include mine and Vicky-chan's activities in your book." "Vicky-chan? Me? Wait, so you're telling me the Kyuubi no Kitsune is called Vicky?" the pervert asked with a look of disbelief gracing his features. "Yep," came the reply from both the immortal beings. "And I thought I'd seen it all," the author muttered under his breath. "Anyway, how about I show you a thing or two?" he asked with a happy tone before creating a condensed ball of swirling chakra in the palm of his hand. "Know it, mastered it, improved it," the blonde replied before creating the same technique in his palm, before it suddenly began to screech, and after a couple of seconds, it was a large shuriken-shaped ball of swirling wind. Of course, this display completely gobsmacked the human of the three. After all, both he, his student and his student's student failed to do what this kid just did, combine their affinity with the Rasengan. "I can also use the other 4 elements, but they aren't as destructive as Futon," the vampire stated calmly. "Okay. How about I let you sign the contract for the toads? I can summon them, snakes, monkeys, dogs, tapir, hawks, turtles and salamanders," the blonde informed him. "How? Other people's blood? Id you get other people's blood?" "Drank it. I give up," the legendary ninja stated as he dropped his head. "Fine then. Do you know Senjutsu?" Never heard of it. Thank Kami, there is something I can teach you, the white-haired man exclaimed to the heavens before feeling some liquid run down his cheek. Slowly lifting his finger to the liquid, he rubbed some off and realized, it's blood? How? So senjutsu is the process of gathering natural chakra from the atmosphere in order to improve your physical and chakra-based abilities. Useless to me, Naruto stated before showing his godfather some blood on a kunai. Damn it, I wanted to actually teach you something. Tough, you are evil. I know. Will you two please stop that? Vicky asked in an attempt to stop the constant pauses. Sure thing, Queen, the blonde stated, before turning towards his godfather, and for that last little thought. Throughout Konoha, everyone froze in their tracks as the most pain-filled scream they had ever heard assaulted their ears, before they decided to completely ignore it and get back on with their day. So, are you going to feed them to Isaribi like I suggested? Depends. Hey Isaribi, do you want some testicles for lunch? What? The scaly girl shouted from the living room, before the duo walked in, seeing the girl as her skin remained an unhealthy shade of red. My godfather decided it would be a good idea to use me and Vicky-chan as characters in his new porn book, so I just performed an open-air castration on him. So do you want to eat them? The blonde explained, causing the bright red girl to lose some color. No thanks, I'm not monster enough for that, yet, she replied. How about you, Vicky-chan? Please. The only balls I want to suck are yours, the redhead exclaimed, causing the other girl to regain the color she had just lost. All right then, and with that the pair of sperm-producing organs were thrown into the kitchen's garbage disposal unit. So Isaribi, I heard you've got a job at Ichiraku's. Yeah, Ayame Nichan's really helping me get settled in, the fish girl claimed as her face returned to its usual shade. Already calling Ayame Nichan, are we? The blonde asked with a small smirk. What? She's really nice and she always helps me when I need it. Relax, I'm just happy you're making friends here, Naruto said as he put his hand on the girl's shoulder. Thanks. As the trio just sat in silence, there was a knock on the door, prompting the immortal genin to go and open it. Of course he was expecting to have someone try and kill him when he opened it, however he was greeted by the sight of Otto Genin standing at attention. Oh yeah, I forgot about you, the blonde claimed, causing the duo to sweat drop at their new master's antics. Then again, I really should go and deal with the rest of Otto. Alright, the rules are simple, those two sitting there are in charge when I'm away and you will do everything they tell you to, do you understand? After receiving a pair of, "Hi Naruto-sama," from the Otto duo and telling Victoria and Isaribi what he was going to do, he left in a colony of bats. Uchiha Sasuke was not happy. His teammate had crippled his sensei so he couldn't get training there. Now that wouldn't really bother him if it wasn't for one thing, no one else would train him, the last Uchiha. They should be rolling over and begging him to let them train him, but no, they refused to train the last of the greatest clan ever for reasons he couldn't understand. So all he could really do right now was go to the training grounds and copy every jutsu he saw. Unlike other hidden villages, Otogakure wasn't a single, fortified town-like area, but several smaller bases of operations spanning the entirety of the elemental countries. Due to Orochimaru's plans for the Chunin exams, most of his most important personnel were currently located in the base closest to Konoha, the one that took less than an hour for Naruto to reach. Activate emergency protocols. We've been found. A random scout shouted as the black-clad vampire casually walked towards the stronghold. Of course, when the numerous defensive mechanisms activated and launched a wave of death that no human could survive, the residents of the base were shocked when the blonde never stopped walking. After several more attempts at stopping the immortal being, he had come too close and was quite literally right outside the front door until they found themselves lacking one. Every last occupant of the building had surrounded the blonde less than 10 seconds after he had stopped walking when he had reached the middle of the small entrance. Hello OTO. I am here to give you some news. Orochimaru has been terminated and as of right now, I am the master of everyone with one of Orochimaru's Juin Jutsu. The vampiric genin called out like an old-fashioned town crier. Liar. A white-haired man with 2 red dots instead of eyebrows shouted as he ripped his spine out of his back and swung it at the blonde, who in turn ripped his spine out of his back and used it to block the attack. Kimimaro, the last of the Kagaya clan and the sole bearer of the Kai no Juin, Orochimaru's most loyal subordinate. Pity, the blonde stated before activating the Juinjutsu Orochimaru had placed on the man, resulting in the white-haired individual collapsing to the floor in agony as the seal burned his very soul with its malicious intent. What everyone in the room thought when this happened was simple: he is Orochimaru. I'm not Orochimaru. I have merely assimilated his soul. To put it bluntly, Orochimaru is just a small part of me now. Of course, that also means I have complete control over your Juinjutsus, so everyone here who has one of those marks is now at my mercy. Naruto explained to the army in front of him, causing many to lose their nerve as they began to subconsciously touch certain areas on their bodies. Now everyone line up, at his command. Every person in the room lined up so as to give the blonde the ability to see all of them. All right, you are to stay behind, he informed a hat-wearing redhead with anger-filled eyes. The rest of you are to inform the rest of Otto of these changes. Now go. With that command, the only people left in the room were the blonde and the redhead. What the fuck do you want me to do, huh? The redhead asked aggressively. You do realize that as long as you have Orochimaru's Juinjutsu, you are effectively my slave, right? What does that matter? It's simple really, I intend on using my slaves, he responded with a cruel grin, before he vanished and grabbed the girl. In a lowly lit room somewhere in a megacure, we find an orange-masked individual sitting on a bed as he coughed and had several spasms. Are you certain you're all right, Madara-sama? The white half of Zetsu asked as the man revealed the true extent of his weakness. I still don't understand why I haven't fully recovered even after all this time, the masked man stated in pain. Are you kidding me? The injuries you got of the Shoden should have killed you straight out, let alone heal. The black half of the plant man stated as the man began to have another coughing fit. Yet they didn't, that has to say something at the very least. I was thinking, the white half started. About what? Well, you survived fatal injuries without medical attention, so has the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. However, I also noticed that the Kyuubi's host consumes blood. Have you ever done that? Once, after my battle with Hashirama, I managed to survive by drinking my own blood, the black-haired man stated. Which would be when you stopped healing. What, are you trying to say that I should give in to my temptation and drink some blood? You've been tempted to drink blood? Ever since that day? Come on, at least try some, I mean it's not like anything bad will happen, is it? Sigh. Fine then, I'll try it, but I'm not drinking anymore if this doctor stand Madara-sama. The white half of Zetsu stated before pulling a clear plastic bag of blood from within his cloak and handing it to the ill man, who immediately gave in to his impulses and devoured the life-giving liquid. Are you all right, Madara-sama? Are you all right, Madara-sama? Both sides of Zetsu asked at the same time, when the man had finished draining the entire bag. That was Hidan's blood, the black-haired individual stated calmly. How did you know that? I remember everything he did up till then, the masked man stated before looking at Zetsu, and my injuries are all gone. Wwwww. My head hurts, Hinata said as she woke up from her fall. Looking up the way and activating her Byakugan, she was surprised to see no visible entrance to the area she was in. What she did see, however, was a large corridor that seemed to lead even further down, and seeing no alternative, she decided to follow it. After several hours of walking, she finally came across something that wasn't the same stone corridor as the rest of it. Right there in front of her, blocking her path, was a huge steel door with countless locks and bolts. Even though she had never actually seen one before, Hinata knew the thing in front of her was a vault door. After several hours of trying to open the door, it finally opened and she was greeted by a room with several strange objects that seemed to give off a strange aura, including several large knives and countless books. Looking through the books, though, resulted in her discarding countless hardbacks due to her inability to read the strange, foreign language it was written in. That is until she finally found one she could read. The Gospel of Judas. You're such a pretty slave now, aren't you, Tayuya? A certain blonde stated as he reformed his clothes after using his slave. Shut the fuck up. The redhead growled out angrily as she lay on the floor with a warm, sticky fluid covering most of her form and filling both of her holes. Now, we both know that you liked it, you just don't want to admit you like being completely and utterly dominated, Naruto claimed with a smirk. Go fuck yourself. I could, but I prefer to fuck others, the vampiric genin claimed with a cheeky grin. Asshole, Tayuya muttered under her breath. What was that? You want me to fuck your asshole again? No, you fucking asshole. I know I fuck assholes, I just did yours, he said with an exaggerated smile as he enjoyed tormenting the girl. Fuck you. Sigh. I've spent a little too long here, the blonde said after looking at the time. Get dressed, he commanded as he formed a new set of clothes for her to wear, which she gladly did. The outfit consisted of a simple white tank top, a pair of black jeans, a simple leather jacket and a pair of running shoes. As soon as she had finished getting dressed, he grabbed her arm before dragging her out the base. Hey. Where the fuck are you taking me, ya bastard? Home, of course. I can't use a slave if they aren't within reaching distance at all times. Wait. You fucking mean you're just fucking taking me to use as a fucking fuck toy? The redhead shouted out indignantly. All complaints will be filed away for future reference at such a point in time that I give a shit, he replied in a professional tone of voice, further irritating his slave. Fuck you bastard, she muttered under her breath. The truth was though, that what he said earlier was right, though she loathed to admit it. She had enjoyed being completely dominated by the psycho, even if he annoyed her to no end. Feeling a sharp tug on her arm, she soon found herself in front of her master, while one of his hands began to massage her right breast. Now to Yuya-chan, is that really any way to talk to your master? Especially when he can read your mind? He stated, resulting in the girl's eyes widening to unreal proportions. Do you understand now? I know you liked it and you simply cannot hide it from me. Well, I have to admit I'm surprised you're still alive, Jiraiya, the Hokage stated as he sat next to the younger Mon's hospital bed. Screw you, sensei, the white-haired man stated in a tired and pained voice. You don't know what it's like to have your balls ripped off. And why did he rip them off in the first place? The older of the two asked in confusion. I was thinking about using him and the Kyuubi for my next book. Jiraiya, are you telling me that Naruto is having a sexual relationship with the Kyuubi no Kitsune? Yeah. I should have known, the professor muttered at that tidbit of information. You don't sound too surprised, sensei. I'm not. Ever since his change I've learned to never believe he won't do something. That unpredictable is he. Yeah. So Jiraiya, what would you say about becoming Hokage? No fucking way. Come on Jiraiya, you could always use my orb for your research. And not get any time to write because of the accursed paperwork, no thanks. Come on, if you don't who will? Have you tried Tsunadeheim? I don't know where to find her, I can look for you. In your condition? Just give me a week to recover and I'll be as good as new, just without certain parts of my anatomy. And you think you can find Tsunade before the Chunin exams have finished? Of course. Sigh, fine then, but I'll be sending Naruto with you, the aged Kage stated, causing the Toad Summoner to pale considerably. Do you really think that's necessary, sensei? Yes, I want to retire as soon as the Chunin exams are over, even if you have to bring Tsunade back by force. Understood, sensei. Vicky-chan, I'm home and have brought a new pet, Naruto called out as he entered his home, earning a splutter off the red-headed slave. Who the fuck are you calling a fucking pet? Oh sorry, I mean slave. The blonde corrected, further irritating the former Otto Nin. Oh, where are you going to put it? The demoness asked as she came round a corner, shocking the foul-mouthed Kunoichi with the sheer lack of concern present in her voice. I was thinking the basement, it isn't really being used for much right now. Okay. Though I think you should redecorate down there first, it's too easy to escape from right now, Kyuubi stated, gleaming a small glimmer of hope in the other redhead. True, but then again her seal acts as both a leash and a tracker, running would be pointless, and as if on cue, the small glimmer of hope faded and Yuya was left with the harsh reality of her existence from then on. How are the other slaves doing? Naruto asked. Well, Kin is definitely going to be easy to live with. She's hardworking and seems to be very sexually open, while Dosu's just praying you're not bi, Vicky deadpanned, drawing a small sweat drop from the immortal psychopath. There was silence until a small grin found its way onto the blonde's face. Well, would you look at that, it's about time to do some Jinchuriki hunting, he stated with a small smirk before leaving out the front door. What was that about? Yuya asked in confusion as she stood in the middle of the hallway. Nothing you should be concerned about, now get over here, I've got jobs for you to do, the other redhead stated with a small grin. I see, in that case assist Hyo and Terai in monitoring Akatsuki, the one-eyed warhawk in control of Root stated after receiving all the information on the remaining Jinchuriki. It appeared as though Suna's and both of Kumo's Jinchuriki would be attending the Chunin exam finals, while one of Iwa's was currently living in a small cabin several miles away from the village, with the other one currently located within the village walls. Takigakure also possessed a Jinchuriki within the village walls, however the village itself was protected to a lesser extent. And last but not least, Kiri's hosts were currently fighting on the anti-Kekkei Genkei side of the civil war, very useful considering the fact that Root was currently supporting the other side. Soon after receiving the information and giving out and vanished in a puff of smoke. Naruto wasn't exactly what you would call the slowest at traveling, he was actually very fast, and surprisingly it only took him a couple of hours to reach his first target, Takigakure. Well, that was surprisingly easy, he mumbled to himself as he wandered the street looking for the Shichibi's vessel. He had expected a more thorough security system, including detection barriers, fortified walls, moats filled with carnivorous species and unpredictable patrols. What he actually got was nothing more than a pair of half-asleep sentries that he could sneak past in his sleep. Of course, the main problem that the blonde faced was how to go about finding the Jinchuriki. He could do a simple information-gathering exercise and attempt to find the container, or slaughter everyone until they handed the vessel over. The only problem with the second option was that he could potentially kill the Shichibi, and he didn't want that. So plan it was then. I hate having ambitions to fulfill, always seems to make things harder. By the end of the day, he was surprised that no one had even realized that there was a potential enemy among the crowd. He was certain that someone would have noticed him, but the lack of Anbu trailing him told him otherwise. As far as the Jinchuriki hunt was concerned, he had discovered that Taki's Jinchuriki was a young girl with chocolate skin, light green hair and pink eyes, definitely narrowed down the search. As he was contemplating this information, he noticed a single person had started following him, so he did what he did best in that situation, enter a dark alley. Once he had entered the alley, he quickly became intangible and hid in one of the shadow-covered walls. Hiding in the wall, he waited for his tail to enter the alley after him, which they did after several seconds. Fuck. Where the hell did that freak go? The person cursed under their breath, before feeling their arms twisted behind their back and find their face pressed against one of the alley's walls. You know, it isn't very nice to call someone a freak, Jinchuriki-chan, Naruto responded in a whisper. So you know who I am. What are you after? That's simple, you're Biju, he claimed, causing the girl's eyes to widen at the implication. If you think I will just stand here and let you kill me, you've got another thing coming. The pink-eyed girl shouted as she started to struggle against the black-clad blonde. Just as she was about to pull on the Shichibi's chakra, she noticed an odd, cold sensation appearing in her stomach. Turning as much as her position would allow, the sight she witnessed would be forever imprinted in her mind. Floating behind her assailant was a terrifying specter with gray skin, a pair of horns protruding from its forehead, while an ornate tanto was gripped between its teeth. Looking at its cloaked form, the young girl noticed one of its arms protruding from her assailant's chest, before merging with her midriff. The arm then began to slowly emerge from her with something in its grasp. After several seconds, she was capable of discerning the object in the wraith's clutches, the Shichibi. Fear coursed through her body as she realized that she was about to have her Biju ripped out of her being, something she knew resulted in the host's death. She began to struggle harder as she felt the life fading from her being, until she simply couldn't fight anymore. Letting a single tear flow, her world faded to darkness. Warmth. That was the sensation coursing through her body. Why am I warm? Am I in hell? She thought as she kept her eyes closed, scared of what she would see. You're not in hell, came a familiar voice, causing the girl's eyes to snap open and face her assailant. Looking at the person who somehow managed to steal her Biju, she saw the silhouette standing against a backdrop of fire. Looking closer at the flames, she soon wished she hadn't. Within the fire, she could make out the outline of Takigakure, her home. My home, she muttered out in shock, before noticing something she missed before. Everywhere within the flames lay burning corpses, many of which were impaled upon fences, power lines, signs and even trees. Sigh. Those humans were stupid enough to attack me just after using a tensai ninjutsu on you. Had they been smart and let me be, this wouldn't have happened, the black-clad blonde stated calmly as he continued to gaze over the former waterfall village. The former Jinchuriki didn't shift her gaze in the slightest, still overwhelmed by the sight before her. To think that a single person could lay waste to an entire hidden village and come out completely unscathed was unbelievable. But that didn't change the fact that she was currently looking at the village she grew up in burning before her eyes. Everyone she ever knew was dead or homeless, including her family and friends. Wait, no, I never had any family or friends in the first place, and with that thought, the sadness she felt began to die as she remembered everything she went through in the village, all the hateful stares, the countless beatings, the harsh training she was put through. The only abuse she didn't suffer was, and that was because no one was prepared to risk catching something off the demon girl. The more she remembered, the more the pain dulled, until watching the burning became satisfying. The pair continued to stare at the burning village for a good 10 minutes, before the vampire turned his back on it and started walking away. You have two choices, little girl. 1. Stay here and try to fend for yourself, or 2. Come with me. Either way makes no difference to me. Snapping out of her stupor, the lime-haired girl quickly got to her feet before running after the person who freed her from her village and her burden. Slowing down next to him, she decided to start a conversation. Hi, she started nervously, still unsure if to trust this strange individual. Hello. My name's Fu, she said, wanting to get the introductions over with. Naruto, he responded calmly. You said you used a tensai jutsu on me. Why? She asked with confusion lacing her voice. Because I did. Huh? You asked me why I said I used a tensai jutsu on you, and I said because I did, the blonde stated, earning a small sweat drop from the girl. I meant why did you use a tensai jutsu on me, so you wouldn't die? But weren't you the one who killed me in the first place? Yes, but your death was nothing personal, you just had what I wanted, he informed her. Oh, and you just go and kill anyone who has something you want, Fu said with sarcasm dripping from her tone. Yep. Really? Only if they don't give it to me. Okay. Why did I have to meet this psycho? Because you're a Jinchuriki. Ah. The young girl screamed after the boy's voice echoed in her mind, before pointing an accusing finger at the black-clad blonde. You can read minds. Amongst many other things. Do I really want to know? No, fair enough. By the way, if you used a tensai ninjutsu on me, how come you're still alive? I'm immortal. Immortal? Yes, immortal. You know that thing where a person can't die. Really? Yes, really. Wow, Sue, where are we going? Kiri. Why? To collect the Sanbi and Rokubi. So you're saying that you intend on stealing more biju? Yep. Why? More power. Aren't you powerful enough? Yep. Then why are you after more power? Fun. Fun? Yep. It's more fun to try and increase my power if I'm already the most powerful being on the planet. It just means that I can get stronger without having to worry about being too weak to defeat my enemies or protect my precious people. You have precious people? Fu said incredulously. Yep. I find that hard to believe, she muttered under her breath. Then don't believe it, the blue-eyed teen stated nonchalantly. Huh? The green-haired girl said in confusion. Are you forgetting, I'm a ninja too. I could be lying to you about everything, the bled back at her. After blinking a couple of times, the chocolate-skinned girl said a single word, asshole. What? You want it in the asshole? The blonde said incredulously. What? No, she shouted indignantly as a slight pink tinge settled on her cheeks. Really? Yes, really, okay then, he said as he continued to walk towards their next destination. He has got to be the weirdest person I have ever met, she muttered to herself as she continued to follow him. Any outsider that visited Kirigakure could easily see that the situation wasn't good. Everywhere you looked, houses were collapsing while the streets were littered with craters from the countless exploding notes that were used over the course of the war. No matter how hard you looked, you would never see a civilian, since they all either moved out or died in the crossfire. Right now, however, the streets were anything but lifeless. Retreat! A random Jonin shouted before getting crushed by a large grayish-green appendage. Numerous ninja started running as an enormous grayish-green turtle with 3 tails crushed countless ninja, while making sure to avoid others. Yotan. Yokai no Jutsu. Came a feminine voice, just before a large sheet of lava appeared above the monstrous creature before gravity worked its magic. The voice belonged to a woman in her early 30s, with long auburn hair, with a blue band creating a topknot, while 2 long bangs crossed over her chest and a small bang covered one of her light green eyes. She wore a long-sleeved, dark blue dress that left her shoulders uncovered and stopped just below her knees, with the right side slid from the waist down, revealing mesh leggings. Looking higher revealed more mesh, as some was visible above the low starting dress. As the lava consumed the beast, steam began to fill the area, obscuring the ninja's vision, until one of the beast's appendages lashed out, crushing several more shinobi, before the monstrosity crawled out of the steam completely unscathed by the attack. Damn it, as long as Yagura is in control, we don't stand a chance against that beast, the woman muttered through gritted teeth. Terumi-san, it is unlikely to work, but I could attempt to disrupt the Mizukage's mind, a white-cloaked man wearing an animal mask said as he appeared next to the woman. It's worth a shot, do it, the auburn-haired woman commanded. Shintenshin no jutsu, the man whispered as he placed his hands into a unique formation. Immediately the cloaked man's body went limp before jerking violently and getting back up. I'm sorry Terumi-san, but it appears as though I can't disrupt the Mizukage's mind, the Anbu stated, causing a frown to grace the beautiful woman's features. Then I guess your lucking Danzo sent me to back you up, a new voice called out, before a black-clad stranger appeared out of nowhere and embedded his heel in the monstrosity's head, slamming it into the ground and creating a shockwave that nearly knocked everyone off their feet. Jumping off the beast, the Victorian-style genin landed in front of the duo, before the Sanbi swept one of its tails at the blonde, who effortlessly caught it in one hand, though the ground didn't fare as well if the crater at his feet was any indication. The pair could only look on wide-eyed as they witnessed the Sanbi's attack effortlessly caught by some child, after all the destruction it had caused, after all the lives lost to it while under the control of the Yondaime, a single child was capable of overpowering it. Wow, I can't believe he's that strong, a voice stated from behind the observers, causing them to turn towards the speaker. And exactly who are you? The blue-clad woman asked. Name's Fu. Yours? Terumi Mei. Fu. We have the same name, the green-haired girl stated. Indeed, just refer to me as Anbu. That seems simple enough, Mei claimed, before a small earthquake hit the area. Looking towards the battle, they were surprised to see the Sanbi laying on its back with only two tails present on its form, while the last one was currently dissolving next to the black-clad blonde. Shibandama no ninjutsu, came a quiet call before the area was filled with bubbles. Standing still with a bored expression marring his features, Naruto simply let the bubbles do their thing, with one filled with water covering his head, before the rest began to burst, burning everything the substance they spread touched. Well, this is boring. I was hoping to at least get a minor workout from this, but no, they just have to be too fucking weak, he thought quietly before unleashing a minor portion of his power, effectively obliterating the bubbles and knocking everyone off their feet. You know, you're beginning to bore me. I guess I'll just finish this before I get too bored, and with that statement, he flew through several hand seals, before grabbing the bubble user and Sanbi. Shiki Fujin, he whispered. After several minutes of struggling, and the Sanbi dissolving, both Kiri's Jinchuriki were laying lifeless on the ground as the Mizukage's forces were surrendering left and right, while any that didn't were quickly captured or killed. I take it then, that you intend on keeping our Biju, Mei stated as she walked towards the blonde. Don't worry too much, I've already taken the Shichibi and am planning on gathering the rest, the blonde claimed, resulting in a confused expression finding its way onto the woman's face. Why should that stop me from worrying? Because it will mean that only Konoha will have any Biju, which means that as long as you make sure you're allied with Konoha, you will never have to worry about a Biju attack, Naruto explained, earning a look of understanding from the woman. Will Konoha be prepared to sign a treaty with us? The Sandaime Hokage loves peace. The only problem might be with the daimyos rejecting the decision, but they can easily be persuaded, the blue-eyed genin claimed with a small grin. You would threaten the daimyos? Are you completely stupid? No, I am simply strong enough to crush the daimyos and their armies without much effort. Just as the woman was about to make a retort, the female Fu intervened, like you did with Taki? What did you do with Taki? They attacked me, so I destroyed them, the Jinchuriki claimed casually. You destroyed an entire hidden village, the auburn-haired woman stated incredulously. They started it, the blonde stated with a pout, earning sweat drops from everyone that was listening to the conversation. You claimed that Danzo-sama sent you to back us up, why did he? The Anbu asked seriously. Danzo's goal is to bring peace under the flag of Konoha, and the only way of doing so is by military dominance. I have the ability to become infinitely powerful and survive for eternity. So he sent me to increase Konoha's power and gain a new ally, the fedora-wearing blonde explained, earning nods of acceptance from all the present rude shinobi. And yet Konoha has the largest number of missing nin in the elemental countries, Mei stated. I blame the council. You blame the council? Both Mei and Fu asked in confusion. The Konoha Council consists of 3 sections, the Hokage and his advisors, the Shinobi section and the civilian section. The Hokage and the Shinobi section are perfectly fine, however the civilian section is filled with corrupt bureaucrats and brain-dead merchants that seem to believe that the only thing that matters is their pockets or ambitions, the blue-eyed vampire explained. If they're that bad, then why doesn't the Hokage dissolve them? Because they're good at covering their tracks and unfortunately, they're needed to keep Konoha's economy afloat. Why would they help the economy? Their pockets and ambitions are linked to it. The better the economy, the more they can steal, the blonde said before turning towards the root shinobi. As for you lot, Danzo ordered me to pass on this order to you. Assist Hyo and Terai in monitoring Akatsuki. Hi. And with that call all the present root saw Shunshin. Turning towards the attractive woman, Naruto decided to say his farewell. Well then, I should be going to Iwa now. I might see you again someday. Hold on. We've only just got here and you're saying it's time to go. Fu shouted indignantly. Yes. Look, I don't know about you, but I'm exhausted. I mean, come on. We've been traveling for nearly 20 hours. Don't you ever need to sleep? The lime-haired girl shouted. No, huh? I don't need to sleep, ever, Naruto explained to the girl. Well, I do. So can we please just spend the night here? She asked with the best Enuezu no jutsu she could muster. Stop doing that or I will rip your eyes out, the blonde stated in irritation. After all, as he is now, he would happily kick a puppy just for the hell of it. As for staying the night, fine, he said before turning around to avoid the girl's victory dance. That reminded him far too much of his old self. And stop that dance or I will break your legs. Huh? What's wrong with my dancing? It brings back bad memories, he claimed, resulting in the girl stopping. Sorry. Just find somewhere to sleep and get some rest. I want to collect Iwa's Biju by the end of the week, he informed her before leaving to do whatever he does. I can't believe just how much stronger I am now, Madara stated as he stood in the middle of an arena. Laying around him were the other members of the Akatsuki, with each sporting several injuries. Well, you do have the experience of the other members all added onto your own, so is it really that surprising that you're as strong as you are? The white half of Zetsu stated. But that's the point, if he only obtained their experience, could he have beaten them all so easily? The black half of the plant man asked, earning stares off of everyone that was still conscious. What are you trying to say, Zetsu? Well, what if you got more than just memories from the blood? I mean, come on, you gained a person's memories by drinking their blood, so what's to say you didn't get their strength or abilities? You make a good point, however the only ones that have an ability without a physiology-altering jutsu or Itachi and Hidan. I already have the Sharingan and I'm not prepared to see if I can survive being decapitated, the black-haired man deadpanned. How about Danzo's blood bank? That has nearly every Kekkei Genkei in existence stored in it, the white half of Zetsu suggested. Yes, that is a good idea, Madara muttered before vanishing in his little spatial distortion. I wonder how strong he'll be when he gets back, Zetsu's black half said to break the silence. I would suspect he will be very strong, the white half mentioned. He already is very strong. Exactly. Madara then decided to reappear in his little distortion. All the blood is gone, he claimed with unbridled fury lacing his tone. What? It would appear as though the Kyuubi Jinchuriki has absorbed all of Danzo's samples, Madara explained. Where is Hidan? Laying on the floor where you left him, Zetsu's white half stated, before Madara walked over to the unconscious immortal and started to take his anger out on the Jushinist. Back in Kiri we find a certain blonde sitting on top of what used to be the Mizukage's tower, simply looking out onto the village. What do you want, Terumi-san? I want to know about this Danzo person. What does he gain out of sending his men to aid us? The woman asked. Nothing. Danzo is dead, he claimed, earning a look of shock off the green-eyed beauty. What happened? He pissed me off, and I've been impersonating him in front of his men ever since. So then, was it him or you that sent us aid? Me. What do you gain from it? Those Biju and a new ally for Konoha. Sigh. You're a strange one. It's better to be strange and interesting than normal and dull. I guess you're right, she claimed before leaving him in peace. Fu enjoyed the feeling of not being confined to clothes, so as many tacky shinobi knew, she usually slept in the buff. Slowly coming to consciousness, the girl was surprised to feel something under the same sheets as her. Looking towards it, she came eye to eye with the blonde that destroyed her home, and he was naked. Hello Fu-chan. Did you enjoy last night? Ah. What the hell? The green-haired girl shouted as she hugged the sheets. Is there a problem Fu-chan? He asked in confusion. Is there a problem? Is there a problem? I go to sleep and when I wake up, you're next to me, naked. Surely you're joking, Naruto said in a shock. What do you mean joking? She asked angrily. You don't remember last night? He asked. What the hell do you mean? You don't even remember a single night of passion? A single night of passion. Just joking, he said seriously, throwing the green-haired girl off track as his clothes formed out of blood that seeped from his skin. Couldn't resist it when I found out you sleep commando. Huh? She replied intelligently, all traces of anger forgotten as she was caught off guard. It was just too easy to pull that hoax when you sleep like that, Naruto told her, reigniting her righteous fury and earning him a punch from the angry teen. Anyway, get dressed, we're leaving for Iwa in an hour, he told her, completely unfazed by the hit. Huh? Why an hour? Because I feel like it, he replied with a shrug, before there was a quick flash of blue light around the room. What the hell was that? Fu asked in shock. A soundproofing barrier. Did you really think I would do a joke like that and let everyone hear? He asked before leaving the room. Thank Kami he didn't do anything. Hold on, that bastard saw me naked. She wasn't particularly happy. It has been decided that I'm to take up the mantle of Mizukage now that Yagura is dead. I'll be going to Konoha to discuss our alliance. I'll probably stick around for the Chunin exams, Mei said to the blonde as they waited for Fu to arrive so he could depart. Yes, about that, don't tell the Hokage about my rude Anbu. I'm keeping them a secret for reason, he told her. Attempting to overthrow him, are you? Nope, plausible deniability, Naruto informed her nonchalantly. And why don't you want to overthrow him? He tried to offer the job to me, but I'd rather work on the field or in the shadows, not spend all my time stuck to a desk signing useless crap. So you're more of a hands-on kind of guy, the busty redhead stated with a seductive smirk. You can find out when we meet in Konoha. Right now, however, I'm waiting for the little girl to show up so I can get going, he replied with a grin of his own. In Konoha then? Huh? What do you mean by that? A certain green-haired girl asked in confusion as she walked up to the main gate. Nothing important, the redhead stated calmly. Well now, since you're finally here, we can leave. I'll see you soon enough, Terumi-san, Naruto said before turning around and walking out of the gate, quickly followed by Fu, who was still pissed at him. Well, that was surprisingly anticlimactic, Naruto claimed as he walked away from a large crater that was once Iwagakure, leaving Fu gaping at his sheer destructive power. He had to admit that getting the Yanbi and Gobi was easier than he had expected. Then again, he did just accidentally obliterate Iwa with a single attack, so that wasn't really saying much. Yeah, he had discovered that creating a giant Rasengan out of highly condensed Yuki wasn't a good idea if you didn't plan on destroying a village in the process. Of course, he resurrected the Yunbi's container, a red-headed man by the name of Roshi, but he failed to resurrect the Gobi's container. Well, it is kinda hard to bring someone back from the dead when you've vaporized their body. If you're so strong, then why don't you use limitation seals? Fu asked as he complained about no one being strong enough to give him a good fight. Tell me, why don't ninja villages use limitation seals on a Biju instead of fighting them at full power? I don't know, aided honestly. It's simple, a limitation seal has a limit to how much power it can contain. Once you try to contain more than that power, the seal locks, meaning it can't be used to restrain anymore. To put it simply, a limitation seal would only seal away less than 0.1% of my power, so it would be pointless to place one on myself. What? Just how strong are you? I don't know, he finally stated after a couple of minutes of thinking. You don't know? What? It's not like there's anyone capable of pushing me to my limits, so how am I supposed to know how strong I am? He claimed with a shrug. Point taken. Good, now that's done, it's time to go to Konoha, the blonde stated as he started walking back home. Huh? What about Suna and Kumo's Jinchuriki? They're attending the Chunin exams held in Konoha. So it will be easy to get them then, plus I think I need to learn how to control my strength better, he explained, earning a sweat drop from the young girl. You know, the more I talk to you, the less I fear you, until you destroy something else that is. It's fun being a monster, that's all I'll say, the monster claimed. Sigh. Can we just get to Konoha? I'm really tired, you know. Are you going to sleep with your clothes on this time? Shut the fuck up, pervert. Hey, so touchy. Naruto, can I assume that you are responsible for the destruction of not one, but two hidden villages? The aged leader of Konoha asked as the immortal walked in through the door. In my defense, Taki attacked me first and Iwa was an accident, Naruto stated nonchalantly. And why were you there in the first place? Biju collecting. How? The old Kage asked in confusion. Shiki Fujin, the blonde claimed calmly. And you're immortal enough to survive using that jutsu? Peeved. Obviously. Who the hell have you brought with you this time? Sarutobi asked as he buried his head in his hands. Greetings Hokage-sama, my name is Fu, a former ninja of Takigakure and the former Jinchuriki of the Shichibi no Kabutomushi, the green-haired girl informed the Hokage, surprising him in the process. The former host of the Shichibi, did you say? Yes sir, but she stated pointing at Naruto, removed it from me before using a Tensai ninjutsu to resurrect me. Naruto, where did you learn a Tensai ninjutsu? The Sandame asked in exasperation. A Suna puppeteer named Shio. Sigh. Let me guess, Danzo had her blood as well. The blonde nodded in the positive. Is there anything you can't do? Play the banjo. What the hell is a banjo? A really old musical instrument, it was very cheap. I see, anyway, Fu was it? Hi Hokage-sama, what do you want to do here? I was hoping to be accepted as a ninja. I see, if you wish to become a member of Konoha's shinobi force you will be required to pass our academy's graduation exam, a Jonin instructor's exam, before starting out as a genin, is that acceptable? Huh? Why can't I just get my old rank from Taki? It is standard protocol to ensure that there isn't any foul play going on, Naruto explained. Right, it's fine, Fu claimed after listening to the blonde's words. I am sorry about this Fu, but it is protocol, the aged leader said with a small smile. Anyway, do you have anywhere to stay? No Hokage-sama. Naruto, do you have room for one more at your house? There's no fucking way I'm living with that pervert. The lime-haired girl shouted at the top of her voice, causing the shinobi no kami to look at the blonde in confusion. She can't take a prank. Sigh, it doesn't matter, Naruto won't be staying in Konoha for a while, after all, he is going to be searching for my successor with my former student. Let me guess, Tsunade. Yes Naruto, Tsunade. So how long is the self-proclaimed super pervert going to be? He should be out of the hospital tomorrow, so you can set off then. Self-proclaimed super pervert, Fu asked in confusion. Jiraiya, both Naruto and Sarutobi stated in unison. As in Jiraiya of the Sannin. Yes. Why is he in hospital? Naruto decided to castrate him. Why? He was planning something I wasn't prepared to allow, the vampiric genin stated. Regardless, I'll see you later, I've got some metal work to do, he claimed before vanishing faster than the Hokage could stop him. Damn it, I needed him to show you where you're going to be living, the old man muttered to Fu before calling in one of his trusted Anbu to take the girl to the blonde's home. Hello. Who are you and why are you here? Victoria asked as she opened the front door, seeing an Anbu with Fu at his side. This is Fu, a former ninja of Takigakure before its destruction, the Anbu stated. Let me guess, Naruto-kun decided to bring it home with him, the redhead guessed with no amount of surprise. Hey, I'm not an IT, huh? Oh that's very nice. Now do you think you could tell me where Naruto-kun is? Victoria stated uncaringly. I'm not certain where he is, he just said something about having some metal work to do, the Anbu informed her. Okay, he must either be making more ammunition or another gun, I'm inclined to believe the latter, the Kyuubi muttered, confusing the duo at the front door. So why are you still standing there? Fu, is it? Get your ass in here already. The breeze is getting annoying. Oh by the way, Uzumaki-san is going to be leaving the village with Jiraiya-sama to search for the next Hokage tomorrow, goodbye. And with that said, the Anbu left and Fu finally entered Naruto's domain. So exactly who are you anyway? Fu asked the redhead after the front door was closed. Naruto-kun's mate. He doesn't seem very faithful to me, Fu stated, thinking back to his prank. Let me guess, he slept with you, right? Well, he claims it was just a prank, but the fact remains that he saw me naked and got in the same bed as me. Where you sleeping, Commando? What the hell do you mean by that? Where you sleeping naked? Yeah, the green-haired girl answered hesitantly. Then it was just a prank. How the hell can you call that a prank? Because I'd have done the same thing in his shoes, Vicky stated nonchalantly, earning an expression of shock off the lime-haired girl. What have I gotten myself into? The young girl asked herself. The next day, a certain white-haired pervert was set free on the unsuspecting populace of Konohagakure no Sato. God damn it, Gaki. Stop screwing up my day. Then stop trying to waste time peeking on the women's hot springs. But it was you that stopped me from doing so over the past week. I have research time to make up. Tough shit, the next time you stop to peek, I will rip your cock off. How come I have a feeling you're not joking? Because you know I not. I hate you. The feeling's mutual. Thanks to Naruto's focus, the duo managed to find Tsunade quicker than expected. Tsunadeheim. Jiraiya called out when they found her in a bar in some remote town on the border to Tsuchi no Kuni. Jiraiya. What are you doing here? She appeared to be a young woman with hazel eyes and long blonde hair tied into a pair of ponytails with a pair of bangs framing her well-defined face. On her forehead was a violet-colored rhombus-shaped mark that Naruto knew was a store of large amounts of chakra, nowhere near as large as he had in his body, but still very large for a human. Just as the pervert was about to respond, Naruto beat him to the punch. Hokage-sama has ordered that you return to Konoha to act as his successor. This is compulsory. Ha 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 ha. Oh, that's a good one. And who exactly does he think will bring me back, huh? The pervert wouldn't attempt to hurt me, and there's no way a Gaki like you could possibly. Her rant was cut short when Naruto flicked his finger at her, causing her to fly through several walls without even touching her. Tsunade-sama. A young woman with short black hair and onyx eyes shouted at the sight. She wore a basic carrying, a pig? If you think you could possibly defeat me, human, you have another thing coming, Naruto stated as the older woman proceeded to climb out of the rubble that had previously buried her. Damn it, what the hell was that? He just flicked his finger and it felt like I just got punched by myself in my prime. What the hell is that, kid? So will you come willingly? Or do I have to use more force? How about this, you go fuck yourself before I get mad. Very well, force it is, the vampiric blonde stated before flicking his finger at the woman again, only to shatter a table where the Sannin was before. In less than half a second the younger blonde was missing his head courtesy of a punch from the legendary sucker. Hey, not so tough now, or ya? The living legend muttered, keeping her eyes closed, before spitting out a glob of blood and starting to heal her broken ribs. Hey, do you honestly think mere decapitation can kill me? Tsunade's eyes snapped open, only look on in shock as the blonde's head regenerated from, well, nothing. I'll be honest with you, girl. I think you'd make a terrible Hokage. Unable to even stand the sight of blood, unable to put others before yourself. I can't imagine just how ashamed your grandfather would be to see you like this, Naruto said condescendingly. What the hell would you know? The aged woman screamed before launching an enraged assault on the completely calm blonde, who simply took everything she threw at him, until she was close to passing out from exhaustion. Why? Why won't you just die? Why? Because I'm immortal. Only to an extent, a strong yet definitely female voice stated from the other side of the room. Looking towards the voice, Naruto was surprised to find himself facing a barrel, before he lost another head, this time with a loud bang. Regenerating his head, he found himself facing a young woman with short blonde hair, a chest that made Tsunade look modest, and blood-red eyes. She was wearing a grayish-yellow form-fitting jacket and shorts, with a pair of white, thigh-high socks. However, it was the pair of 9-foot-long cannons attached to a 6-foot-tall box that was attached to her back, and the badge she was wearing that caught Naruto's attention. So what do I call you, police girl? He asked with a smirk, before losing yet another head. You know, if it wasn't for your comment about a human defeating you, I would be inclined to believe you were someone else, the woman stated calmly. However, the person you remind me of always said, only a human can kill a monster. Is that so? Yeah, but other than that you're practically the same, the woman claimed, before shooting him again. Tsunade could only look on as she watched this woman calmly face the monster that had come out of her assault completely unscathed, and couldn't help but wonder who the woman was. Jiraiya on the other hand was focused solely on one thing, the woman's chest, or as he had now dubbed it, the greatest mountain range in the world. "So what is your name, police girl?" Naruto asked once again as his head regenerated once more. "Sarah's Victoria," she told him before shooting him yet again. "I take it you're a Nosferatu as well?" "That's correct, another head gone." "So why are you shooting me?" "I feel like it," another head bites the dust. "Then I have a question for you." "Go ahead," one more head down. "Is there a way to limit my power?" The oldest Fuinjutsu in existence, as you probably guess, Naruto just lost another head. And that would be? The Cromwell Initiative. This time he didn't lose a head. "Do you happen to know how to make this seal?" "Of course I do. Why?" "I hate to say it, but I'm too strong to control my power now. I was hoping that you could teach me this Cromwell Initiative, so I could get a good fight every now and then," Naruto stated, causing the woman to roll her eyes. "You are definitely too much like Master, and where is this Master of yours?" "He stopped existing a long time ago." "He stopped existing." A unique ability of someone he absorbed was quantum reality manipulation. To put it simply, they existed however they perceived themselves, meaning they could literally be everywhere at once or nowhere if they lost their perception of themselves, which due to the number of souls Master absorbed, he did. Resulting in his demise, Naruto concluded. "Yeah. Well then, police girl, lost another head. What? My girlfriend's called Victoria, so I'm not calling you that." "Then call me Sarah's. I refuse to be called police girl again." "What? Did your master call you that?" the Bond asked jokingly. "Actually, yes," Sarah's replied, earning sweat drops from everyone in the bar. "Heh. So exactly how old are you?" "I guess about 650 years old," she claimed, shocking most people in the room. "Is that all? I was expecting you to be at least 1,000 years old," Naruto stated, resulting in him losing his head again. "I might be old, but I'm not that old Gaki, so may I ask just how many souls you've absorbed?" "Not as many as you might think given my age." "What, do you dislike drinking human blood?" Naruto asked, shocking the other inhabitants except Sarah's and Jiraiya. "I've never liked drinking blood. I was turned to survive a fatal wound without full knowledge of what it entailed." "So you only feed when you have to?" "Exactly. Anyway, Sarah's-san, although I'm enjoying this conversation, I have a job to complete." "So you're here on a mission? Why else do you think I'm here?" "Unfortunately, your mind is too well guarded for me to invade, so I don't have a clue." "Then why not invade the pervert's mind?" Naruto asked, pointing towards Jiraiya. Causing Jiraiya to thank whatever deity was watching over him, that Naruto had already removed his balls, because the kick that he just received would have hurt a lot more if he still had them. "Now as for you Tsunade, do I have to use more force or are you going to return to Konoha willingly?" Fine, but only because I obviously don't stand a chance against you," the older blonde finally conceded. "Well that's good. I'm not exactly sure if I could restrain you without killing you in the process at this point in time," Naruto admitted. "Hey, then I guess I really should teach you the Cromwell soon," Sarah's said, with her eyes now a vibrant blue. "So Sarah's-san, are you going to come to Konoha with us?" the genin asked out of curiosity. "I don't exactly have anything else to do, so why not?" the other vampire replied, earning a perverted giggle off a certain down Sanin. Shouldn't he be in too much pain to even think? "Oh, sorry, but I castrated him last week," Naruto informed her, earning a look of understanding from Sarah's and a look of disbelief from Tsunade. "You actually castrated him?" the second youngest, oldest blonde asked. "Yes, he was planning on using me and my girlfriend as characters in one of his books." "What sort of books does he write?" the oldest blonde asked. "Pornographic novels." "Then he deserved it." "Exactly, especially considering the fact that I'm his godson." "Damn, he is one dirty old pervert if he tried to use his own godson in porn." "Hey, I'm not a dirty old pervert. I'm a super pervert." "Same thing." "No they're not." "Yes they are." "No they're not." "Yes they are, and if you keep staring at my breasts I'll rip your head off." "Only if you can beat me to it," Tsunade added her 2 cents. "Why does everyone pick on me?" "Because you're an idiot," the three blondes said in unison. Sigh. "So let me get this straight. She is a 650-year-old vampire that specializes in heavy artillery, whatever that is, the Hokage stated as the group proceeded to stand in front of him, before giving nods of confirmation to his analysis. Now Tsunade, I understand you might not want to be Hokage, but I am simply too old to continue, so please just take the position as Godem and let me retire. Sarutobi practically begged the slightly younger woman. It's not like I have lied looking at the smirking black-clad blonde. Well then, you will have your inauguration at the beginning of the Chunin exams, the Sandaime informed her, before dismissing them to do whatever they wanted. The streets of Konoha were bustling with activity as merchants set up stalls and betting booths were opened for the biggest event of the year, the biannual Chunin exams. Currently poised in the center of Konoha's arena was a contingency of 10 Chunin hopefuls, each ready to fight for the chance of promotion, to prove themselves or, in the case of 2, just to kill. Up in the stands, Ceres was sitting next to Isaribi, Kin, Dosu and Fu, with Victoria nowhere in sight. I hope that incomplete Cromwell works properly. I'm no seal master, so I don't know if his alterations to it will actually work, the oldest in the arena muttered under her breath. I'll admit I want to know that as well, but I'm more concerned about Vicky-chan, the bandaged girl stated as she continued to search for the redhead. Relax, she's here, she just isn't in the stands like everyone else, the ancient vampire told them calmly. If you say so, Ceres-san. Up in the cage booth, a certain ceremony was being prepared, as Sarutobi, Tsunade, the Yondaime Cage, Yondaime Raikage and the newly appointed Godem Mizukage stood casually, though each was prepared for action should anything happen. Raikage-sama, are you sure we should be here? I doubt we can take on 4 cage-level nin and their guard on our own, a young blonde whispered to the Raikage. I know, but I can't let them think we're weak, simply being here shows them that we aren't afraid, he said quietly. If you say so, Raikage-sama. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the biannual Chunin exams. The proctor called out, earning a thunderous applause from the crowd. Now I know everyone wants to watch the matches, however there is one very important matter that will be attended now. Now I am aware that many of you do not wish to waste too much time today. However, I am taking this time to inform you that from today onwards, I am once again stepping down from my position as Hokage, the aged leader shouted from the cage booth, shocking nearly everyone gathered. Now, it is my honor to introduce you to my replacement, the newly appointed Godem Mizukage, Tsunade of the Sannin. Sarutobi called, before stepping aside to reveal the busty blonde wearing the standard Hokage robes. People of Konoha, I don't really have anything to say to you except this. I will do my best to keep the village running smoothly, but if I was you, I wouldn't get my hopes up about me doing a good job. Tsunade told the village. Anyway, since I don't have anything else to say, it is my honor to declare that the Chunin exams have begun. The crowd erupted into cheers as the Godem took her seat and proceeded to watch the arena floor. Well, it looks like it's just you and me, Dobi, Sasuke stated with an arrogant smirk as he looked at his blonde opponent, before closing his eyes only to snap them open, revealing a pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan, and today you will learn the true power of the Uchiha clan. The power that allows me to do anything you can, only better. Really? Well then, Proctor-san, do you possibly think you could start the match already? I want to prove that the legendary Uchiha clan were nothing more than a group of worthless monkeys that couldn't do anything on their own, the black-clad blonde stated calmly. Hajime. The Senbon chewing ninja shouted before jumping away. Immediately Naruto began to flow through hand seals at a surprisingly slow pace, while the dark-haired Avenger proceeded to copy him. Ending the sequence on the snake seal, Naruto proceeded to state the name of his technique, Mokuton Hajutsu, Jukai Koten. The crowd was shocked when the ground suddenly erupted into a dense jungle of trees and foliage, while Sasuke was shocked that he couldn't copy the technique. What's wrong, Uchiha? I thought you said you could do anything I could. So why don't you? The fedora-wearing genin asked mockingly, as the red-eyed genin snarled at him. Beginning to go through another set of hand seals, Naruto was completely unsurprised when his opponent started mimicking him again. Hayaten. Hyuga no Jutsu, and with that call, the once dense jungle was suddenly frozen over, creating a forest of ice and trapping the Uchiha's feet. Oh come on, Uchiha. Aren't you even going to actually use a single jutsu against me? Or are you not even capable of monkey see, monkey do? Shut up, Dobi. I'm an Uchiha. An elite, someone like you is just a bug to be stepped on. Well then, Would you care to explain something to me? If the Uchiha clan were so elite, then how were they all slaughtered by a single 13-year-old child? Shut up. Rapidly forming hand seals, the raven-haired child proceeded to inhale a large amount of air, before calling out the name of his technique. Kaiten. Karyu Enden. Suddenly a large fireball shot from his mouth, before taking the form of a large dragon and colliding with the blonde. The stadium erupted into cheers over the demon's death. However, those that actually cared about the blonde simply sat calmly, knowing full well that something as simple as that couldn't even come close to killing him. Yan. Is that all you have, Uchiha? That was so weak it was embarrassing to get hit by it, Naruto said as the smoke from the explosion dispersed, revealing him completely unscathed from the attack. Jumping onto a tree and clasping his hands together, Naruto proceeded to merge some Doden and Kaden chakra, before spitting up a massive quantity of lava and letting it flood the arena, slowly melting the chakra-infused ice, before burning through the wood that was left behind, causing the forest to slowly collapse into the melting pool. So then, Uchiha, can you escape before the lava consumes you? The vampiric genin asked as his former teammate looked on in terror as he struggled to escape the grasp of the slowly melting ice. Just seconds before the trunk was completely engulfed, the ice finally gave way, allowing the raven-haired Avenger to jump to the relative safety of the arena walls. Is that all you can do, Sasuke? The mocking tone of the blonde vampire asked from behind the sweating genin. Quickly drawing a kunai, the last Uchiha proceeded to turn around and amputate the blonde's head, letting it fall into the vicious liquid below, the body following soon after. Once again the crowd erupted into cheers, which were ceased as soon as something emerged from the field of lava, and it wasn't Naruto. Sasuke felt more fear than he had ever done before. Currently standing right in front of him, staring him straight in the eye, was one of the Biju, the giant, Yanbi no Saru. So do you like my pet Uchiha? Came the call from upon the beast's head. I have to admit that it was really very easy to get my hands on it. Then again, getting my hands on the gobi wasn't that hard, even with you trying to kill me for stealing it. What? Konoha's stolen Biju? He shouted in outrage. Actually, it was purely Naruto. However, you have to realize that Naruto was strong enough to obliterate Iwa with a single attack. We don't actually have any way of keeping him under control, Sarutobi stated from his position behind the new Hokage. So you're saying that your own genin will act on their own will? Raikage Dono, did you not see the Uchiha decapitate him? I've done the same myself. However, he is both immortal and has inhuman regenerative capabilities, Tsunade informed him. You've done the same to him? He pissed me off. I punched his head off and he laughed at me. You don't look too surprised by these revelations, Mizukage Dono, the red-haired Kazekage stated as he looked at the blue-clad woman. Let me put it to you this way, he came to Kiri, started throwing the Sanbi around like a rag doll before ripping it out of the Yondaime and sealing it within himself. To put it simply, I'm not in the slightest bit surprised by what is being said today. So you're telling us that he stole TND the Rokubi? That is it, Sandame Hokage. How many Biju does that boy possess? Sigh. The only Biju he doesn't possess are the Ichibi, Nibi and Hachibi, the twice-retired Hokage told them, causing both the Raikage and Kazekage to pale at the implications. Sasuke was sweating as he stared at the psychotic blonde that sat atop the Biju. He simply couldn't comprehend it. The dead last idiot had a pet Biju at his disposal when he, an elite Uchiha, didn't. Dobi. Give me that Biju. Huh? Give you one of my Biju? Now why would I do that? The unscathed blonde asked. Because I'm an Uchiha. I deserve it more than you. Sigh. I thought we had already gone over this. I don't care about your name. You are still just a minor annoyance to me, the blonde said before forming a single hand seal and launching a massive cube of mineral at the red-eyed brat. Easily dodging the devastating attack, Sasuke caught completely off guard as a fist slammed into the back of his head and sent him flying through some of the still frozen branches before bouncing off the dead trunk of a tree that had stopped sinking. Landing on what felt like solid ground, Sasuke proceeded to look around, quickly realizing that the melted ice had cooled and hardened small sections of the lava, creating islands of rock amongst the sea of red. So do you like the battlefield, Uchiha? It's certainly more interesting than the plain old clearing we started with now, isn't it? Naruto asked as he landed on the tree trunk, the Yanbi disappearing into his shoulder. Shut up, Dobi, the mentally unstable clan head growled out as he rubbed the back of his head and looked at the blonde with murder in his eyes. What's wrong? Can't even take a little tap. You really are nothing more than a spoiled brat, aren't you? What do you know? You don't know what it's like to watch as your family is murdered in front of you. Let me tell you a little something, Uchiha. When I drink a person's blood, I gain their memories, skills and raw strength. Now let me tell you something else. The first person I drank the blood of was forced to watch as her father murdered her mother in cold blood. Before turning on her, she was forced to murder her own father to live. So to put it simply, I might not have experienced it myself, but I do remember what it feels like to experience it, the psychotic youth stated calmly. Fuck you. You know nothing, the deranged Uchiha shouted before charging the blonde. PFTT, how pathetic, Naruto muttered as he swatted his opponent away like the insignificant insect he was, causing him to land just inches away from the liquid rock. How about I tell you something, Uchiha? This, he stated, holding up his gloved hand, revealing the ancient seal known as the Cromwell Initiative, is currently holding back approximately 99.9% of my power. He continued, shocking everyone in the stadium bar. Sarah's, Fu, Isaribi, Kin and Dosu, do you really think you can defeat me if I release that seal? Damn, that seal must be powerful to hold back that much of his power if what he displayed in the preliminaries is anything to go by, Asuma stated in amazement. Yeah, the Cromwell is, a voice seated not far away called out. Turning to face the voice, several of the remaining rookies noticed the older vampire sitting next to a couple of strangers and the surviving members of the auto team. Who the hell are you? Ino asked the massive-chested blonde. Name's Sarah's Victoria, the one who taught that seal to Naruto, though he only used half of it, the currently blue-eyed vampire muttered the last part. Huh? Why is he only using half of it? Kurenai asked the significantly older woman. It's simple really, the original Cromwell consisted of two parts, restriction and servitude. To put it simply, one half restricted power while the other enslaved the wearer to a single family. What? That's horrible. Kiba shouted in disgust at the idea of enslaving another. When the only thing that wears the Cromwell is the same sort of thing, with the same sort of power as Naruto, then they really do need to be kept under control, otherwise bad things happen, Sarah's informed them. Hold on, are you saying that there are more monsters like Naruto out there? The red-eyed Jonin shouted in shock. Not anymore, there was only one and he stopped existing about 825 years ago, the former policewoman told them. And exactly how do you know that? The chain smoker asked. He was my master. What do you mean he was your master? All the remaining rookies and their senseis shouted at the ancient being. What I mean was that he was my master, Sarah's repeated slowly. And how the hell was he your master? Ino asked in confusion. Because he was the one that turned me into a Nosferatu in the first place. Nosferatu? Vampire. Vampire. Yes, as in the practically immortal, blood-sucking monsters in myth, Sarah's stated before they could ask her about them. Wait, but that would mean that you're, Kiba stated, turning deathly pale at the thought. About 850 years old. Wow, you must be very knowledgeable, compared to most things, yes. Sasuke was scared. Despite his bravado, he knew that his opponent was too much for him to handle, but he couldn't give up. If he could beat the Dobi, then he could beat his brother, that much he knew now. Unfortunately for him, the blonde knew what he was thinking and being the malicious creature he was already planning the best way to shatter the raven-haired Avenger's mind. Sasuke didn't have time to react to the blonde's punch when he disappeared from sight. Before the last Uchiha even hit the ground, he felt a grip appear on his neck, before being slammed through one of the burnt-out trunks and into the hardened rock below. Is that all the prestigious Uchiha clan can do? Get thrown around like rag dolls before an enemy they can't copy? Naruto mocked, pathetic. Sasuke didn't know what was happening when he suddenly felt immeasurable pain coursing through his shoulders, and then his knees. However, that pain paled in comparison to what he felt next. Even through the pain he was experiencing before, he suddenly felt like his body had been set on fire and his skin was being melted. It didn't take long for his brain to shut down. Pulling his defeated opponent from the pool he had just dunked him in, Naruto proceeded to look at his handiwork. There in his hand was the last of the loyal Uchiha, both his arms ripped off at the shoulder, with one of his legs severed at the knee, while the other was simply shattered in the same place. However, it was the melted flesh that covered the raven-haired boy's body that he was happy with, especially how it cauterized his wounds. Now all he had to do was make sure the little bastard didn't die from shock. "Hey, Proctor, call the match already," the psychotic vampire shouted at the man that had decided to hide in the spectator stands. Shosha, Namikaze Naruto," the Jonin stated nervously before the contingency of medics arrived to take the last Uchiha for emergency medical treatment as the civilians all stared in horror at what the blonde had done to the Prince of Konoha. "Damn it, if that child is that brutal with another Konoha ninja, then what the hell will happen if he comes across a genin from another village?" he asked, hoping none of his genin fought the beast. "Actually, Raikage Dono, Naruto-kun had a personal vendetta against Sasuke, so I think he might be kinder to genin from another village," Sarutobi informed him. "And what if he fights another Jinchuriki?" the Yondaime Kazekage asked, concerned about the well-being of his son. Sure, he admitted that he placed his village over his children, but that was the role of the Kage, to put the village first no matter what his personal feelings on the matter were. Sigh. He will use a powerful Fuinjutsu to seal the Biju within himself, before using a Tensai Ninjutsu to resurrect him. He knows Tensai Ninjutsu. To be perfect, I don't think that there is anything he doesn't know. Karabe was concerned. One of his genin would fight the inhuman blonde if he won his current fight, and he knew that the blonde would kill him. Before he could continue his musings, however, a hand covered his mouth before pain exploded in his stomach as his strength left him in just mere moments. Just as his world went black, he heard a voice. "Sorry, it's nothing personal, I just need the Hachibi." Going through a familiar set of hand seals, Naruto proceeded to use the same Tensai Jutsu he had used on Fu on the tall Kumo Nin. He was lucky that the man had proceeded to take a position with no one near him, probably due to paranoia. Feeling the former Jinchuriki's pulse start again, Naruto proceeded to prepare himself to take the last two when the time came. The first match of the second round will now begin. Namikaze Naruto vs Omoi of Kumo, Hajime. I forfeit. By way of forfeit, Shosha Namikaze Naruto. The proctor shouted out as the contestants proceeded to leave the now fully hardened arena. "So why did you forfeit?" Naruto asked the Kumo genin as they walked up to the spectator box. "Are you serious? After what you just did to your own teammate, do you really think I'm going to fight you? What I did to the Teme was due to a personal vendetta we had against each other. You would have gotten away without any real injuries. Even so, I still wouldn't have even come close to beating you, so why even try?" Hey, good point. After watching a couple of matches that revolved around Shino forfeiting and Neji getting crushed to death, it was finally the final round. Standing facing each other, Naruto could hear the Ichibi's cries for Gaara to forfeit. Then the one thing he didn't want to happen did. Gaara agreed to do so once the match had started. The final round, between Namikaze Naruto and Sabaku no Gaara, Hajime. Before Gaara could even open his mouth, he found himself flying away from the blonde with a broken jaw, before the blonde went through a series of hand seals, before saying the name of the technique, Shiki Fujin. Gaara was unable to comprehend it as his vision went black and the sound of his mother vanished from his mind. There was silence. The crowd was shocked beyond measure as they watched the blonde defeat the second strongest in the competition with practically no effort. However, the next move the blonde made confused them, as he went through a series of hand seals, before a dark green glow surrounded his hands and he placed them over the redhead's heart. "Hey, 8 down, 1 to go," Naruto said loud enough for the entire stadium to hear, before vanishing, only to reappear in front of one of the Raikage's bodyguards, Shiki Fujin. The stadium was filled with the screams of terror as they witnessed all 9 Biju erupt from the blonde's back, before they began to split, their forms shrinking, until all that was left was 9 women and an enormous beast. The beast took the form of a large black-furred wolf with a single eye that possessed Sharingan-like Tomo resting on concentric circles that radiated from the center, and 10 tails. "Hold on, isn't that Victoria?" Ino shouted when she took in the form the Kyuubi had taken after shrinking. "Yep, like I told Isaribi, she was here, just not visible," Sarah stated as she looked at the beast she hadn't seen for several hundred years. "You don't exactly seem too concerned about this," Asuma shouted as he readied himself to fight the oversized wolf. "I'm not, they're all under Naruto's control. If they try anything out of line he can simply call them back." "Simply call them back?" "Yep, there's nothing to worry about, well except for Naruto himself, but that doesn't count." "Well then, I believe I can safely be declared the winner, don't you, Proctor-san?" Naruto said as the Biju proceeded to recede back into him as he landed in the middle of the arena after resurrecting the blonde Kumo Nin and scaring the Raikage enough to get him to consider an alliance with Konoha. Shosha, Namikaze Naruto, Genma said, still ghostly pale from the fear he had felt when the blonde had exploded into the Biju. Heh, to think the power of all the Biju flows in me now, it's really quite intoxicating now, isn't it? After calming down everyone in the arena, the results were declared by the newly appointed Hokage. The participants in the exam have all been graded by a group of independent adjudicators, however we have the results right here and now. Tsunade shouted towards the full stadium. Those that have been observed as having the qualities needed to reach Chunin status are as follow. Nara Shikamaru, Aburame Shino, Omoi of Kumo and Namikaze Naruto, please report to my office tomorrow at noon. Why have you called another meeting, Zetsu? The single-eyed leader asked the human plant. I hate to say this, but the Kyuubi Jinchuriki has collected all the other Biju and recreated the Jubi. Akatsuki's spy told them extremely nervously. What? Before the enraged vampire could do any more shouting, Zetsu proceeded to use his replay jutsu to show them all the events that transpired during the Chunin exams. This is truly devastating to our plans, Madara claimed as he wondered where everything had gone wrong. Ever since attempting to steal his blood, Nagato had proceeded to desert Akatsuki, leaving the immortal without his strongest minion or the Rinnegan. Then of course there was the fact that Konan had left with him and the organization had suffered a major blow for nothing. Sure, it wouldn't have mattered if Madara could find them, however Nagato's skills at hiding his presence had proven too great for the Jikukan master to track. And now he had just discovered that the Kyuubi Jinchuriki now possessed the strength of the Jubi and the powers of several powerful Kekkei Genkei. Things were just going from bad to worse. Walking along a road with a book in hand was cloaked figure headed for a small village in the hope of spreading its message to all that would listen. Then perhaps she might be capable of saving him if skilled warriors took up arms with her against the beast that had devoured her love. She would do everything she could to save her Naruto-kun from that monster. She had everything she needed to achieve her goal except for one. Power. She would need power to save him, and the quickest way she could think of gaining power was through recruitment. Sure, she had nurtured her power with the help of the serum, but she was simply too weak and unskilled to face the monster as she was. However, there were others that could help her. They could teach her how to fight a monstrosity like that, or fight it themselves. Should they fight it themselves, she had enough serum for 10 more people. Then she had the holy weapons made just to kill its kind. And if worst came to worst, she always had the lost relic. She would save her Naruto-kun's soul, even if she had to damn herself for eternity. Bored blue eyes stared into the dense forest that surrounded them. The owner gave a simple yawn as he sidestepped the spiraling ball of chakra held in the palm of a young child flew straight past him, easily lifting his foot to plant in the child's stomach, causing the attacker to fly back as the wind was knocked out of him. You know you will have to do a lot better than that if you want to touch me, Konohamaru, the taller blonde stated as he watched the dark-haired child fly away from him, before effortlessly avoiding a pair of assaults from his sides. I will admit that you have gotten better, but you are still nowhere near my level, the blue-eyed blonde stated as he watched the trio of children lift themselves off the ground. That's not fair. You can't compare us to you. We don't have the power of several thousand people and all the Biju. The short orange-haired girl shouted indignantly at the older blonde. That may be true, but you kids are still just genin level. Just because I'm considered to be a god by the majority of the shinobi nations doesn't mean I can't identify, the black-clad blonde stated as he stared passively at the trio. Anyway, that's enough for today. I've got an engagement I'm supposed to go to now. Oh come on, 10 more minutes, Konohamaru practically begged. No, I'm already cutting it fine as it is, but tomorrow I'll take you on a C rank to make up for this, the vampiric blonde told them, earning a look of awe off the young children. Really? They said with hope-filled voices. Yes, now I'll see you tomorrow, and with that, the blonde vanished in a colony of bats. It was strange to think that just 3 years ago he was a useless idiot, and now, thanks to Zabuza's attack, he was now a Jonin sensei and officially the most feared being in the world. He was also one of the ones the Hokage asked the opinion of when in doubt. That was why he was aware of the new Iwagakure, as it was regularly referred as. It had popped up about half a year ago in the crater that was once Iwa. However, there was one thing that concerned him in that new village, the presence of something Sarah's called a church. Now if it wasn't for what she had told him about the Vatican and Iscariot unit, he wouldn't have paid it any attention. However, discovering that this religion possessed methods of at least restricting a vampire's power gave him cause for concern. If this new Iwa possessed the same techniques, he would have to be far more careful than he had ever needed to before. So what do you want, Tsunade? Naruto asked as he walked into the Hokage's office. Actually, I'm the one that asked for you to be called over, came a familiar voice that Naruto hadn't heard for a couple of years. And why would that be, dear godfather? The blonde asked with sarcasm dripping from his voice. Sigh. There are two problems. One, new Iwa. I've managed to get a spy to infiltrate the village and the news they brought me wasn't good. Apparently they are preparing for an all-out war with you, the white-haired man stated seriously. Preparing for war with me, not Konoha? The young vampire asked with a raised eyebrow. Yeah, apparently their leader wants to, I quote, purge the world of the evil that consumed my love. In other words, I think you might have eaten someone close to them, the spy master deadpanned. Oh well, then I'll just have to kill them all. Yeah, about that, my spy also said that they had ways of weakening you and making you killable. So what? If that's the case, then I'll just crush them quickly instead of drawing out their demise, the black-clad blonde stated in a bored tone. Fine then, the second point I'd like to make is concerning Akatsuki, Jiraiya stated in his serious tone yet again. We have reason to believe that those towns that keep disappearing all over the continent are caused by one of their members. What makes you say that? Tsunade asked curiously. Because there was recently a single survivor. They said they saw a man wearing a black cloak with red clouds. They didn't see his face because he wore an orange spiral mask, the sage informed them calmly. And what's the problem, Ero Sennin? Naruto asked with little concern in his voice. This is the kicker. This guy used highly advanced Jikukan ninjutsu and drank his victim's blood. The room was filled with silence. So did anything else stand out about this person? Naruto asked with actual interest in this case. Sigh. That is all we know right now, other than that he used exploding clay, human puppets, tendrils and black fire, the old man informed them. Well, it is definitely a possibility that this person is a vampire. If that is the case, then he will be far beyond your capabilities to defeat, so leave him either to me or Sarah's, Naruto stated after a few seconds. Alright then, is that all, Jiraiya? The Hokage asked, earning a nod of confirmation from the other Sannin. Alright then, everyone is dismissed. Walking back to his house, Naruto was thinking about what was said in the meeting. It appeared as though he was being targeted by a village that specialized in anti-vampire warfare, simply because he ate someone their leader was in love with. Then again, a good fight every now and then definitely made him feel better, so why look a gift horse in the mouth? Suddenly he felt a pair of fangs digging into his neck, though he didn't do anything about it. Hello Enko-chan. May I ask why you're wasting your time trying to drink my blood? He asked calmly as he continued to walk home. Oh come on. Why do you keep those mental blocks in your blood? She asked him with a pout. Because you never know when another vampire will take a bite out of you, and I don't want to be forced to destroy the continent to beat someone that's equal to me. Meanie. How am I mean? I was the one that turned you, don't forget, the blonde stated questioningly. Yeah, but you don't let me absorb your memories, she answered. That is because the world only needs one monster of my level, he told her calmly. But wouldn't it be fun to fight someone equal to you for once? If I was to fight someone equal to me, then this entire continent would be destroyed. Despite how fun that might sound, it would make things more boring in the long run, the blonde Uzumaki stated casually. So, things will get boring anyway, so why not have as much fun now as possible? Because it will be more fun if I leave it as late as possible. So you're saying that it is like revenge? A dish best served cold, the blonde answered with a small smirk. Hinata-sama, one of our spies in Konoha, has sent us a report. Apparently the new Genin Team 3 have been promised a C-rank mission tomorrow, came a calm voice from within a massive hall with rows of benches with a single shelf on the back holding several copies of a single book for the row behind, while in front of them all was a small altar with a small balcony behind it. 1. That is the team led by that monster, isn't it? A young girl with long purple hair and lavender eyes asked from her seat on the balcony. That is correct, Hinata-sama, came the crisp monotone from the person that brought the information. He was about 30 years old and possessed long red hair and ripple-like eyes. He was dressed in a long white robe with gold buttons holding it together, while a single black band with red clouds decorating it wrapped around his left arm. Then prepare one of the bishops and do what you must, Nagato-sensei. Hi Hinata-sama. Hidan was pissed. As soon as Madara discovered just how powerful he could get, what did he do? Slaughtered everyone except Zetsu, though he didn't know why. The only reason he had survived was because he was immortal, not that it did him any good considering that he was currently stuck as nothing more than a head in a vault, Madara having long since cremated his body. The only reason his head hadn't been cremated as well was because Jashin had somehow managed to protect him from total annihilation. Apparently there was still something that God wanted him to do despite being nothing more than a head, and if Jashin had a job for him then he would do it no matter what the cost, or his name wasn't Hidan. Are we there yet? No. Are we there yet? Number? Are we there yet? No. Are we there yet? No, and if you don't shut up I'll shoot you, Naruto said in irritation as his genin team kept acting like lil brats and asking the same question over and over again. Hey, Naruto ni. Who was that woman that I saw going into your house a couple of days ago? Konohamaru asked after a couple of minutes of silence. The Godem Mizukage, Terumi Mei, let's just say that we're friends with benefits, the blonde told them as they continued to walk along the road towards their destination. Peeved, womanizer, came the pouted response from the young Sarutobi. Shinra Tensai. Suddenly the three genin were thrown back with massive amounts of force before 4 kunai and 7 people appeared out of nowhere. As soon as the 7 aggressors landed, a massive barrier erected itself around Naruto and the 7 attackers. Looking at the aggressors, Naruto couldn't hide robes and crosses that decorated 6 of them. Those 6 all had several features in common: orange hair, metal piercings and ripple-like eyes Naruto recognized as the Rinnegan. The last one however possessed slicked-back black hair, amber eyes, a gray trench coat, black trousers with steel-toe-capped boots and a white shirt and a strange gauntlet with several glowing inscriptions on it. Do not resist heathen, for it will only prolong your suffering, the black-haired man stated coldly as his gauntlet was suddenly engulfed with white flames and he disappeared from sight. Dodging to his left, Naruto wasn't surprised when the black-haired man flew past him, however he was surprised when he suddenly felt himself getting pulled towards one of the orange-haired men, though he managed to use chakra to ground himself and stab the unique one through the heart. Turning towards the other 6, Naruto was surprised when he felt a burning hand grab his head. What surprised him most however was that he could feel his power draining under the white flame's influence, until he proceeded to shove a Rasengan into the man's stomach. He didn't get a chance to observe the gray-coated man as he was forced to dodge an attack from a massive rhino with the same eyes as the 6 similar attackers, though it was an easy matter to shatter its head with his incredible strength. Quickly activating a Byakugan he had obtained courtesy of Danzo's genetic storeroom, Naruto took advantage of its enhanced visual capabilities, easily noticing his panicking genin outside of the barrier. Observing the 7 enemies, Naruto was surprised to see that the 6 with the same eyes could only be called puppets while the gray-coated man's gauntlet was overflowing with what could only be described as holy chakra. That was probably the reason why he could feel it draining his strength when it touched him. To make matters worse, each possessed a large number of knives with the same inscriptions as the gauntlet, meaning that the blonde would have to be careful about getting hit by too many of them. I take it you two are assassins of New Iwa, the vampiric Jonin stated. That is correct, though I must admit that I'm surprised that you know that we are only 2 people, the amber-eyed man stated calmly as suddenly pulled 8 knives out of his coat and launched them at the blonde, who effortlessly dodged them before pulling out his gun and blasting a hole in the man's head, only to find a massive pulse of chakra throw him away and into the barrier. He was surprised at the burning sensation that the barrier gave him upon contact, combined with the feeling of his power draining. He had to admit it was quite troublesome. That didn't stop him from focusing on the black-haired man, who he noticed was rapidly regenerating from the bullet to the head despite not being vampiric in nature. He didn't get chance to remove himself from the barrier as one of the orange-haired assassins placed their hand to the ground, resulting in a massive ox appearing out of nowhere and slamming into him and pinning him to the anti-vampiric barrier. Rapidly feeling his strength leave him, Naruto decided it was time to do something he had never been forced to do before. Cromwell Initiative, Level 5 Release, came the quiet statement from the blonde as the seal on the back of his gloves began to glow. The assassins were shocked upon witnessing the massive release of power that accompanied the release of the restriction seal, It was great enough to throw the ox to the other side of the barrier and blow a hole where the blonde used to be. Shinra Tensai. Came the call of one of the puppets as the blonde appeared with his hand poised to decapitate the summoner, failing to throw him away as he glued himself to the ground courtesy of his extremely powerful chakra and proceeded to incapacitate the orange-haired puppet. What's wrong? I only released level 5, my current power is only 3% of my true strength, the black-clad monster stated calmly as he proceeded to vanish, before reappearing with his fists slammed through another orange-haired attacker, easily tearing it in half upon opening his arms. Just as he had finished destroying the second fake person, a flaming hand smashed into his face, the impact feeling greater than normal due to his regenerative powers being temporarily subdued. Naruto was quickly caught up in a fierce flurry of holy strikes, each one weakening him a little more each time. Growing annoyed with the constant attacks, the blonde did what came naturally, pulled out his gun and blasted the holy knight, where it don't grow back. Ah! Came the agonizing cry from the gray-coated stranger as he fell to the ground clutching where his trouser snake once was. Quickly forming a flaming Rasengan in his hand, Naruto didn't have time to strike as one of the ripple-eyed aggressors appeared out of nowhere and proceeded to absorb the flaming ball of death before attempting to decapitate the blonde with one of the blessed bayonets. The offending machination didn't know what happened when it suddenly discovered a diamond-hard hand cutting through it like butter while its precision strike missed the blonde completely. Suddenly the blonde noticed one of the moving corpses standing above another, before to the blonde's surprise, a phantasmal entity was summoned and one of the immobilized assassins was, for lack of a better word, resurrected. Naruto proceeded to strike down a strange bird-like summon that the resurrected entity called upon, before he was once again stuck by the white flames of the gray-coated man, this time from his blind spot. Suddenly he found himself impaled by several of the holy blades, before the amber-eyed man proceeded to backhand his face and once again knock him into the barrier, where he was once again pinned, this time courtesy of a sharp horn that took pride of place on the nose of a giant chameleon that appeared in a puff of smoke. Naruto was definitely surprised. He had never faced such fearsome foes before, each one specialized in something and each knew how to back up the other. All in all, it was proving to be exciting. Hee 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 ha 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 ha. Finally someone that can put up some resistance. Came what could only be called a deranged cry from the red-eyed blonde as he proceeded to disperse into a colony of bats before reforming in the center of the box. Yotan. Yogan Hara. Came the call from the maliciously smirking blonde before he slammed his hands to the ground, causing the ground within the barrier to suddenly melt, though the 7 assassins succeeded in using their chakra to walk on the red-hot rock. The chameleon wasn't as lucky though. Futon. K's Kaden. And with that call, the once stationary magma was lifted into the air as it circled around, before suddenly being thrown in every direction. Looking at the area his victims were located, Naruto wasn't surprised to see them completely unharmed by the attack, courtesy of one of the orange-haired bodies standing at the front of the group with its hand outstretched, before it didn't have one. Ha ha ha. Come on, fight harder. Fight stronger. Fight faster. Came the psychotic call of the vampiric blonde as he floated in the center of their container with an arm visible within his hand. Once again the summoner of the group called forth aid, this time in the form of a giant crustacean that immediately began to spit out vast amounts of water, hardening the once liquid rock, before it found itself getting shredded by a giant ball of spiraling chakra, sending countless pieces of its shell flying in every direction, with several pieces succeeding in taking down 2 of the puppet assassins. Damn it, what happened? We were winning just a minute ago, the black-haired man asked his partner. Obviously that brought out the monster's bloodlust and it is no longer toying with us like before, the one-armed assassin stated as they watched the vampiric Jonin tear another body to shreds. If this carries on then it'll kill both of us. No, it will only kill you. What did you just say? The in shock. You were chosen for this mission due to the simple fact that you are the weakest of the bishops and losing you won't cause much damage to our fighting force. I came to assist you and observe Alucard's abilities. This outcome was expected, came the emotionless reply from the ripple-eyed man, causing the gray-coated warrior to look at him seriously. If I die here then just make sure that my sacrifice isn't in vain, destroy this monster and bring peace to this world. Don't worry, we will destroy it, then Leader Sama can spread the word of the Bible around. Then hopefully peace can reign. Looking back at the immeasurably powerful being trapped in the same area, The amber-eyed man pulled out several blades, before charging in headfirst. Yes. That's it. Fight, Naruto shouted as he was slashed by his opponent's blessed blades, before striking back with a backhanded blow to the head. Vanishing in the blink of an eye, the near-immortal reappeared in front of the repelling enemy, swiftly crushing its head with his overwhelming strength before once again vanishing. Upon reappearing, he found a pair of blades erupting from his chest, which he simply snapped in half despite the burning inscriptions, before using the anti-vampire weapons to bifurcate another orange-haired assassin. Ha 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 ha. The psychotic blonde laughed out before creating a spiraling ball of wind in one hand and slamming it into the regenerating dark-haired man. The orange-haired aggressors could do nothing as they attempted to shield themselves from the massively destructive attack as it proceeded to kill every last cell in the gauntlet using Fighter's body, that is until they found themselves getting thrown into the center of the destruction courtesy of the blonde Jonin. Once the attack had finished and the corpses had fallen to the ground, Naruto wasn't surprised to see the barrier simply shatter, allowing him access to his stunned genin. Well then, should we continue with the mission? He asked them calmly as the Cromwell reactivated its restrictions on him. So the Jinchuriki truly is too powerful, came a simple statement. It would appear, says Zetsu, that is why I will get that power and use it to achieve my goals, came the call of a familiar masked man. However, I'm also concerned about Nagato's presence here and his usage of holy weapons. Even after devouring more than 1,000 people, there is still no guarantee that those weapons won't kill me. Yeah, but you have to remember that restriction seal the Jubi's container has. Yeah, if he releases that then we can kiss our SS goodbye, the bitonal plant man stated. Do you honestly think I forgot about that? During that fight he admitted that he was only using 3% of his overall power. I am currently nowhere near his level yet, Madara admitted with venom in his voice. The last member of Akatsuki realized something strange when he noticed the blonde make an angry face after absorbing some of the paladin's blood. After doing so, the vampiric blonde left with his students, prompting the Uchiha to warp down to the corpses. I wonder what made him so angry, the spiral-masked man muttered before proceeding to absorb some of the large amount of blood the blonde left. Arrgghhh. Was his agonized cry as he felt the holy power that coursed through the holy night flow through him, damaging his unholy body with its purity and blessed nature. Madara-sama, Madara-sama, came the concerned cry of the plant as its master fell to the ground in agony. Damn it. That's what got Uzumaki so angry, this asshole's blood overflows with holy power. I can't handle it, the older vampire stated in agony. What can we do? The plant-like person asked. There is nothing, all I can do is wait for it to wear out completely. Damn it, to think that even if I was to drink Nagato's blood it could do this to me and still give me nothing. This just keeps getting better and better, the masked man stated sarcastically. Well, at least you're still alive, the black half stated jokingly. Am I? That's the real question, can something that doesn't die really be alive? So how powerful was it, Nagato? Konan asked as she looked at her childhood friend. At just 3% of his total power, he completely decimated the six spares and Melkia, the red-headed Rinnegan wielder stated as he rose from his meditative position. So it is even stronger than anticipated. Even if it is, we will find a way to defeat it, the ripple-eyed man stated seriously as they proceeded to leave the area. Naruto-sensei, why did you look so angry when you drank that assassin's blood? Moegi asked suddenly as the team walked towards their destination. It's simple. He had holy power flowing through his veins, so it hurt a little, and until my corruption has dealt with the purity then I won't be capable of gaining any use of that soul, and even when I've finished absorbing it everything it experienced after becoming holy will be inaccessible to me, the vampiric Jonin stated calmly, earning looks of realization from the genin. So is this holy power really strong? Udon asked curiously. Hey, if I was a lesser vampire then I would be in agony and would never gain anything from the blood. However, I am as close to a god as can be. Something as simple as holy chakra cannot defeat me, the blue-eyed sensei stated with a smirk. Yeah. So you're still the most awesome? Konohamaru cried out happily. Of course I am. What else did you expect? Uchiha Madara wasn't certain about what he should do. Back when he had first discovered his vampiric nature he had been overjoyed at the prospect, however that was over 3 years ago. Since then he had absorbed the blood of countless individuals and experienced countless lives, and the more he experienced the more tired he became. Unlike the young Uzumaki, he had already lived a long life far exceeding what most humans, let alone ninjas, live, and it had taken its toll on his mind. He had originally found himself experiencing the thrill of the fight during his youth, but as battles kept being waged in unending wars, he had grown tired of the constant killing, of constantly losing his friends and family. It was for that reason that he had accepted the alliance with the Senju and helped build Konohagakure no Sato. However, things didn't go exactly as planned. The original plan was to build Konoha and bring all the ninja clans together in order to prevent the loss of ninjas to other talented ninja. However, there were only a few clans that came to Konoha, while several others gathered all over the continent, starting their own hidden villages to compete with the one they had founded. Unfortunately, Madara and Hashirama had different views on what to do concerning this development. Hashirama had decided to start trying to bring peace by negotiations and alliances, even going so far as to hand out Biju to keep the peace. He was always a fool in Madara's eyes. As far as the Uchiha was concerned, the only way to bring peace among ninja was to either bring them all together, or kill the others before they had the chance to gather enough force to compete. It was for that reason that he had chosen to fight the Senju for the title of Hokage, instead of making temporary peace. He had wanted to destroy their competition so they wouldn't be capable of waging war on them at a later date. Having all the Biju under their command helped make that an easy objective to complete. So the two had fought. Their clash was the stuff of legends, and if it wasn't for Hashirama bringing his wife, Madara was certain he would have won that battle. Despite the Shoden's ability to suppress the Kyuubi's raw power, Madara could suppress its mind and bend it to his will, meaning the Senju would have been forced to use all his strength to keep it at bay. That tactic had been neutralized by Uzumaki Mito. Despite popular belief, Madara had not fought Hashirama 2-on-1 with the Kyuubi like he had intended, but 1-on-2, with the Kyuubi sealed within the second opponent. He had hated that man for pre-empting his use or a countermeasure. However, he wouldn't be a sore loser. He would accept that Hashirama had won fair and square. Well, as far as ninja are concerned anyway, but at the same time that didn't mean he couldn't hate the man for winning and becoming Hokage. If only he had had the strength to win back then, he could have become Hokage and crushed the other villages before they had gained their power. Of course, that was all in the past, and now his plan had been ruined by the blonde that had absorbed all the Biju into his own being. If it wasn't for that brat, he could have become the Jinchuriki of the Jubi and brought peace to the world. His train of thought stopped there. Why was he still trying to gather the power to complete the Moon Eye plan? Thinking about the current situation, the child had done what he had originally intended on doing, brought peace to the continent simply by being so monstrously powerful. That was the purpose of Konoha, and the Jinchuriki had done that on his own. So why did he have to try to complete his plan anymore? No matter how much stronger he got, Uzumaki Naruto would always be several steps ahead simply because of absorbing the Biju, and because of that everyone was too scared to fight him, meaning there weren't going to be any wars as long as he was around, and he wasn't going to die anytime soon either. I guess it's time for me to give up here, he suddenly muttered under his breath, barely loud enough for his partner to hear. Huh, huh. Both of Zetsu's halves said at the same time, confusion clear in both of his voices. My plan isn't needed anymore. As long as the Jinchuriki lives, there won't be wars, the orange-masked man stated seriously, causing the plantman to look at him in shock. Then why aren't we going to start a war? The black half asked in confusion. Because I've just remembered why I helped create Konoha and make the Moon Eye plan, the old Uchiha stated calmly. So what are we going to do now? The white Zetsu asked, wondering what their master had planned now. I've always wondered about the limits of my Jikukan jutsu. If Zetsu had seen the smirk behind the mask, he would have been scared. Suddenly the trio found themselves being drawn into a warp in space like so many before them. Opening his eyes, Zetsu was confused. Wherever Madara had sent them all looked nothing like reality, let alone the elemental nations. There was a lot of snow that looked too solid and just seemed to be put on the ground, while buildings of an architectural design he had never seen before stood out, having an appearance of cardboard cutouts as opposed to actual buildings. That was when he finally noticed that it was the same for everything, including the people. Well, this is different, Madara stated as he looked on in confusion at the new reality in front of them. Oh my god, they killed Kenny. You bastards. That was when he noticed his leg had appeared running down the middle of a young child. Shit, was all that escaped his mouth. New Iwa was in chaos. Buildings burned as their ninja were slaughtered by the thousands. Their opponent, however, was anything but happy. Naruto proceeded to let out a sigh of annoyance as he swatted away another person they called a father. He had hoped New Iwa would be capable of giving him at least a small challenge, but as it stood it seemed as if only the bishops were worth anything. Sure, it would have been harder to overwhelm them if he hadn't already adapted to the holy power they had first used against him, but even so he was allowed to be disappointed. However, what was really annoying him was the fact that he was attacking them right now. He had wanted them to gain more power so they could be more of a challenge, but Tsunade had forbidden it. Either he would go and kill them, or Sarah's would, and he did not want his fun stolen by the older vampire. So here he was, effortlessly massacring the army around him as they tried trapping him with holy relics, decapitating him with blessed blades and burning him with divine flames, none of which were doing any real damage anymore. The blonde was certain he had killed most of these bishops, or they called themselves. They had lasted a little longer than the majority of the populace, but it's not like they could come close to his level of power. Perhaps if the Cromwell was fully active, but not when it was only at level 3, in other words, when he had access to 6% of his total power. With a quick clap of his hands, several trees shot out of the ground and crushed several buildings as the blonde blocked a strike from one of the regenerators before vaporizing the man with a weak version of a tailed beast bomb, destroying several more buildings in the process. Letting out a yawn at how boring his latest battle was, he continued on his path towards the church, as they called it. Personally, he thought it didn't look much different from the Hokage's residence, but then again, he didn't really care. I can't believe it came here, Hinata muttered as terror was visible in her eyes upon witnessing the immense destruction the monster was causing. Don't worry, Hinata-sama, it'll be over soon, I'll make sure of it, Nagato told her as he saw the girl's resolve crumble in front of him. When he had first met her, she had been looking for an army to save her loved one and revealed her access to a serum that allowed people to regenerate. Conan had pleaded with him to join her and take the serum, and he had initially had his doubts when he listened to her. However, since then, she had shown herself to be a loved and capable leader. However, despite all the training he gave her, she was still much weaker than any member of the bishops. But as it was said before, she was a loved and capable leader. Despite her shortcomings on the field of battle, everyone was prepared to follow her, and there was not a single member of the new Iwa force that wanted to take her place as the leader of the village. Besides, she had him to fight for her. Since he had taken the serum, his strength had grown to a whole new level. Where he was once strong enough to destroy Hanzo, he was now strong enough to face the Rakudo Sennin himself and win. And now he was finally ready to fulfill his purpose within New Iwa. Today he would kill Alucard. Yet another ninja lost their head courtesy of Naruto's homemade firearm as he continued walking down the street, bodies littering the street behind him as he made his way to the village's leader. Boredom was now the most evident emotion within him, and a bored Naruto is a dangerous Naruto. However, New Iwa never realized that as he finally gave up killing them one at a time and fully released the Cromwell. All over the elemental nations, people were rocked as an explosion of impossible proportions was felt. The countless witnesses all searched for signs of whatever had happened, easily seeing a very large dust cloud shaped like a mushroom on the horizon, as an immense wind rocked them, displaying the raw destructive power of whatever had caused the event. Currently standing in a crater approximately 10 miles in radius, Naruto couldn't help but think he had overdone it with that full-powered Rasengan to the ground. After all, nothing could have survived that, right? Sending his mind out to search for survivors, he was greeted by nothing. Yep, no one survived that attack. So it was with a bored whistle that he turned back and started the long walk back to Konoha. He would try to enjoy whatever scenery was left after his explosion, or maybe not, and he immediately vanished, appearing back in Konoha immediately, courtesy of his sperm donor's legendary technique. Nagato, Hinata and Conan were confused. One second they were in Hinata's office and the next they were standing on the clouds in front of a large set of pearly gates. What happened? Hinata asked, wondering what was going on. I don't know, the red-headed bishop stated as he looked around, eventually seeing a man at a podium in front of the gates. Leading the group over, they were about to ask the man where they were when he started speaking. Nagato and Conan, correct? The strange man asked, earning short nods from the trio. I will admit, it's not often we get people from the east in this afterlife. This afterlife? Hinata asked, hoping she had misheard the man. Yes, I'm sorry to say this, but you three are officially deceased right now, the man informed them, leaving them some time for the news to kick in. Hinata couldn't believe it. Despite all the effort she had put into building New Iwa in order to free her Naruto-kun from the monster that had consumed him, she had died before she could complete her goal. "May I ask what you meant when you said, this afterlife?" Nagato asked, wanting to clear the confusion the statement had made in him. "Oh, that is simple. There are countless afterlives. Each one is made by a communal belief. That belief gives the soul somewhere to go when it dies. However, not many from the modern Eastern countries come to this version of the afterlife because other beliefs are dominant in those sorts of areas," the man explained to them. "I see, so, allow me, Saint Peter, to welcome you to heaven," the newly dubbed Saint Peter said, causing the lavender-eyed girl to look at him. "See, can I go to wherever Naruto-kun is?" It was a simple question, and the look on the man told her that her wish couldn't be granted. "Look, I know this is hard for you to accept, but Uzumaki Naruto is alive and he was the one that killed you all," Peter told her, causing her to shake her head in denial. "I know you can't believe it, but that monster you were working so hard to try and kill wasn't Alucard, it was Naruto." "No, no, 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 whatever this is, it is not heaven. Heaven wouldn't lie to me about the boy I love." Her short rant did nothing more than make the saint's eyes soften at the fact that her denial spread so far. "I'm sorry, but no matter how much you want it to be, you will never be with Naruto," the saint told her before the massive gates opened, allowing entry to the trio. "Now go, there are people in there you would love to meet," and with that statement, Peter led the group into the place their afterlives would be spent in. "Oh my god, they killed Kenny. You bastards, I hate to say it, but I feel sorry for that kid." "Yeah, he seems to die far too often," Zetsu said as he followed Madara to the local supermarket, while they witnessed a small boy in an orange anorak being torn apart by dogs in the middle of the street. "Yes, it does raise the question of how he can die more than once, doesn't it?" the orange-masked man said as he ignored the spectacle. One of the things he had quickly learned was that certain people wouldn't die in this world no matter what he did. However, Kenny was special. No matter what he tried, the child would die in some excruciatingly painful way or another. Walking along the aisles, he stopped as his eye caught something he had grown fond of since arrived in this world. Ooh, cheesy puffs. Life continued to go on for Naruto, and he hated to admit it, but boredom was seriously beginning to grate at him. Even training Konohamaru and the rest of his genin team was proving to be growing boring. So here he was, lying in bed next to his mistress, wondering what to do as his life proceeded to continue boring him. Eventually he decided to just let his mind wander outside his body for a little while. Who knows, he might find something to amuse him within the walls of Konoha. And boy was he right. Ha 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 ha. Perfect. The sudden shouting would have been welcomed with less hostility if the red-headed Biju next to him had been awake when he started. "Damn it. What the hell are you laughing for now?" Victoria asked angrily, hoping there was a good reason for her maid to wake her up like that. "I'm sorry, my lady, but I couldn't help myself," the vampiric being said with soft eyes as he looked into hers. "Why? What's so funny? The little Uchiha's going to be a daddy," the spiky-haired blonde stated, earning a look of confusion off the girl next to him, before realization dawned in her eyes. Hee 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 ha 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 ha. And so the laughter continued, this time coming from both. Outside of the bedroom there was not a single person within Konoha that didn't have a cold chill run down their spines. Whenever the blonde laughed like that, he always had something planned, and that was never a good thing. It had been 20 years, 20 fucking years of being nothing more than ahead, and for once, Hidan was beginning to doubt his god's intentions. Was it possible Jashin had decided to just let him suffer instead of let him die? It was very possible, because from what he could tell, no one was coming for his head. Madara and Zetsu had to admit, they had adapted to their new life quite easily. Working as long-distance haulage was really well-paying when you're self-employed and don't have to worry about fuel bills or the like. The only thing that he found himself questioning was the people. It had easily been 20 years since he had arrived, and although events moved just as quickly here as they didn't in the elemental nations, no one aged. Kenny was still a little child with an orange anorak and so on and so forth. Oh well, no use thinking about it. So he gave up that train of thought and proceeded to watch Terrence and Philip, Asses of Fire, for the 50th time that month. Uchiha Sasuke was an angry man. Despite his position as the head of the Uchiha clan, he couldn't do anything outside of politics, and the reason for that? Namikaze Naruto. The bastard had stolen all his limbs and scorched his flesh, all the while making sure he wouldn't die. However, if anything, Death would have been a release. As it stood right now, his brother had been found dead and now all he could do was revive his clan, and that could be going better. It wasn't that he didn't have children, no, the problem was that his children refused to listen to him. How could he return his clan to its former glory when the rest of it refused to listen to what a true Uchiha should be? His musings were cut short, however, when he noticed his oldest daughter walking up to him with a smile he had grown to dread plastered on her face and her hands behind her back. "Hello, Daddy," she said in a sickly sweet voice. He had named her Makoto after his mother, however he had come to regret that decision. As far as he was concerned, she was a disgrace to the clan. If it wasn't for the fact that the rest of the family had thrown him from power and made her the clan head, he would have disowned her, but since he couldn't, he would try his hardest to make sure she would at least become a respectable Uchiha before he died. "What do you want?" he responded, his lack of love for the 19-year-old clear in his voice. "Oh, I'm sorry, I just thought you would like to know that you'll be a grandfather in a few months," she said while bringing out a pregnancy test that showed positive. "Wait, what the hell do you mean by that? I never approved of a suitor for you," the dark-eyed Avenger shouted in anger at the fact his daughter had been seeing someone behind his back. "She means she's having my child, Sasuke-chan," came the voice of the man that had ruined his life, then his heart gave out. Makoto and Naruto couldn't help but stand and look as Sasuke proceeded to have a heart attack before all the life left his eyes. "Oh, I was hoping he would live a little longer than that," the blue-eyed vampire stated as he watched his most hated foe die in front of him. "Yeah, oh well, it doesn't really matter either way. The clan already had a vote on his fate and he was going to be euthanized within the week anyway," the dark-haired girl said with a shrug. After all, none of the new generation of Uchihas liked their father. All he ever did was shout at them for not being strong enough as an Uchiha. "Oh well, so what do you want to call the child, Miko-chan?" Naruto asked, already having an idea of what to call the child if it was a boy. I was thinking of calling him Shisui, Itachi, or Obito," came a happy smile from the woman as he looked at the man that able father suffer. "And if it's a girl? Yeah, that was a little harder to think of, but I like the names Mito, Kushina, or Tsunade. Yes, I like them too." And with that said, the duo walked away, completely ignoring the dead body near them. The end. Thanks for watching.